Chapter 13. IWW Organizing During the War. The Mining Industry. On April 11, 1917, Charles H. Watson wrote to Bernard Baruch, chair of the Advisory Council of the Council of National Defense, informing him as the legal representative of producers of upwards of 2 millions of tons, annually, of iron ore, that he had dependable information that the industrial workers of the world are organizing the miners. He claimed that there was no reason for contention between the owners of the copper mines and the workers in relation to either wages or working conditions, but the JWW agitators are sowing seeds of sedition among the ignorant classes of the employees, most of whom are foreigners, and a strike will probably be fomented. Our mines are all underground properties, and to try to keep them open during a general strike uncurbed by military force would be folly. With Bessemer ore mines closed, the production of war materials, as you know, would be seriously impaired in a short time. The propaganda of the JWW in this locality is against the war. The operators are leaving nothing undone to prevent the strike, but if it comes, they fear the consequences in view of the history of the JWW organization. Baruch, who was chairman of the Committee on Raw Materials, Minerals and Metals of the Advisory Commission, sent the letter to Samuel Gompers, chairman of the Committee on Labor. Gompers, in turn, forwarded the letter to Charles H. Moyer, president of the International Union of Mine, Mill and Smelter Workers. Formerly the Western Federation of Miners, it had changed its name in 1916. Gompers added, "It may be possible at this time that the employers are in a bit better frame of mind and will assume a more conciliatory policy toward the constructive trade union work of your international union, and I shall, of course, be very glad to aid in any such effort." At the same time, Gompers wrote to Baruch informing him that he had turned over the letter relating to the IWW to Moyer. This time he added, "In some of the mining districts a feudalism prevails that has prevented the miners from organizing, and this had created a condition of affairs that assisted the propaganda of the I.W.Ws. If you could bring some influence to bear upon the mine operators that would make them adopt a different policy toward the constructive trade union movement, you will render the greatest service in defeating the campaign and purpose of the IWW. 1. The fear of the IWW revealed by this correspondence stemmed from the fact that on November 25, 1916, at the annual IWW convention in Chicago, the Committee on Organization and Constitution had passed a proposal authorizing the expenditure of $2,000 to organize the miners in the West. In January 1917, the IWW Metal Mine Workers Industrial Union Number 800 was established, and late that month, IWW organizers left Chicago to organize miners and establish locals of the MMWIU. One of the IWW men was Grover H. Perry, who set out to organize an Arizona chapter in Phoenix, too. The AFL fails Arizona miners. In 1915 and 1916, Arizona had experienced a bitter 4-month strike in the Clifton-Morenci district, and the copper companies, led by Phelps Dodge, had been forced to recognize a grievance committee of their employees, most of whom were Mexican Americans. This victory stimulated other struggles in the Arizona copper mines, which arose out of the widespread discontent among the miners. Early in January 1917, some 1,000 Mexican, Indian, and Anglo workers in Ajo, Arizona went out on strike seeking wages higher than the existing $1.50 to $2.20 per day, and asked for organizational assistance from the AFL's International Union of Mine, Mill and Smelter Workers. Their efforts were futile. By January 19, 26 miners had been arrested and taken to Tucson to stand trial. To ensure that no further resistance would occur, gunmen were imported and sworn in as deputy sheriffs. 3. The failure of the AFL International to come to the aid of the Ajo miners intensified the rising discontent with that organization. When the Clifton-Morenci strikers ended their walkout in 1916, they had voted to withdraw from the union's predecessor, the Western Federation of Miners, since they viewed it as too conservative. The increasingly conservative policies, for a discussion of the strike, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 6, New York, 1982, 12-24, and James R. Kluger, The Clifton-Morenci Strike. Labor Difficulty in Arizona, 1915-16, Tucson, 1970. Of President Moyer gave the formerly militant WFM a bad name for subserviency to company interests, for as Haywood later noted, the Western Federation of Miners had died with the blade of conservatism plunged into its heart. The name of the organization had changed, and it was called the International Union of Mine, Mill and Smelter Workers. They had become affiliated with the American Federation of Labor. The prestige of the WFM was a thing of the past. 5. As the Arizona miners became more militant, Moyer became disenchanted with the operation in that state. In February 1917, Moyer revoked the Arizona IUMMSW's charter, stating that the district's attitudes were too radical and independent. 6. After this action, miners in Arizona increasingly signed up with IWW. Metal Mine Workers Industrial Union No. 800. By May 1917, the Bisbee IUMMSW local was made up entirely of men who had signed the little red cards that were the membership books of the IWW. 7. IUMMSW officers maintained that the IWW takeover of the Bisbee local was facilitated by detective agencies and company men who posed as followers of the IWW. They also claimed that management had hired informers to pose as IWW advocates. Mine owners, they argued, hoped to promote further division among union men, thereby enabling the companies to get rid of both the IUMMSW and the IWW. Philip Taft, in his study of the Bisbee labor scene at the time, notes that James A. Chapman, who had served as secretary of the IUMMSW local in Bisbee, was on the payroll of a private detective agency and later became active in the IWW. But he also says that many of the members of the Bisbee local of the IUMMSW who transferred their allegiance were not conversant with IWW principles. They simply believed that Moyer's organization was ineffective. In addition, he points out that Moyer never conceded that there existed, rightly or wrongly, deep distrust of his policies. 8. It is significant that when J. L. Donnelly, the state leader of the IUMMSW, met Grover Perry in Phoenix in January 1917, he asked the IWW organizer for his support in rebelling against the national IUMMSW and President Moyer. Perry refused. Instead, he set about organizing the state for the IWW Metal Mine Workers Industrial Union No. 800. When members of the IUMMSW transferred their allegiance to the Wobblies, they did so because they believed their union had lost its militancy. 9. The IWW Union No. 800 held its first statewide convention in Bisbee, Arizona on June 15–17, 1917. A week later, on June 24, the Bisbee branch, at a meeting attended by 400 to 500 members, elected an executive committee that drew up the demands that were to be presented to the copper companies. 10. In 1917, Bisbee had about 8,000 people. Its chief economic activity was copper mining, and the mines belonged to the Copper Queen Mining Company, the Calumet and Arizona Company, and the Shattuck, Arizona Company. The city was dominated by Phelps Dodge, which owned the Copper Queen, and also owned Bisbee's largest hotel, the hospital, department store, library, newspaper, and other enterprises. 11 is the official biographer of this giant Wall Street corporation noted, in the Phelps Dodge scheme of things, there is no place for labor union supremacy or domination. 12 He would have been more accurate had he used the words, there is no place for the existence of labor unionism. The demands that the IWW local presented to the Bisbee mine companies were 1. Abolition of the physical examination. 2. 2 men to work on each machine. 3. 2 men to work in raises. 4. Discontinuing of all blasting during shift. 5. Abolition of all bonus and construct work. 6. Replacement of the sliding scale of wages with a flat daily rate of $6 for all men working underground. 7. No discrimination against the members of any organization. 13. The IWW Bisbee strike. Gerald Sherman, mine superintendent of the Copper Queen, tore up the written list of demands, and the other companies refused to answer. On June 26, 1917, the IWW called a strike, and more than 3,000 infuriated miners walked out. The turnout consisted of 80 to 90% of the miners in Bisbee. 14. L. C. Shattuck, general manager of the Shattuck, Arizona Company, spoke for all the companies in explaining why he had refused even to answer the demands. The demands of this IWW organization are unreasonable and are the plans of a nationwide conspiracy by enemies of the United States government to restrict or cut off the copper output required to prosecute the war. 15. Moyer echoed this sentiment. When the strike was called, the IUMMSW president was asked if his union considered as scabs those who continued to work. Moyer replied that the union regarded the strikers as German agents, and that the IUMMSW, as an affiliate of the AFL, would adhere to the Federation's policy. Since the strike was not called by an international union or any bona fide organization of labor, he would not permit IUMMSW locals to cooperate with the IWW, or even to aid the strikers. 16. For 2 weeks the strike crippled Bisbee. But even the local press, hostile to the strikers, and Sheriff Harry Wheeler of Cochise County, who arrived in Bisbee on the first day of the strike and set up headquarters, agreed that the strike was peaceful. Nevertheless, Wheeler asked Governor Thomas Campbell to request that President Wilson send troops to Bisbee. The governor submitted the request on his own behalf to the White House, but a War Department investigation concluded that troops were not needed, so the request was denied. Instead, President Wilson appointed the former governor George P. Hunt, who was temporarily out of office, to serve as special strike mediator, in the hope that he could help the parties reach a settlement. 17. Wilson's telegram to Hunt, dated July 2, 1917, read, "I have been much concerned to hear of the possible serious misunderstanding between the miners and the operators in the copper mines, and I would deem it a very great public service on your part if you would be generous enough to act as mediator and conciliator. I know how confidently I can appeal to your public spirit." Hunt's statement to the press after accepting the president's invitation indicated that he was going to urge a truce until the war was over. "As conciliator in this trouble, I shall endeavor to get the representatives of the miners and operators together and then appeal to both sides to bring an immediate end to this agitation. We should all be patriotic and put aside all personal wishes until a time when the nation is at peace. I would have a truce declared until the war is over." 18. But Hunt never had a chance to act on this idea. Apart from the fact that the IWW would not consider ending the strike out of patriotic duty, facing a well-financed corporation campaign against his re-election because he had sided with the workers in the Clifton-Morenci strike, Hunt was defeated by Thomas Campbell, who won by 30 votes out of 15,000 cast. Hunt contested the result, and Campbell was deposed after serving about half of the two-year term. Allen v. Johnson, Governor G. W. P. Hunt and Organized Labor, unpublished MA thesis, University of Arizona, 1964, pp. 7685. 0 feet. President Wilson also appointed Judge John McBride, who had defeated Gompers for the presidency of the AFL in 1895, as a mediator in the Arizona strike zones. After John McBride had met with the TWW in an effort to mediate the strike in Globe, Miami, Arizona, he reported that the Wobbly leaders had told him that they would not halt the strike for 1 week, 1 day, 1 hour or 1 minute. Arizona Republican, August 3, 1917. The copper companies would not even sit down to talk with the mediators. Walter S. Douglas, the new president of Phelps Dodge, spoke for the mine owners when he said as he was about to leave Globe, Arizona for Bisbee in his private railroad car, "There will be no compromise because you cannot compromise with a rattlesnake." That goes for both the International Union and the LWW. I believe the government will be able to show that there is German influence behind this movement. It is up to the individual communities to drive these agitators out, as has been done in other communities in the past. 19. Douglas, son of Dr. James Chapter 0. Douglas, the developer of Bisbee's Copper Queen mine and a member of the board of directors of the Phelps Dodge Corporation, had visited Morenci during the Clifton-Morenci strike. He was infuriated by the fact that Governor Hunt was sympathetic to the strikers, had refused to allow strikebreakers from outside to enter the community, and had even ordered the state militia to gather food, fuel, and clothing for the strikers and to aid in other ways the penniless families in this time of industrial trouble. Douglas had publicly debated with Hunt in the pages of the New Republic on the issues in the strike, defending Phelps Dodge, and he vowed that never again would the company negotiate with strikers. When in November 1916 he was elected president of the American Mining Congress, it was with the understanding that he would be a national anti-union leader. 20. The Jerome deportation. When Douglas said that the IWW should be run out of communities, he did not have to wait long before seeing his advice put into practice. In February 1917, a local of the IWW metal mine workers was established in Jerome, Arizona. When IUMMSW strike in Jerome ended with nothing gained for the miners, the IWW decided to start a new battle. On July 5, they called a strike, demanding $6 per shift and a 6-hour day. The IUMMSW called the demands ridiculous, unpatriotic and disloyal, and urged the miners to continue working, but both Mexican and Anglo miners responded and struck. On the morning of July 10, some 250 businessmen and a group of IUMMSW members embarked on a systematic rounding up of suspected wobblies. By 9:30 a.m. some 100 men were marched to jail, where company and IUMMSW officials utilized there for the unusual role played by Governor Hunt in the strike. See Foner, Op. Cit. 6. pp. 17-24. Respective membership roles to determine who were actually wobblies. Those accused of being IWW members, about 67 in all, were quickly deported to Needles, California. With this removal, all labor agitation ceased in Jerome, and wages and working conditions remained as they had been before the strike. 21. There was some protest against this act, but when the Globe Miami district of the IWW telegraphed Governor Campbell, complaining of the brutal treatment of workers at the hands of a lawless mob, the Arizona Republican charged that the IWW leadership had threatened the Governor. 22. The deportations at Jerome occurred at the same time that Bisbee businessmen and professionals were meeting to plan their own deportations. A Citizens Protective League, organized in 1916, and a Workers' Loyalty League, made up of some former IUMMSW members, stood ready to be deputized for use against the strikers. 23. Early in the morning of July 12, 1917, citizens of Bisbee read in the Bisbee Daily Review the text of a proclamation signed by Sheriff Wheeler, informing them that he had formed a sheriff's posse of 1,200 men in Bisbee and 1,000 men in Douglas, all loyal Americans, for the purpose of arresting on the charges of vagrancy, treason, and of being disturbers of the peace of Cochise County all those strange men who have congregated here from other parts and sections for the purpose of harassing and intimidating all men who desire to pursue their daily toil. The sheriff made clear his opposition to the strikers. This is no labor trouble, we are sure of that, but a direct attempt to embarrass and injure the government of the United States. He warned all women and children to keep off the streets today, asked for aid and cooperation, and requested that no shot be fired except in self-defense. The proclamation concluded, all arrested persons will be treated humanely and their cases examined with justice and care. I hope no resistance will be made, for I desire no bloodshed. However, I am determined if resistance is made, it shall be quickly and effectively overcome. 24. Those who did not read the proclamation in the Bisbee Daily Review could do so on sheets posted on poles, fences, and walls. Vernon H. Jensen maintains that officials of the Jerome local of the IUMMSW opposed the deportation of the Wobblies and that it was supported only by individual members. But John Lindquist insists that both members and officers participated in the roundup and deportation of the IWW strikers. Vernon H. Jensen, Heritage of Conflict, Ithaca, NY, 1950, page 401. John H. Lindquist, The Jerome Deportation of 1917, Arizona and the Tilda Street 11, Autumn, 1969, 243-44. The Bisbee Deportation. At 4 a.m. that morning, several hundred armed men on foot and on horseback gathered at various assigned posts in alleyways, behind fences, and in other dark places. They wore white armbands for identification, and were instructed to pick up and arrest every suspicious-looking individual. A list had already been drawn up by officials of the mining companies. The list included not only all strikers, but also storekeepers, contractors, and professional people who were sympathetic to labor. In fact, had ex-Governor Hunt been in Bisbee on that day, he too would have been picked up. 25. By 6:30 a.m., the deputized vigilantes numbered 2,000. Now they went into action. Men were apprehended in their homes, on the street, in restaurants and in stores, and asked if they were working or willing to work. If they answered no, they were seized. If their names were on the prepared list, they were seized without even being asked. One man was eating breakfast when two vigilantes shoved their guns through the door and asked if he sympathized with the strikers. When he said yes, he was whisked away. One man slept through the knocks on his front door. 4 gunmen broke down the door, walked in, and pulled him out of bed. When his wife begged them to allow her husband to dress, she was pushed aside and he was dragged out of the house in his nightgown. 26. Several men who owned grocery stores were seized and taken away, after which, vigilantes took over the stores, sold their goods, and fought with each other over the sharing of the remaining inventory. 21. The move, wrote a U.S. Marshal who witnessed the shameful event, was not made against the IWWs alone, but against every man who has ever been known to give voice to his opinions openly. Men who did not belong to any organization were picked up as well as members of the AF. Of L, 28 people were picked up at random. Thomas N. English, who was not a member of any organization, reported. On the morning of the 12th, about 7 o'clock in the morning, somebody knocked on the door and I told them to come in, and there were 3 men who came in and asked me if I was working, and I said, no, sir, and they said, well, come oof right away and dress. We want you. And I said, what is this for? And they said, get in line with the rest of them. That was all the information I could get. There was another man rooming with me by the name of Swanson, and they made him get out at the same time. 29. 2 men were killed during the roundup. The victims were Orson P. McCrae, a member of the Citizens Protective League and shift boss at one of the Copper Queen mines, and James Brew, a former employee of the Dean mine. McCrae, who had been deputized by Sheriff Wheeler, was killed when Brew fired through the door of his room upon being ordered to line up outside. He, in turn, was killed by 3 of McRae's companions, 30. By 7:30 a.m., a large group had been lined up under armed guard in the plaza in front of the Bisbee post office. 2 women, who had seen the men standing in the already blistering hot Arizona sun, brought a tub of water and dippers so the prisoners could drink. Before it dropped past, writes Philip Taft, several guards approached the tub, kicked it over and declared, "The sons of bitches don't get a drink." 31. 10 abreast, posse members and their prisoners began the 2-mile march to the Warren Ballpark. Sheriff Wheeler rode along in an open Ford touring car owned and chauffeured by Father Mandin, a local Catholic priest who had received the car as a gift from his parishioners. Wheeler shouted instructions to the vigilantes, along with curses at the prisoners. Mounted on the car alongside Wheeler was a new 7.62 mm Martin machine gun with a loaded feed belt in position, 32. By the time the prisoners reached the ballpark, they numbered 2,000 and they included 3 women. Once in the ballpark stockade, the prisoners were told that if they severed all ties with the IWW and went back to work, they would be released. During the hours in the ballpark, several hundred recanted and were set free. The first to be released were the 3 women, mainly because the vigilante leaders were told the women would sue Phelps Dodge for mistreatment if they were not let go. Men who were known to be associated with or sympathetic to the labor movement, and this did not mean only the IWW, were given no opportunity to recant. In any case, hundreds refused to back down and answered all such requests with catcalls, hoots, jeers, profane shouts, and songs. 33. Just before 11 a.m., 23 cattle boxcars of the El Paso and Southwestern Railroad arrived, in accordance with a prior arrangement made by Douglas of Phelps Dodge. The prisoners were forced by the armed guards into the boxcars, many of which had over 3 inches of manure on the floors. 10 miles east of Douglas, the train made its first stop. Train crews were exchanged, and water barrels placed on the cars. Degree Thomas McGinnis, a real estate operator in Bisbee, noted that the only clergyman of Bisbee to take the part of the strikers was the Rev. Mr. Brewster, pastor of the Bisbee Episcopal Church. The other clergymen of the city have stood solidly with the mine owners, and the YMCA has been used as the assembly place of the armed deputies, the public. August 24, 1917, page .820. During the stop, the train was guarded by 200 citizens, while machine guns on 2 knolls guarded the station. 35. The train then headed for Columbus, New Mexico, 173 miles east of Bisbee and close to the Mexican border. The men were forced to stand for hours in crowded, airless cars in the July heat, the water supply long since exhausted. They stood in cow manure over their shoe tops while weaker prisoners were allowed to sit in the filth. 36. The train arrived in Columbus at 9:30 pages, m. July 12, and went on to Henonas, New Mexico, 20 miles west of Columbus. It arrived at Henonas at 3 a.m. on Friday, July 13. By this time the deportees had been without water and food for 12 hours. 37. At Henonas, which would be home for the deportees for the next 2 days, William Cleary, the well-known Bisbee attorney and longtime defender of labor against Phelps Dodge, distributed a statement to the press describing what had happened since the early morning of July 12 in Bisbee. This was very important, since 2 Phelps Dodge officials had imposed a censorship on Associated Press dispatches sent from Bisbee. They had read every dispatch and decided what could or could not be sent out by Western Union. 38. The result of Cleary's statement was that newspapers all over the country carried headlines like the one in the New LVRK Times. Arizona Sheriff ships 1,100 LWWs out in cattle cars. In its story, the Times conceded that several prominent citizens of Bisbee and Lowell who openly declare they were in sympathy with the IWW movement were forced into the cars with the vagrants. 39. But no mention was made of the fact that AFL members as well as workers not affiliated with any union, along with owners of grocery stores and restaurants, were also shipped out. However, the Times did publish the full text of Cleary's statement, which opened, "There were 1,286 men deported from Bisbee yesterday. With few exceptions they were all underground miners, the others being small businessmen of the Warren District, which includes Bisbee, Lowell, and Warren. The men were on strike for better conditions, particularly for 2 men on a machine, which is the custom in most mining districts. The men also asked discontinuance of the physical examination which every man is obliged to submit to before obtaining a job and which has been used as a basis of blacklist. Under its guise, men who are physically able have been refused work because of their political affiliations and principles. Another demand was for a $6 wage per day as a minimum, $6 today not having any more purchasing power than $3.50. Cents had when miners received that sum, and copper was selling at 14 and 15 cents a pound. The strike on the part of the miners was most peaceful. In the neighborhood of 90% of the underground workers were out. There was no physical violence. The police records show far fewer arrests during the time of the strike than during ordinary times. Cleary then described at length the roundup in Bisbee, explaining how men were forced at the point of a gun to leave their homes, and in many instances their wives and families, the harrowing details of the march to the baseball park, the long and weary ride in the cattle cars without food and water for most of the deportees, the overcrowding in the cars, making it impossible for all of the men to sit down on the floor at the same time, letting the weaker men sit. When we arrived at Hermanas, we were not allowed the privilege of leaving the train and shots were fired from the roofs of the cars for the purpose of intimidating us. He concluded. While many of the men, it is true, are members of what is known as the IWW, nevertheless they are law-abiding and peaceful. Many who have lived in Bisbee for years, some for as long as 15 years, and have their wives and families there now, are very anxious to return. Among the men deported are property owners, Bisbee businessmen, Liberty Bond subscribers between the ages of 21 and 30, who have registered under the recent selective draft law, and others who are reservists under the military law passed in June, 1916.40. On July 13, the Bisbee Daily Review greeted the deportation ecstatically on its front page. No longer does a blot remain on the escutcheon of Bisbee. Wobblyism has passed with the labyrinth of things discarded, as a coat is shaken from the back. As a boil is lanced and cleansed of its contents. Without precedent in this or any other country, or any other age, was the occurrence of yesterday. It marked a golden date on the calendar, a date when the law-abiding people of the community drove from their midst the wobbly 41. In general, the press throughout the country either echoed this editorial's sentiments or chided the vigilantes for having gone a bit too far. The New LVRK Times, in an editorial oddly entitled, Diversions of the, in March 1917 copper sold for 36.3 cents per pound. A.U.S. Army survey showed that of the 1,836 deported men, 520 owned property in Bisbee, 427 had registered for the draft, 433 were married with families, 205 had purchased Liberty bonds, 62 had served in the armed forces, 426 had been members of the JWW, New York Times, July 15, 1917. IWW, as if the event had been staged by the Wobblies for the amusement of the American people, observed that a sheriff who makes his own law is on dangerous and indefensible ground, and in this case, displayed an inhumanity which is worse than the WW. However, Sheriff Wheeler was on the right track when he instructed his deputies to arrest the WW men on charges of vagrancy. Imprisonment was the answer, not deportation. 42. When the Bisbee Daily Review boasted that the event in its city was without precedent, it certainly must have known that only a few days earlier, 67 strikers had been deported from Jerome, Arizona to Needles, California. But these men had been allowed to return to Jerome. What made the Bisbee deportation a unique, golden date on the calendar was that the copper companies had decided that the deportees would not be allowed to return to their homes. On July 14, the mouthpiece for these companies, the Bisbee Daily Review, reported that when the men were released from the boxcars at Hermanas, New Mexico, they were threatened with death or bodily harm should they ever return to Bisbee. It commented editorially, "Any talk of their coming back is nonsense. They will not be allowed to come back. We have been slow to act, but once started it is a finished fight." The serious business of this district is the mining of copper ore, not the building of night schools of anarchism or idling on the streets or picketing public places and private works. 43. When the men were abandoned at Hermanas, the local sheriff wired Governor E. Lindsay of New Mexico warning that serious trouble is threatened, and asking for instructions. Governor Lindsay declared that the IWWs should be treated humanely but not allowed to create disturbances. He directed the sheriff to feed the men who, as he had learned, faced the danger of starvation, and to provide them with rations to prevent great suffering. At the same time he wired Washington, expressing the opinion that the matter was a federal affair and asking President Wilson to take charge. 44. Fred Brown, a volunteer organizer for the AFL, one of 5 AFL leaders who were deported, as were 30 of 39 members of the local AFL Painters Union, wired Gompers asking him to intercede with President Wilson. In fact, Gompers was getting so many letters complaining of government inaction that he felt it necessary to call President Wilson's attention to the fact that Some of the departments and other agencies of the government are either ignoring the situation or in some instances are positively hostile. 45. Intervention by President Wilson. Wilson directed Secretary of War Newton D. Baker to investigate, and in a letter to Governor Thomas Campbell of Arizona informing him of this action, he added, "May I not respectfully urge the great danger of citizens taking the law into their own hands? I look upon such actions with great apprehension. A very serious responsibility is assumed when such precedents are set." Governor Campbell merely asked Sheriff Wheeler for an explanation for the deportations. He was satisfied when he received the following reply: "I can protect law-abiding and peaceful citizens, but I cannot guarantee the technical rights of lawbreakers and criminals. I would not endanger the lives of loyal American citizens in attempting to protect the IWWs." 4-5. Acting on President Wilson's orders, United States troops escorted the deportees from Hermanas to Columbus, New Mexico and lodged them in a tent colony erected for Mexican refugees during the border raids. 47. A reporter who accompanied the deportees to their new home described their arrival. "When the unshaved and unwashed crowd marched up to the refugee camp this afternoon, they presented the strangest sight. Many were without hats and wore soiled handkerchiefs on their heads to keep off the hot sun. Others limped from blistered feet, while old men and the physically unfit had difficulty in marching the mile to the camp from the railroad. One man fainted after reaching the camp and the hospital tent was crowded with minor cases during the afternoon, though no serious illness has been discovered. After the exiles had completed establishing camp, they went to the big water tank in the camp and bathed their blistered feet, washed their clothes, and then slept in the shade of the wedge tents. They obey orders without comment, and seem to have accepted their fate for the present." 48. At President Wilson's order, ex-Governor Hunt conducted an investigation of the refugee camp at Columbus. He spent 5 days at the camp, and in a report to Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson he noted that the deportees had organized their own police force and elected an executive committee to represent them. He added, "The situation to them, the deportees, seems very simple and practical, and they are wholly unable to comprehend why their strike should be associated with the war, or held by anyone to be an act of unfaithfulness to the government in its emergency. The fact that the war is the direct cause of the enormous profits being realized by copper producers they understand, but the point they hold to is that these tremendous additional profits are being realized, and that they are entitled to a share. Whether or not there are individuals among them who are underserving, whether or not there are some without whom any community would be better off, collectively they have suffered a great wrong. The most sacred principles of human liberty upon which our government is founded have been shockingly violated. 49. On September 17, 1917, after the government had cut their rations to 1/2, the last of the deportees left the New Mexico camp, and a month later it was closed. But only a handful were allowed to return to Bisbee, and solely because their mining skills were badly needed. So a U.S. Marshal in Bisbee wrote to Hunt, "The companies have put into effect a passport system between Bisbee and neighboring towns. They hold court in the Copper Queen dispensary where men are examined as to their right to stay in town, and all the crossroads are lined with Cossacks, who examine everyone going or coming from town." S1. The marshal was referring to the organization of a kangaroo court. Anyone seeking to enter Bisbee was stopped outside the city limits, brought before the court, which then decided whether he would remain in Bisbee, be allowed to leave voluntarily, or go to jail. Passports were issued by the Douglas Chamber of Commerce and Mines, and those who came into the Warren District had to have them in order to remain unmolested. 5200s were hauled before this court by Sheriff Wheeler and his deputies. Trials were secret and a verdict of deportation was promptly and forcibly executed by deputy sheriffs. At the same time, the sheriff established guards at all entrances to the district who examined every person attempting to enter the camp. The reported object of these guards was to exclude from the camp any stray, wobbly, that might drift in and endanger the peace and safety of the community. The definition of this term, wobbly, was apparently left to the discretion of the individual guards, and all wobblies were promptly and forcibly denied the right to enter the camp. 53. When the deportees first arrived in the camp set up for them by the federal government in Columbus, they told the reporter for the New York Times that they were hopeful they would not remain long. "The men believe that the president will order them sent back to their homes," he wrote. But he added, "There is no information in camp upon which to base this supposition." 54. He was correct. Those who left Columbus and returned to Bisbee, no matter how many years they had lived in that city or whether or not their families were still there, were not allowed to enter. Instead, they were promptly arrested for vagrancy, brought before the kangaroo court and encouraged to leave town, or else face conviction and imprisonment. When A.S. Embry refused to leave Bisbee after returning from the Columbus camp, He was jailed for 3 months and then threatened with lynching if he did not leave permanently, and this after he had been tried in Tucson following a change of venue and freed by a jury minutes after testimony was completed. 55. The federal government investigates. In vain, the deportees pleaded with President Wilson to provide them with federal protection so they could return to their homes in Bisbee. 56. The president confined himself to appointing a 5-man commission to investigate the labor turmoil in Arizona. The commission, with Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson as chairperson and Assistant Secretary of Labor Felix Frankfurter as secretary, heard testimony in Bisbee from November 1 to November 5. In its report, the commission severely criticized those responsible for the Bisbee deportation. The deportation, the commission noted, had been decided upon at a meeting on July 11, participated in by managers and other officials of the Phelps Dodge Corporation and the Calumet and Arizona Mining Company. There was no justification, the commission found, for the belief that the deportation was necessary to prevent violence or to safeguard life and property. The deportation was wholly illegal and without authority in law, either state or federal, the commission declared. It concluded its report with the demand that all illegal practices and the denial of rights safeguarded by the Constitution and statutes must at once cease, and that those who took part in the unlawful deportations and the events that followed be prosecuted under the laws of Arizona. It called the attention of the United States Attorney General and the Interstate Commerce Commission to the possible violations of federal law, and it urged President Wilson to recommend to Congress that such occurrences hereafter be made criminal under the federal law to the full extent of the constitutional authority of the federal government. 57. Acting on the Commission's report, the United States Department of Justice started an investigation of the Bisbee deportations. On May 15, 1918, 21 of Bisbee's leading mining officials were arrested on charges of conspiracy to injure, oppress, threaten, and intimidate United States citizens, under Section 19 of the United States Penal Code. Included were Phelps Dodge officials Walter Douglas, Gerald Sherman, and Grant H. Dowell. Sheriff Wheeler was in France at the time, serving with the American Expeditionary Forces. The defense filed for a demurrer, on the ground that no federal laws had been violated. The court upheld the defense counsel's request. The Justice Department then appealed the lower court decision to the United States Supreme Court. Late in 1920, the High Court ruled in favor of the defendants, saying the case was a matter for the state courts. 8. In the meantime, civil suits for damages exceeding $6 million had been brought in the Arizona courts. But nothing came of these either. When Harry E. Wooten, a Phelps Dodge employee, loyalty leaguer, and Bisbee vigilante, was tried as a representative case, he was acquitted on the first ballot, all the jurors agreeing that the deportation had been a good thing. 9 The other civil suit plaintiffs then dropped their suits. In the end, a few settlements were reached out of court. In these few cases, each married man with a child was awarded $1,250, married men without children, $1,000, and single men, $500. 60. Impact of the Bisbee deportations. The outcome of the Bisbee deportations established a tragic precedent for U.S. democracy, and none were to feel this more than the Mexican workers in the United States. Students of the subject have pointed out that once deportation was accepted as necessary to get rid of an unwanted population, the rationalization for removal was facilitated. In short, writes one student, deportation became a tool used by management, and, more recently, by agricultural concerns, against a sector of labor with whom owners were at odds. It is this mentality that condoned mass deportations of Mexicans during the 1930s. 0.61 inches. In his first message to the Arizona legislature after he was restored to office by the state Supreme Court, Governor Hunt denounced the Bisbee deportation as an act of supreme lawlessness. In a letter to a member of the tactic of deportation reached its apex on December 21, 1919. Under authority of the Alien Act of October 6, 1918, which authorized the government to deport any alien who at any time after entering the United States was found to have been at the time of entry, or to have become thereafter, a member of an anarchist organization. 249 radicals were deported on the Buford, a vessel which the press dubbed Soviet Ark, from Ellis Island in New York to Finland in order to preserve America and the human race. New York Times, December 22, 1919. This shameful episode in American history will be discussed in the next volume. Japanese Americans felt the impact of the deportation hysteria during World War II when they were removed from their homes on the West Coast and forced to live in government camps. The WW in Columbus, New Mexico, Hunt wrote, "A ruthless vested interest under the guise of patriotism is going to crush all organized labor. The IWWs are the means to that end." 62. The process had already started when the President's Commission visited Arizona to investigate labor turmoil in that state. The commission spent the first 2 weeks in Globe and Miami, Arizona. There, it obtained an agreement in which management and the International Union of Mine, Mill and smelter workers promised not to interfere with the war effort by interrupting copper production. The agreement, to last for the duration of the war, made no provision for wage increases or other improvements in working conditions, merely providing for the appointment of a grievance committee made up of workers selected from the men actually employed in the mines. It then guaranteed that no one serving on the grievance committee would take a militant stand, by including the provision that no employment should be made available for WW members or for other persons who had been guilty of disloyal utterances against the United States. A similar agreement was then put into effect in the Warren District, which included Bisbee and the Clifton-Morenci-Metcalf District. President Moyer of the IUMMSW not only hailed the agreement, but threatened to cancel the charter of any local that turned down the agreement. 63. After the strikes ended, the mining companies recalled for employment all who had gone on strike except those who have been guilty of utterances disloyal to the United States or who are members of any organization that refuses to recognize the obligation of contracts, or who have heretofore demonstrated their unfitness to work in the mine, or whose employment for any reason is contrary to the best interests of the operations. On this basis, they simply refused to employ any man who belonged to a union, IWW or IUMMSW and operated their mines as open shops. 64. Meeting in Miami, Arizona in September 1918, the Arizona State Federation of Labor spoke in alarmed tones of the labor situation in the state. The present weakened condition of the unions in the mining district is a cause for concern and regret on the part of all the elements of our population, it declared. Noting that the continued weakness of several of the locals that were formerly the backbone of the labor movements in those localities and throughout the state was threatening the future of organized labor in Arizona, the Federation called for unified action to enter upon a program of organization. 65. It was a vain hope. The decline of organized labor in Arizona would not be stemmed until the advent of the New Deal, when the major copper companies were at last organized. 66. Tragedy and conflict in Butte, Montana. While the Bisbee deportees were languishing in the Columbus, New Mexico camp, sharp struggles and tragedy took place during a copper strike in Montana. Frank Little had joined the FWW in 1906. He was active in the Missoula, Fresno, and Spokane free speech fights and in the organization of lumberjacks, metal miners, oilfield workers, harvest bindle stiffs, and other migratory workers in the West and Southwest. By 1916 he was a member of the General Executive Board of the FWW and one of its strongest advocates of militant action. Little had sponsored the formation of the Agricultural Workers Organization and helped in its growth. His opposition to World War I was well known in RWW circles. He did not share the fatalistic, inevitable stance of many Wobblies that opposition to the war was useless since war was inevitable under monopoly capitalism. Rather, Little argued, the LWW is opposed to all wars except of course the class war, and we must use all our power to prevent the workers from joining the army. Ralph Chaplin warned Little against this position, arguing that opposition to the draft and the organization of resistance to military conscription would bring about the end of the RWW. But Little was adamant. Better to go out in a blaze of glory than to give in. Either we're for this capitalistic slaughterfest, or we're against it. I'm ready to face a firing squad rather than compromise. 67. Little's uncompromising anti-war attitude made him one of the most unpopular of the generally disliked Wobblies. But more than any patriotic reaction to Little's anti-war principles, his unpopularity was based on the danger he posed to the Copper Trust as a militant FWW organizer, and this, in the end, was why he was put to death. Frank Little was known in the metal mines of Arizona and Montana. During 1916 and 1917, he had been a tireless organizer in these states. He repeatedly urged the miners to protest wartime wage cuts that were imposed despite the rising price of copper. He had come to the aid of the Bisbee deportees, sending a stinging letter to Governor Campbell of Arizona demanding justice for the exiled men. In July 1917, Little came to Butte, Montana to help in another strike of metal miners, this one against the Anaconda Copper Company, at that time the largest copper-producing company in the world, supplying over 10% of the world's annual copper production. Economically and politically, the company, as Anaconda was called, dominated the entire state of Montana, including the great mining city of Butte. 68. Organized labor had a rather unique history in Butte. From 1889 to 1903, the trade unions were extremely powerful, and Butte became known as the Gibraltar of unionism. 69. During this golden era, labor was able to gain most of its demands, the closed shop, collective bargaining, trade agreements, and recognition of the Butte Miners Union. Affiliated with the Western Federation of Miners and representing 17,500 workers, it was one of the most powerful unions in the country. But after 1903, the situation changed. The giant Anaconda Company gained control of management and began using its vast power to destroy local labor unions. In 1912, Anaconda introduced the rustling card, a permit to work which one had to be employed in the Butte mines. A miner applied at the company's Central Employment Department, gave his personal and job history and a list of references. He waited for several weeks until his references were checked out. If he was cleared, he was given a rustling card, which gave him access to rustle the hill, that is to apply directly for work at any of the Anaconda mines and mines of other companies which required the rustling card as a minimum job requirement. 10. With the spread of the rustling card, Anaconda, rather than the unions, decided who was to be employed. In 1914, IWW members opened an assault on the Butte Miners Union, accusing it of having become conservative. Bitter battles, often fatal, broke out between the BMU and the IWW. On June 23, 1914, the Union Hall was dynamited and completely demolished. The company, of course, took full advantage of the factional rivalry in the once powerful BMU to reduce it to a nonentity. By 1917, the decline of labor in Butte was complete. As Eamon Gutfield puts it, Butte turned from closed shop to open shop. The rustling card replaced the union card. Collective bargaining was changed to individual bargaining. Trade agreements were not replaced. Mutual need and goodwill turned into riots and militia patrolled streets. And 17,500 union miners became 16,000 unorganized miners. 71. On June 8, 1917, a fire broke out in the speculator shaft of the North. Butte Mining Company and 164 miners were burned to death. Solid cement bulkheads had prevented their escape. These were indirect, whether or not there was collusion between the company and the IWW, as some historians claim. Vernon H. Jensen states that no labor situation was ever more confused than the one in Butte. Almost everything was cockeyed. Heritage of conflict, labor relations in the non-ferrous industry up to 1930, Ithaca, NY, 1950, page 289. The zigzagging vicissitudes of Butte unionism are traced in Jensen's work. Violation of the state law that specified that all bulkheads had to be easily accessible with openable doors. 72. The disaster at the speculator shaft aroused deep bitterness among the workers in Butte. On June 11 and 12, a mimeographed sheet declared that conditions in Butte are intolerable, and continued, "This is the cause of the death of nearly 200 men at the speculator, and causes thousands of unmentioned deaths every year. Any man or woman who has ordinary intelligence must realize whither we are drifting. Must know that unless some action is taken at once, we will be forced down lower in social scale than the Russian peasants ever were." 73. On June 12, 300 angry men gathered in front of Carpenters Union Hall in response to a circular calling for a new miners' union, a militant union that would make another speculator tragedy an impossibility. Denied admission to the AFL Union Hall, they marched to Finlander Hall, home of the Butte R.W.W. There the new union was organized and named the Metal Mine Workers Union, Independent. At its formation, the union claimed 1,000 members, many of whom were former members of the Butte Miners Union. Among its leaders were the chairman, Tom Campbell, longtime dissident labor leader and former official of the Western Federation of Miners, and the secretary Joe Shannon, long associated with the Wobblies. 74. The new union was denounced almost immediately by the mine operators, the local press, controlled by Anaconda, and traditional union leaders who jointly claimed that the so-called independent union was IWW directed. This attack continued, despite repeated and earnest disavowals. M. Donahue, president of the AFL Montana State Federation of Labor, issued a sharp statement charging that labor unions are not in sympathy with any movement which has as its purpose merely the causing of trouble or which seeks to disrupt the production of copper at a time when the American government was so sorely in need of this metal. Donahue promptly set about organizing a competing miners' union, the Silver Bow Trade and Labor Alliance, which was the AFL central labor organization for all unions in Silver Bow County, comprising Butte and its immediate environs, announced it would not recognize the new union. Mine operators issued a terse statement. The Butte mines will continue to operate. The miners of Butte will not permit a comparatively small band of cowardly agitators and non-workers to deprive them of their livelihood and drive them from their homes, but such protection as they require will be furnished them. 75. But threats were of no avail. The new union, its numbers growing daily, presented a list of demands for higher wages and better working conditions to the copper companies and threatened to strike if they were not met. The MMWU demanded recognition of the new union as the bargaining agent for the miners, abolition of the rustling card, discard of the blacklist by the companies, state observance of the state mining laws, discharge of the state mining inspector, $6 for an 8-hour day, the right of free speech and assembly, and greater union control over hiring. Demands for safety instruction for new miners and for the construction of manholes through the bulkheads were presented later, 76. Led by Anaconda Copper, the mine operators summarily rejected these demands in a statement published on the front page of the Butte Daily Post. The wages in Butte, they claimed, on the average were the highest paid anywhere in the world. The working conditions were better than the average and conditions were very much superior to those of many other camps. On the same page was a column entitled, Ghastly Story at Morgue, which described the day-long procession of grieving relatives who attempted to find their loved ones among the dead, victims of the speculator disaster, 77. The mine officials made it clear that no matter how justified the miners' demands, they would refuse to deal with the new union. It is well known, one official declared, that recently there has been a large influx into Butte of IWWs and other unpatriotic and seditious persons, whose one aim is to paralyze our industries, and particularly those upon which the government is depending for its arms and ammunition. Under no circumstances would the mine operators recognize this element or any organization, made or controlled by it, or deal with the seditious, treacherous IWWs, 78. In demanding $6 per day for all men working underground, and a proportionate increase for those employed on the surface, the new union made it clear that the wage was to be an absolute wage, independent of the market price of copper. The previous scale of $4.75 per day was dependent on a 27-cent market price per pound of copper. If copper fell below this figure, wages decreased at a rate of 25 cents per day for each 2-cent drop. The companies had promised that the basic wage of $4.75 would be raised if copper rose above 31 cents per pound, but since February 1917, copper had been above 31 cents per pound, reaching a peak of 36.3 cents in March, and there had been no wage increase, 79. As Eamon Gutfield has demonstrated, after a 2-year period of national prosperity, the Butte miner still remained below the basic comfort level of income. 80% of the wage earner families in Butte were in debt, and the cost of living was much higher than elsewhere in the nation. At the same time, wages were not as good as in other sections of the country. Thus, contrary to the mining company claims, wages in Butte were not the highest paid anywhere in the world, nor were living conditions superior to those in many other camps, 80. On June 14, 1917, the mine managers refused to meet with a committee of union representatives. The Metal Mine Workers Union called a strike the following day. Within 4 days 3,000 men were on strike. Then, on June 18, the striking miners were joined by Butte Local 65 of the International Union of Electrical Workers, an AFL body, which declared a strike against the Montana Power Company. The Union Committee, headed by William F. Dunn, the local secretary, had presented demands to the company for a 50-cent a day wage increase and urged that the miners' demands be granted. When these were rejected, the electricians went out, 81 one after another. The trade unions of Butte joined the miners and electricians, including the metal trades, machinists, boilermakers, and blacksmiths. By June 29, 15,000 men were on strike, 82. Headlines in the Butte Daily Post proclaimed, IWW agitators in West are working in cause of Germany. The strikers were said to be led by German sympathizers within the treacherous IWW. The cure proposed by the Butte Miner, a leading corporation organ, was to round up all the ringleaders who preached treason and hatred of the flag, and incarcerate them in places where they can be provided with work, which they should be made to perform if they desire to eat. In addition, it called for direct action. The time for half measures with these people has gone by, and the government must deal with them in the future with a firm instead of a weak hand, otherwise they may impair the successful outcome of the present war. The reason for the strike was clear: it was a plain case of conspiracy, and the intention was to aid Germany, and this was treason, 83. On the other hand, William F. Dunn, editor of the Miners and Electrical Workers Joint Strike Bulletin, called the mine owners unpatriotic, and Outfield points out that between 1914 and 1917, wages in Butte rose by 36% from a range of $894 to $1,050 in 1914 in 1917 to the range of $1,215 to $1,400. The minimum subsistence level for a family of 4 in 1914 required annual income of $828, while the minimum comfort level required $1.108. Thus the average miner at Butte earned barely enough to remain above subsistence level, and was certainly below the minimum comfort level. In June 1917, the minimum subsistence level required an annual income of $1,106, while the basic comfort level was $1,413. Amen Outfield, the spectacular disaster in 1917. Labor resurgence at Butte, Montana, Arizona and the Tilda Street 11, spring 1969. 33. Ho tilde tile to the best interest of the nation in their rotten administration of the mines and their refusal to come to terms with the miners. 84. Representative Jeanette Rankin, a Montana Republican and the first woman to sit in the United States Congress, aroused fury in the state's business circles when she wired her support of the miners' demands, adding to the animosity toward her caused by her vote against U.S. entry into World War I. Another public official who was unpopular in those circles was District Attorney Burton K. Wheeler. Wheeler was the one public official who saw the strike for what it was. Butte, for some time, he reported to the Department of Justice, had been a volcano on the point of eruption, and the heavy toll of life in the spectacular mine catastrophe proved to be a flaming torch. The strikers, Wheeler emphasized, were motivated by a wish to improve their working conditions, and were not bent on sabotage and treason. Working conditions were poor. The miners needed higher wages for the maintenance of a reasonable standard of living, and they wanted the abolition of the obnoxious rustling card system. The 500 to 700 Wobblies in Butte persuaded the miners to strike because of these conditions. In regard to the newspaper claims of strikers' violence, Wheeler informed Attorney General Thomas W. Gregory that the strike in Butte was being conducted in a manner heretofore unheard of in mining regions, with no violence or disorder being reported. 86. By mid-July 1917, the companies had succeeded in breaking the strike front by offering better contracts to all but the miners. The contracts were accepted, and the miners were isolated. The companies appeared to be on the verge of success. 87. The lynching of Frank Little. Into this situation came Frank Little, agitator, labor organizer, and a national officer of the Industrial Workers of the World. During the week of July 15, Little made several speeches in which he bitterly criticized the use of American troops to quell strikes, calling them Uncle Sam's scabs in uniform. He minimized the importance of U.S. involvement in the overseas war, even as he urged a sustained strike against the mining companies. The local newspapers had a field day reporting Little's speeches and remarks under headlines like, "Soldiers Called Armed Thugs." The Butte Miner reported, "Frank Little, Arizona strike leader, practically threatened the United States. Government with revolution." 6,000 men filled the bleachers to overflowing and listened to Little's remarks. A frail man supporting the weight of his body with the aid of crutches, his face contorted with physical pain and the passion which rocked his body, the speaker worked himself into a maniacal fury as he denounced the capitalist of every class and nationality. Little intimated a worldwide revolution of the working classes. He boasted of the fact that the present-day worldwide conflict meant nothing to him. 88. Direct calls for action against Little were made in several papers. The federal authorities, not only in Montana but throughout the West, seem to be very lax in their duty when they allow such treasonable and incendiary agitators to travel at will around the country spreading the doctrine of hatred of this nation and its institutions. The longer the government postpones handling disloyal movements without gloves, the more difficult it will become to suppress it when it makes up its mind that it must be stopped. 89. Little made a few additional speeches at closed meetings. Exactly what he said cannot be determined. The only reports are those of company detectives within the Metal Mine Workers Union and the RNW local where he spoke. However, it is clear that company officials feared he would succeed in keeping the mines paralyzed for an extended period. In an effort to break his influence, the mine operators offered the miners not the MMWU an increase in wages, a weekly payday, and a slight modification of the rustling card system. Nothing was said about union recognition, improvement of working conditions, or an absolute increase in wages. Few miners, however, returned to work on these terms. 90. Through their private detectives, the companies heard that at a meeting of the MMWU, Little explained that the leaders of the union had failed to win their demands because they were not militant enough. "You fellows are conducting a peaceful strike. Great God, what would Uncle Sam say?" Little had suffered a broken leg in an automobile accident in Jerome, Arizona, where he had been directing the IWW organizing drive in the copper mines. Ralph Chaplin, who met Little in Chicago just before he departed for Butte, wrote later, "I marveled at his courage in taking on a difficult and dangerous assignment like that in his present condition. It's a fine specimen the L.W.W. was sending into that tough town," I chided him. "One leg, one eye, two crutches and no brains. Frank laughed. He lifted a crutch as though to crown me with it. Don't worry, fellow worker, all we're going to need from now on is guts. From Ralph Chaplin, see N.67, page .281. The remark, no brains, referred to the fact that Little had vigorously opposed the position of Haywood, Richard Brazier, and others on the IWW General Executive Board who refused to take a stand against conscription, fearing that this would lead to the destruction of the RWW. The fact that Little was the only outsider allowed to address the MMWU was cited in the local press as proof that it was an IWW organization even though it called itself independent. To the soldiers he is sending to meet the German army if they laid down their arms and said we are conducting a peaceful war. 91. On July 27, Little delivered a public speech at Butte. The Butte Daily Post labeled it a treasonable tirade, and in the same issue the paper inquired editorially of Butte citizens, how long is it, Butte, going to stand for the seditious talk of the IWW? Agitator? 92. At approximately 3 a.m. on August 1, 1917, 6 masked men drove up in an automobile to the front of 316 North Wyoming Street in Butte. One stood in front of the boarding house while the others entered, kicked in the door to Frank Little's room, and pulled and carried him to the car as reported by Mrs. Nora Byrne, owner of the house. The car moved a short distance. Then Little was removed and tied to the bumper. He was dragged to the Milwaukee Bridge, outside the city limits, was severely beaten, and hanged from a railroad trestle. A small placard was pinned to his underwear with the inscription, "Others take notice, first and last warning, the 7th of March 77, the old sign of a vigilante execution." At the bottom of the note the letters, LDCSSWT, were printed. The L was circled. Frank Little of the General Executive Board of the IWW was dead, lynched by persons unknown. 93. The other capital letters apparently stood for other militant labor leaders. Shortly after Little's lynching, the D and C W.M. F. Dunn of the Electrical Union and Tom Campbell of the New Mine Union received cards with the vigilante warning, the 7th of March 77, by special delivery mail. So did other strike leaders. The warning was clear. Unless the strike was terminated, there would be further hangings. 94. Butte workers responded in anger. Little's body was taken to a funeral parlor for public repose, and thousands walked by to pay homage to the militant labor leader, victim of the anti-labor vigilantes. On August 5, 10,000 people lined the streets of Butte for the funeral procession. At the head of the cortege marched a flag bearer and the 2 strike leaders who had been warned that they would be next to be lynched, Dunn and Campbell. Behind them marched a band, members of the Pierce Connolly Irish Independence Club, and 3,000 members of various unions. An on-the-spot observer noted that as the marchers filed past the asterisk, although Dunn paid tribute to Frank Little, he did not sympathize with his wobbly views. Dunn believed that the Butte IWW was composed in equal parts of laborers and Anaconda detectives, and while he did not believe that Little was a company detective, he was convinced that Little's presence in Butte had been arranged by those in the 1WW who were agents of the companies. Aim and outfield. The murder of Frank Little, radical labor. Agitation in Butte, Montana, 1917, Labor History 10, January 1969, 187. There is no known evidence, however, for Dunn's belief. Building that housed the offices of the Anaconda Copper Company, they pointedly glanced up at the company offices, and then looked straight ahead again. There was no word of complaint uttered, he wrote, but tragedy was written upon each face, and I said to myself as I stood there, and some wonder why there is class hatred. 9. The casket was covered with a red silk banner inscribed, "A Martyr to Solidarity." The burial was without religious ceremony, and as the body was lowered into the grave, La Marseillaise was sung. 96. Min else, unionization defeated. The men who perpetrated the affair should be brought to justice, said Burton K. Wheeler in denouncing the murder of Frank Little. County Attorney Jackson at Butte, asked by Montana's Attorney General Sam C. Ford to investigate the lynching, said, "It is a cold-blooded murder and every effort will be used to apprehend the men who did it. If they are caught they will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law." But nobody was ever caught and nobody was ever prosecuted. Will Campbell, editor of the Helena Independent and a member of the Montana Council of Defense, explained why nothing was done when he said that those in the state who decided everything, namely the heads of the corporations, were heard to comment publicly, "Good work. Let them continue to hang every IWW in the state." 98. The immediate effect of the lynching of Frank Little was the spread of the miners' strike. The union claimed it had proof that the Anaconda Copper Company had perpetrated the crime, and the workers' anger enabled the MMWU to close most mines, and because of the lack of ore, major smelters closed all over the state. 99. But on August 10, federal troops were ordered to Butte to patrol the streets leading to the mines. And as the strike spread, Senator Myers of Montana introduced into the U.S. Senate an anti-sedition bill that could have been used to guarantee the strike's defeat. When this failed to pass, a special session of the Montana legislature passed what have been called incredible laws curbing the freedom of speech. 101 such law was the Montana Sedition Act, which provided that any persons who shall utter, print, write or publish any disloyal, profane, violent, scurrilous, contemptuous, slurring or abusive language about the form of government of the United States, or the Constitution of the United States, or the soldiers or sailors, or the flag, shall be punished for each offense by a fine not less than $200 nor more than $20,000, or by imprisonment in the state prison for not less than 1 year nor more than 20 years, or by both fine and imprisonment. 101. The Montana Sedition Act was later incorporated into the Federal Sedition Act of 1918, introduced by Senator Thomas J. Walsh of Montana. 102. This was soon followed by the impeachment of Judge Charles L. Crum of Rosebud County because he had tried to act fairly and impartially in trials involving strikers. Then came the investigation of Burton K. Wheeler by the Montana Council of Defense and his resignation as district attorney. When Jeanette Rankin lost her bid for a Senate seat in 1918, she attributed her defeat to a campaign waged against her by the Anaconda Copper Company because of her support of the Metal Mine Workers Union and her denunciation on the floor of Congress of the lynching of Frank Little. 103. The strike by the Metal Mine Workers Union, which had begun in June 1917, gradually died out as individual miners reluctantly returned to work, hard-pressed for money to feed their families, and with little prospect of settlement by the adamant mine owners, who were fully supported by federal troops that remained in Butte long after the war had ended. The strike was officially called off on December 18, 1917.104. According to one scholar, the spontaneous eruption of an embittered Butte labor force following the tragic fire at the spectacular mine had come to naught. But one new element emerged from the strike that did help labor in Montana to regain its strength. This was the launching of the Butte Daily Bulletin, a militant labor paper founded and edited by William F. Dunn, which lasted from 1917 to 1924. The Bulletin helped elect an entire slate of political candidates friendly to labor, almost elected as mayor of Butte its own editor, fought corruption in the local police department, and was instrumental in the removal of that department's key officers. It also fought the economic and political dominance of the area's only major employer Anaconda Copper and most of all, actively supported and publicized many of the progressive ideas, from the levying of state taxes on mine companies to industrial unionism, that swept Montana between 1917 and 1924. 105. Federal troops stayed on in Butte until 1921. The troops, William Preston, T. points out, were quartered in barracks erected and owned by the mining companies, a practice that gave workers the idea that federal troops were guests of the management. One can imagine the government housing troops in 1. W. halls. Aliens and dissenters. Federal Suppression of Radicals, 1903 to 1933. Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1963. Page 109. William F. Dunn was a militant socialist, and he went on to become an editor of the Communist Daily Worker and one of the early leaders of the Communist Party of the United States. Dunn pointed out the need for such a daily labor paper during the 1917 strike, noting that the press of Montana was by and large controlled by the Anaconda Company. Anaconda owned the major papers in the following cities: Butte, Missoula, Helena, Miles City, Great Falls, and Billings. The company also controlled the dispatches sent out of the state over the Associated Press wire. Thus, not only were the unions effectively prevented from airing their viewpoints within Montana, but they were also hampered in presenting their arguments outside of Montana. By midsummer of 1917, strike leaders were convinced of the need for a daily newspaper to counter the incessant anti-union bias of the local press. Aid was sought from the Socialists of Butte and from a group of liberal young attorneys aligned politically against the Anaconda Company. Especially did they look for aid from Burton K. Wheeler. Both Wheeler and the Socialists responded affirmatively. Funds were raised by Wheeler and his friends and by Butte Socialists. The press of the old Butte Socialist was given to the new paper for its initial publication. On September 27, 1917, the new paper announced it would take its name from the strike bulletin and would be called the Butte Daily Bulletin. Guy Halverson and William E. Ames, the Butte Bulletin. Beginning of a Labor Daily, Journalism Quarterly, Summer, 1969, pp. 260-66. Chapter 14. Wartime Repression. The IWW. The nature of the repression. Although America's participation in World War I was relatively short-lived, the war did in fact bring about massive repression against large numbers of people. Under the banner of patriotism, heroism, and sacrifice, the Wilson administration arrested and imprisoned dissenters and scattered and silenced all who opposed either its war propaganda or the corporate forces that were growing fat on war contracts. Those who were deemed insufficiently pro-war faced severe suppression. when the administration pursued the dissenter, the critic, and the protester with a fury that had no precedent in American history since the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798. From 1917 to 1919, the anti-radical hysteria and persecution increased steadily. Mob rule triumphed over reason. Agents of the employers terrorized labor organizers, preachers, teachers, and editors, indeed, anyone infected with radicalism. Laws against espionage, sedition, and criminal syndicalism served as tools for widespread and simultaneous arrests. It was a time when violence and violations of civil liberty were judged to be national virtues. Point 2. The Wilson administration was not unaware of the lack of popular support for the war. However, it sought to combat opposition by using the twin devices of propaganda and repression. On the one hand, there was the work of the Committee of Public Information in issuing large numbers of pamphlets, posters, little histories written to order patriotic literature, and other material justifying intervention, extolling the virtue of the war to make the world safe for democracy, urging conformity, and shaping the news. On the other hand, there was the openly vicious treatment of organized labor's more militant forces, the suppression of minorities, the harassment and imprisonment of dissenters, the blatant indifference to the lynching of black people and the violence against them, and an unremitting national chauvinism. Although Wilson prided himself as an American historian, it remained for Victor Berger to remind the president of many instances in U.S. history when people had opposed a war without governmental persecution. Berger pointed out that Henry Clay, Daniel Webster, Charles Sumner, and Abraham Lincoln had used language similar to the St. Louis Proclamation in denouncing the Mexican War, and that during the Civil War, Lincoln had permitted much harsher criticism to pass unnoticed. But Wilson paid no attention to these lessons from history. IWW the chief target. Although German immigrants, exiled Mexican revolutionaries, socialists, and anarchists were subjected to repression once the U.S. entered the war, the RWW was the main target, singled out for destruction as a subversive organization. In its final report, signed by Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson, President Wilson's Labor Commission found that repressive dealings with manifestations of labor unrest is the cause of much bitterness, turns radical leaders into martyrs, and thus increases their following, and, worst of all, in the minds of the workers tends to implicate the government as a partisan in an economic conflict. There is no doubt, however, that the Bisbee and Jerome deportations, the Everett incident, the Little hanging, and similar acts of violence against workers have had a very harmful effect upon labor both in the United States and in some of the Allied countries. Such incidents are attempts to deal with symptoms rather than causes. The IWW has exercised its strongest hold in those industries and those communities where employers have most resisted the trade union movement, and where some form of protest against unjust treatment was inevitable. Sinister influences and extremist doctrines may have availed themselves of these conditions, they certainly have not created them. Point 4. Here was a condemnation of the policy the Wilson administration itself was pursuing by instituting a wholesale assault on the IWW as the Women's Peace Party noted with anger President Wilson's silence after the East St. Louis riots. 6 weeks have passed since the East St. Louis riots and no public word of rebuke, no demand for the punishment of the offenders, has come from our chief executive. These American Negroes have died under more horrible conditions than any non-combatants who were sunk by German submarines. But to our president their death does not merit consideration. 4 Lights 16, August 25, 1917, 32-33, in Popers of Women's Peace Party of New York, Swarthmore College Peace Collection. The reference is to the Everett Free Speech Fight and Massacre of 1916. See Foner, Op. Cit. 4, pp. 518-48. Organization, while failing to lift a finger to punish the agents of the giant corporations for their outrages against U.S. workers. Using federal troops under wartime emergency power, the War Department, by Wilson's orders, conducted raids on Wobblies and labor radicals throughout the country. The Army raided JWW halls, broke up meetings, searched boxcars for migrant workers, arrested organizers, and jailed and illegally detained hundreds of Wobblies. Military detachments, disguised as local police units, joined forces with the National Guard and company officials to break strikes and round up workers. Military intelligence officers engaged in counter-espionage activities in order to place suspected Wobblies under surveillance. Operatives were used to censor mail, spy on the JWW, and gather confidential data on thousands of citizens and aliens. 5. Not long after the U.S. entry into World War I, the national and state governments developed an elaborate procedure for dealing with the IWW menace. It included sudden and simultaneous dragnet raids, secret testimony from undercover agents and informants, seizure of correspondence, mailing lists, and membership cards, cross-examination of Wobblies without the presence of defense lawyers, and detention of JWW members incommunicado, or with excessive or no bail. 6. Denunciations of the JWW and demands for its suppression encouraged mob assault against its members. Beatings, tarring and featherings and deportations were risked by Wobblies on entering many towns. A particularly shocking incident, of course, was the Bisbee deportation. But another occurred in Tulsa, Oklahoma on November 8, 1917. The Oil Workers Union No. 450, OWU, was established by the IWW on January 1, 1917. Its affairs were to be handled by the AWO 400 in Minneapolis until such time as it became large enough to become independent. Locals of AWO 400 and OWU 450 were established in the oil-producing region of Tulsa. As the union drive progressed, the Tulsa World, an organ of the oil companies, editorialized. The first step in the whipping of Germany is to strangle the IWWs. Kill them, just as you would kill any other kind of snake. Don't scotch him, kill him dead. It is no time to waste money on trials and continuance and things like that. All that is necessary is the evidence and a firing squad. 7. On November 5, 1917, 11 Wobblies who were actively organizing the oil industry were arrested, tried in police court, and convicted on vagrancy charges. They were fined $100 each. Around 10 o'clock that night, the men were taken from their cells, supposedly to be returned to IWW headquarters, where they were to be released upon promising to leave Tulsa. However, the touring cars in which they were being transported were stopped by black-shrouded and hooded members of the Knights of Liberty, armed with rifles and pistols. The police escorting the men allowed themselves to be disarmed by the Knights without firing a shot, and the Wobblies were searched and bound. 6 more automobiles carrying Knights, similarly clad and armed, arrived, and the entire procession moved to a wild ravine in the Osage Hills beyond the city limits. The automobiles formed a circle with their headlights shining on an oak tree. The Wobblies were unbound and ordered to disrobe to the waist as the hooded figures kept their guns trained on them. One by one the IWWs were tied to the tree and lashed on the back until the blood ran, with a double piece of new rope made of 5% hemp. A brush was used to apply hot tar to the bleeding backs as the black-robed men in charge of the ceremony uttered the words, "In the name of the outraged women and children of Belgium." After the application of the tar, handfuls of feathers were rubbed into the men's backs. Several of the victims boldly proclaimed their allegiance to the IWW and the working class, even as the tarring and feathering was proceeding. One of the older men pleaded for mercy. "I have lived here for 18 years, he said, and have raised a large family. I am not an industrial worker of the world. I am as patriotic as any man here," but he was shown no mercy. The defenseless victims were then lined up facing west. Let this be a warning to all industrial workers of the world to never come to Tulsa, Oklahoma, again, said the ringleader. "Now get." With these words, gasoline was poured on the men's clothing and matches applied. As the Wobblies fled down the road, a fusillade of shots was fired after them. Later that night, large printed signs appeared throughout Tulsa bearing these words, warning posted. Notice to the IWWs. Don't let the sun set on you in Tulsa, Vigilance Committee. Police officers were interviewed afterward about the outrageous incident. Nothing could be done, reporters were told, since none of the Knights could be identified, inasmuch as the black robes, hoods, and masks hid all distinguishing features. But Thorstein Veblen, the distinguished economist and sociologist who investigated the incident, charged that the oil companies had organized the vigilantes. Since they controlled Tulsa, he declared, it was not surprising that the police concluded that there was nothing to be done. It was widely known that vigilante groups in the Midwest, especially in Oklahoma and Kansas, were spurred on against the Wobblies by the oil companies. 8. Anti-IWW laws. From early 1917 and continuing into the 1920s, the federal and state governments, uniting with industrial interests, moved against the IWW, using the Selective Service, Espionage and Sedition Acts, and state laws that defined criminal syndicalism so as to curtail the activities of the Wobblies. Thus, added to the beatings, jailings, tarring and feathering, was the use of federal troops under the wartime emergency, along with federal and state judicial prosecutions. Section 3 of the Espionage Act of June 15, 1917, provided that whoever, when the United States is at war, shall willfully make or convey false reports or false statements, with intent to interfere with the operation or success of the military or naval forces of the United States or to promote the success of its enemies, and whoever, when the United States is at war, shall willfully obstruct the recruiting or enlistment service of the United States, shall be punished by a fine of not more than $10,000 or imprisonment for not more than 20 years or both. 9. Yet even the Espionage Act was deemed insufficient. Attorney General Thomas Watt Gregory claimed that it did not reach the individual casual or impulsive disloyal utterances. 10. However, government attorneys found that so-called traitorous motives were not provable, so the Department of Justice called for an amendment to the Act. 11. The amendment of May 16, 1918, the Sedition Act, extended the penalties of the Espionage Act to cover obstruction of the sale of United States bonds and securities. The use of seditious language about the form of government, the Constitution, or the military uniform. Oral or written attempts to encourage resistance to the United States. Attempts to encourage its enemies, and advocacy of the curtailment of essential war production. 12. From 1917 to 1920, 20 states enacted criminal syndicalism legislation designed primarily to suppress the IWW. 13. These laws were placed on the statute books at the request of employers, and their representatives were most vocal in calling for the enforcement of the laws. As Eldridge Foster Dowell points out in his comprehensive study of this legislation. In practically every state where a criminal syndicalist bill was passed, there is evidence of a bill having been sought by those interests and industries who were having trouble with the TWW, feared trouble with them, or were apprehensive concerning the effect of the TWW and radical doctrines on the more conservative unions in a period of labor unrest. 14. The Idaho law, passed in March 1917, was among the first of the criminal syndicalist laws adopted in the World War I period. Based in part on a Wisconsin anti-anarchy statute and an earlier New York law, it was the prototype for the legislation passed in other states from 1917 to 1920. As enacted by the Idaho legislature, the Criminal Syndicalism Act included the following language. Section 2. Any person who 1. By word of mouth or writing, advocates or teaches the duty, necessity or propriety of crime, sabotage, violence or other unlawful methods of terrorism as a means of accomplishing industrial or political reform, or 2. Prints, publishes, edits, issues or knowingly circulates, sells, distributes or publicly displays any book, paper, document, or written matter in any form, containing or advocating, advising or teaching the doctrine that industrial or political reform should be brought about by crime, sabotage, violence, or other unlawful methods of terrorism with intent to exemplify, spread or advocate the propriety of the doctrines of criminal syndicalism, or 3. Organizes or helps to organize or becomes a member of, or voluntarily assembles with any society, group or assemblage of persons formed to teach or advocate the doctrines of criminal syndicalism. Is guilty of a felony punishable by imprisonment in the state prison for not more than 10 years or by a fine of not more than $5,000, or both. 15. The Criminal Syndicalism Acts were specifically drawn to cover the advocacy of doctrines as well as the commission of acts. It was not necessary to establish that members knew each other or the details of the plan or organization, provided only that the accused knew the purpose of the organization and agreed to participate in a plan to achieve that purpose. 16. The government raids. July and August 1917 saw federal troops and vigilantes, though the two were often indistinguishable, raid IWW offices throughout the country. However, the Justice Department itself seemed to be doing little to move against the Wobblies. Toward the end of July, the Wall Street Journal called upon the department to act at once to achieve the immediate suppression of the IWW. Why wait? It asked. The nation is at war, and treason must be met with preventive as well as punitive measures. Instead of waiting to see if their bite is poisonous, the heel of the government should stamp them out at once. 17. Vigilante tactics had been and were being tried and federal troops were joining in with raids and arrests. But these did not stop the IWW organizing drives. Haywood, General Secretary of the IWW, boasted, "They can't stop us. No matter what they do, we will go on until we, the roughnecks of the world, will take control of all production and work when we please and how much we please. The man who makes the wagon will ride in it himself." 18. There was only one solution. The New York Globe put it succinctly. The Bisbee Plan does not work. Only the government of the United States can destroy the troublesome LWW. 19. In response, President Wilson appointed Judge J. Harry Covington of the District of Columbia Supreme Court to investigate the WW. Upon announcement of his appointment, Haywood invited him to visit WW headquarters, where he would be given access to books and papers and also given all the assistance possible in the inquiry. Judge Covington ignored the invitation. 20. The reasons soon became clear. In the morning hours of September 5, 1917, Justice Department agents and local police officers invaded Wobbly headquarters and the homes of WW officials in Chicago, Fresno, New York City, Seattle, Spokane, Pittsburgh, Lincoln, Nebraska, Detroit, Salt Lake City, Superior, Wisconsin, Minneapolis, Duluth, Milwaukee, Portland, Oregon, Los Angeles, Omaha, Philadelphia, Miami, and every other city where the WW had an office. 64 WW headquarters in all. In addition, in many areas, Wobblies were rounded up, on the job. Operating under what one historian has described as perhaps the broadest search warrant ever issued by the American judiciary, federal agents seized everything they could lay their hands on: correspondence, minute books, typewriters, desks, even rubber bands and paperclips. From the Chicago headquarters alone, the agents confiscated over 5 tons of material, wagon loads of paper to examine for evidence of treason, as one contemporary journal put it. 21 But what is treason? The WW members are demanding and getting the right to organize, better working conditions, a shorter workday, and higher wages. That is what their treason consists of, said the state secretary of the Socialist Party of Washington. 22. There was little outcry over the raid from newspapers, and the Literary Digest, in its summary of the reaction, concluded that the press of free America do not appear to regard the raids as one of those tyrannical persecutions of the downtrodden, such as our republic was founded to prevent. 23 Even the public, the Progressive Weekly published in Chicago, took the position that the Wobblies should be the last to feel surprise. They have been uncompromising enemies of the state, and this is a time when the state must be equally uncompromising. The IWW cannot expect to stay out of jail in wartime, too. But the public did note that a protest against the raids had been sent to President Wilson and Attorney General Gregory by the Boston League for Democratic Control, whose Free Speech Committee, made up of Robert W. Dunn, Margaret Hatfield Chase, and Rev. George Grover Mills, declared, "The recent action by the authorities has not been duplicated in any country since the revolution set Russia free from such practices. Therefore, we regard these raids as a repetition of acts which we had hoped were anachronistic except in autocracies." 25. The indictments. The purpose of the raids, the United States Attorney for Philadelphia acknowledged, was very largely to put the IWW out of business. 26. During the next several weeks, in pursuit of this goal, federal investigators went through the confiscated IWW material, and they selected from the tremendous mass of correspondence, pamphlets, newspapers, and other wobbly literature, those items that would be used to bring 184 members to trial, on the charge of interfering with the war effort and encouraging resistance to the Selective Service Act. The defendants were tried in 3 separate groups, the first in Chicago, and later in Sacramento, California and Wichita, Kansas. The indictments were virtually the same in all 3 cases. The Chicago federal grand jury indicted 165 IWW members on 5 counts. The first charged the defendants with conspiring with the deceased Frank Little and diverse other persons, who, being unknown, were unnamed, to violate federal law, to obstruct the war effort by means of sabotage, and these were not, however, the only RWW members brought to trial on charges growing out of the Espionage Act. In Portland, Oregon, Marie Equi, a local JWW activist and birth control advocate, was accused of having slandered the army by saying that the soldiers were forced into the trenches because they were conscripted and that they were dirty, corruptible scum. Dr. Equi, defending herself without counsel, denied the charge, pointing out to the jury that since the Army drew its members from all walks of life, and includes the class in whose welfare I have always been interested, the working class, one could not possibly bring myself to call them dirty, corruptible scum. She claimed that the only reason for her indictment was the fact that she had supported the JWW's organizing drive in the lumber camps, and that her arrest had been instigated by the Loyal Legion of Loggers and Lumbermen, the open shop company union that was using the issue of patriotism to destroy the one union that threatened their income. Dr. Equi produced evidence that her phone had been tampered with after she had been indicted and that a dictaphone had been installed to monitor her conversations with patients. Nevertheless, the jury convicted her of sedition, and she was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment and a $500 fine. Seattle Union Record, November 9, 1918. Portland Oregonian, November 8 to 12, 1918. Destruction of property, and also by speaking and writing against the war and the draft. The second count, that they had conspired to threaten to interfere with workers' contracts with their employers. The third, that they had conspired to aid in the evasion of the draft. The fourth, that they had conspired to promote military insubordination. The fifth and last count charged that they had conspired to defraud certain employers through the mails. 27 The last count was thrown out even before the Chicago trial began. As William Preston Jr. points out, the indictment pictured the JWW as a vicious, treasonable conspiracy to oppose by force the execution of the laws of the United States and to obstruct the prosecution of the war. 28 But a reading of the 32-page indictment clearly indicates that the overt acts to prove this treasonable conspiracy consisted entirely of official statements, policy declarations, newspaper articles, and personal expressions of opinion in private and in organization correspondence. Not a single act was cited to justify the charges in the indictment. Correspondence was quoted, for example, indicating that Haywood directed an JWW organizer to visit a particular factory, mill, or mine. The purpose of the visit was not made clear in the correspondence, but this did not prevent the grand jury from concluding that the objective was either to sabotage plant operations or to interfere in some way with its production. Another example. Emile Pouget's book, Sabotage, which had been published and distributed by the JWW in 1915, and which was quoted at length in the indictment, had, in fact, been withdrawn from circulation by the JWW's General Executive Board in 1917 and no new edition had been published. But no mention was made of its withdrawal in the indictment. Similarly, most of the quotations from Solidarity and many of the letters of Wobblies quoted in the indictment were written before the period covered by it. 29. On the day following the raids of JWW headquarters, the New York Times announced, 1. The Wichita, Kansas trial, a new charge was added to the indictment: conspiracy to violate the Lever Act. It was applied in Kansas because of IWW activity in the wheat harvest and the oil fields, and it charged conspiracy to limit the production and transportation of farm products and petroleum. Clayton R. Copper, The Kansas Trial of the IWW, 1917 to 1919. Labor History 16, Summer 1975, 343-44. Even on the eve of the trial of the Wobblies in March 1918, the prosecution had yet to procure evidence to prove specific crimes. In a 23-page summary of the IWW's criminal record, prepared by the prosecution and submitted to the Attorney General, there was not a single instance cited of a specific crime committed by a Wobbly. Melvin Dubofsky, shall be all. A History of the Industrial Murkers of the Merled, Chicago, 1969, page 522. From a source of undoubted authority, a Times reporter learned here last night that the rounding up of the industrial workers of the world in various parts of the United States follows the revelation of a countrywide plot, the purpose of which included not only the destruction, as far as possible, of the wheat and corn crops in the West, and the disorganization of the mining industry, especially the copper industry, but the commission of a multitude of crimes, all intended to hamper the successful prosecution of the war against Germany. 30. Shortly after Haywood was arrested and imprisoned with 165 other Wobblies in Chicago's antiquated Cook County Jail, he told Carl Sandburg, "We have done nothing on the war one way or another. It is true we have called strikes, but they were not aimed at stopping the war." He was equally emphatic in denying that the IWW had accepted German money, an allegation which, though not contained in the indictment, he knew to be particularly damaging to the Union's public image. "Not a dirty German dollar has ever come into our hands that we know of. Every dollar we've got now and every dollar the organization will get comes from workingmen." 31. In this disclaimer, the IWW's secretary-treasurer was supported by many radicals who, like the editors of the Milwaukee Leader, believed that it is evident that the war is being made an excuse to put them, the IWW, out of business with an iron hand. 32. Whether one relishes it or not, maintained the young socialist Louis Freyna, the fact is that the IWW has not acted against the war, and is chiefly if not exclusively at the moment interested in questions of wages and the regulation of industrial conditions. 33. The IWW and the draft. The charge that the IWW interfered with conscription, one of the 5 counts in the indictment, was in fact ironic because the IWW had actually refused to take a stand on the draft. As we have seen, shortly before the declaration of war, the IWW National Office held up production of adhesive stickers it had planned to distribute. These said, "Why be a soldier?" with the last word printed in dripping red letters. As June 15, 1917, the day set aside for the registration of all draft-age males approached, the IWW made no recommendation to its members. On registration day there was a mass refusal to register in 2 localities, and in both instances, IWW members were involved. In the Mesabi Range of northern Minnesota, over 200 miners, veterans of the previous year's IWW-led strike, were arrested for refusing to register. But IWW leaders had, for a discussion of the Mesabi Range strike of 1916, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, New York, 1965, 486-517. Warned them against giving the government any excuse to arrest them. The other incident took place in Rockford, Illinois, when Clyde Huff, an JWW member, and 2 other workers, were arrested for non-registration. About 600 men, mainly Wobblies and socialists, then marched to the county jail and demanded either the release of the imprisoned men or the arrest of all the men in the crowd, since they too were unwilling to register. The sheriff arrested 138 men, all that the jail could hold, and ordered the crowd to disperse, which it did. Within a month, 117 of the men had been sentenced to a year at hard labor by District Judge Kennesaw M. Landis, whom we shall soon meet again, who called them belly-aching, whining puppies. Although Solidarity carried reports of the Rockford affair, the JWW neither publicized the case nor rendered aid to the defendants. 34. Some individual JWW members did advocate and practice dodging the draft, and a resolution adopted by the Augusta, Kansas local in May 1917, urged that all members of the WW resist conscription by refusing to join any band of potential murderers or by any other effective methods deemed advisable. 35 But from the time of the entry of the United States into the war until the indictments were handed down, the JWW as an organization had taken no stand on whether or not members should comply with the draft law. To the numerous members who wrote in inquiring about the JW's position on the draft, the National Office replied that there was no position. In late June 1917, a special session of the General Executive Board was convened in Chicago, but instead of resolving the issue, it became hopelessly deadlocked. Haywood and several other members maintained that the JWW should stick to industrial activities and that to challenge the draft would only invite repression without really making a dent in the war effort. The only position which the board could agree on was that Ralph Chaplin should be given the authority to print a statement over his own signature. Appearing in the July 20, 1917 issue of Solidarity, Chaplin's statement said that members who joined military forces had always been expelled from the JWW and that the principle of the international solidarity of labor to which we have always adhered makes it impossible for us to participate in any and all of the plunder squabbles of the parasite class. It urged that members register for the draft, but that they also claim exemption from military service by writing on the registration form, JWW, opposed to war. 36. The one IWW leader who was most willing to engage in direct conflict with the selective service system was, as we have seen, Frank Little. At the General Executive Board meeting he argued vehemently but unsuccessfully for an outright anti-draft position. 37. In short, the IWW limited its opposition to the war to rhetoric and took no specific anti-war action. The regional leaders of the IWW made conscription a matter of individual conscience. Roughly 95% of the eligible Wobblies registered with their draft boards, and most served when called. Victimized by patriotic vigilantes, the Wobblies protested that they were more interested in organizing workers to increase their wages and improve their working conditions than in opposing the war, much as they hated every war but the class war. 38. But while the IWW did not advocate draft dodging, the Wobblies were not pacifists. They believed deeply that all wars except the class war benefited only the capitalists while the workingmen bore the cost. Through its general anti-war, anti-imperialist stance, the IWW was identified with militant opposition to the war in its every phase, so that the editors of the Michigan Socialist insisted that the arrest and jailing of Wobbly leaders was but a blind to conceal the government's real aim to crush organizations who insist upon telling the truth about the war and peace. 39. But it also seems clear that the authorities were more concerned over the IWW's effectiveness in organizing labor's discontent and leading workers in strikes than over their lack of patriotism. As we have seen in a previous volume, from the very inception of the IWW, officials of the Department of Justice had sought to establish a basis for federal action against the Wobblies. As early as 1912, President Taft had said he believed that firm repression would carry California for the Republican ticket and return him to the presidency. In 1915, Woodrow Wilson, Taft's successor, ordered an investigation of the Wobblies, and even when the agent he dispatched to study the problem came back with a negative report, he was still determined to act against the Wobblies. Before 1917, however, federal investigations had failed to uncover evidence of a kind sufficient to justify criminal prosecution of the Wobblies. But with the passage of the Espionage Act of June 15, 1917, a federal means of indictment was established. No less a person than Attorney General Henry M. Doherty gave the real reason for the federal and state trials of the IWW when he said in 1922 that, in a great industrial nation such as ours, labor organizations are necessary, but they must be the right kind of unions under the right kind of leadership. 40. See Foner, Op. Cit. 4. pp. 295, 482-86. The right kind of unions under the right kind of leadership were, of course, the affiliates of the American Federation of Labor and the Gompers leadership. Haywood claimed that he was told by the writer Robert Bruere that Gompers was responsible for interesting the Department of Justice in the campaign to annihilate the RWW. One does not necessarily have to believe that were it not for Gompers' intervention the Wobblies would not have been prosecuted. But there is much evidence to show that when the FWW began to make inroads into AFL membership, especially in the West, the federal government worked with the Federation leadership to destroy the Wobblies. The Coast Seaman Tilda Journal declared that the prosecution of the RWW was intended to drive large numbers of men who had a casual acquaintance with the FWW to form labor unions under the AFL. RWW papers and documents seized by the Justice Department were turned over to Gompers by Attorney General Thomas W. Gregory to help the Federation in its struggle with the radical Wobblies. Not only did Gompers fully support all legislation rushed through Congress dealing with espionage and sedition, he also worked closely with the Justice Department in ferreting out subversives in the labor movement. going so far as to place labor men on the payroll of the Department of Justice as agents and informers. Ralph Easley of the National Civic Federation was usually his intermediary in such matters. 41. Gompers never once protested against the suppression of the RWW. On the contrary, he added to the hysteria against the Wobblies by denying that the RWW served any labor function and by labeling the organization as an agent of the Kaiser. Similarly, socialists such as Adolf Germer, Victor Berger, and Morris Hillquit were branded by Gompers as German sympathizers, not only because of their views, but also because their ethnic background was German. 42. The government sabotages the defense. Following the September 5, 1917 raids, Haywood requested that Herbert Mahler and C.E. Payne come to Chicago to organize the national defense work for the soon-to-be arrested and jailed Wobblies. Mahler was arrested later that month, but Payne was not. The General Executive Board split on the strategy to be taken for the trial. Some said that the RWW leaders should avoid the arrests and go underground. But Haywood and FWW attorney George F. Vanderveer convinced them to use the trial as propaganda for the cause. Haywood ordered those under indictment to submit to arrest, which they did. Vanderveer made a motion to quash the indictment on the ground that it was based on hearsay and supported by evidence gathered in an unconstitutional manner. The bulk of the material taken from the general headquarters in Chicago, for example, was seized on the basis of search warrants issued on affidavits that failed either to specify the property to be taken or to establish facts from which magistrates could determine probable cause. But these objections were dismissed. There was some talk to the effect that the government had offered to dismiss the indictment if the IWW agreed not to use the arrests as propaganda, and that the Wobblies had refused to do so, but this was only conjecture. After the IWW leaders had been imprisoned in the Cook County Jail, the hard-pressed IWW tried to bail them out and plan a legal defense. To inhibit the Wobblies' defense efforts, the government maintained a rigid censorship policy under which the post office was instructed to withhold mailing privileges from defense committees, and to intercept, delay, and seize outright the IWW defense mail. The IW's General Defense Committee, formed to coordinate defense activities, found its mail delayed by postal authorities for periods ranging up to 8 and 12 months. Numerous categories of IWW material were barred from the mails altogether. The censorship became so tight that a copy of an IWW resolution against sabotage was declared to be unmailable on the ground that it contained the word sabotage. When a small group of prominent liberals placed a fundraising appeal in the New Republic, asking only that readers contribute to the defense fund in order to assure the IWW defendants of a fair hearing, the Post Office Department pressured the magazine into refusing to run the appeal in any subsequent issues. 43 other government agencies pitched in. 2 alien Wobblies who handled defense literature were detained by immigration officials. Under these circumstances, it took real courage to speak out in support of the IWW and urge funds for their defense. One who did was Helen Keller, the deaf, mute, and blind socialist. Keller published, in behalf of the LWW, in The Liberator, in which she asked, "Who is truly indicted? They or the social system that produced them?" Surely, she added, the demands of the IWW are just, and urging immediate assistance in their trial, she concluded. Despite their errors, their blunders, and the ignominy heaped upon them, I sympathize with the JWs. Their cause is my cause. While they are threatened and imprisoned, I am manacled. 44. Through such appeals, sufficient funds were raised to release on bail the Wobblies who were in prison. The Chicago Trial. On April 1, 1918, the longest criminal trial in United States legal history up to that time began in Chicago. Of the 113 NBW officials and members brought to trial, 101 remained to be tried. The others were either allowed a severance or had the indictments against them dropped. Each of the remaining 101 was charged with more than 100 separate crimes. 43. Defense counsel Vanderveer and prosecuting attorney Frank K. Nebeker spent 29 days selecting the jury. Among the questions asked of prospective jurymen by Vanderveer were, "You told Mr. Nebeker that you had never read any revolutionary literature. Have you never read in school about American Revolution of 1776? Or the French Revolution which deposed the king and made France a republic? Or the Russian Revolution that overthrew the autocracy and the Tsar? In our own Civil War, do you think it was right for Congress to pass a law which took away from the people of the South several $1 million worth of property in the form of chattel slaves without compensation?" 46. The trial took place before Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis, soon to become famous, in the aftermath of the 1919 Chicago Black Sox scandal, as baseball's first commissioner. Described by John Reed, who covered the trial for The Liberator, as possessing the face of Andrew Jackson 3 years dead, Landis had earlier presided over the trial of the Wobblies in socialists from Rockford, Illinois, accused of evading the Registration Act, and had handed down harsh sentences after they were found guilty. Despite the fact that he had a son in the army, strongly supported the war, and vehemently disliked radicalism, Landis tried to convey an attitude of courtesy and fairness to the defendants. John Reed reported that it was, in many ways, a most unusual trial. When the judge enters the courtroom after recess, no one rises. He himself has abolished the pompous formality. He sits without robes, in an ordinary business suit, and often leaves the bench to come down and perch on the step of the jury box. By his personal order, spittoons are placed beside the prisoners as seats, so they can while away the long day with a chaw. And as for the prisoners themselves, they are permitted to take off their coats, move around, read newspapers. Point 47. Writing of the prisoners, Reed noted that he doubted if ever before in history had there been a sight just like them. 101 men, lumberjacks, harvest hands, miners, editors, 101 who, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn and Carlo Tresca, were allowed a severance from the other defendants, and were never brought to trial. The indictment against Arturo Giovannitti was dropped, much to his annoyance, since he wanted to be with his comrades. Believe that the wealth of the world belongs to him who creates it, and that the workers of the world should take their own. 48. There were limits to Landis's air of fairness when it came to Benjamin Harrison Fletcher, the only black defendant in all the IWW trials. For example, Landis was angered because Fletcher's illness had forced the court to cancel the July 10 session. He revoked Fletcher's bail, and the Black Wobbly had to spend 2 weeks in Cook County Jail. 49. Judge Landis allowed the prosecution to present evidence in order to demonstrate the defendant's frame of mind. Nebaker tried to prejudice the jury further than it already had been by the current hysteria against the IWW, by asking the defendants during cross-examination if they believed in marriage or free love. Vanderveer of course objected, but Landis allowed the questions. He also permitted the prosecution wide leeway in introducing IWW materials that were written and distributed before the declaration of war or, in other words, outside the period of the indictment. On the other hand, when Vanderveer tried to show that the IWW had arisen out of contemporary economic conditions, Landis stopped HIIN. He ruled out any attempt to insert into the record the report of the Commission on Industrial Relations aimed at enabling the jury to understand the economic conditions in the United States that had given birth to the IWW and had led to its growth. He insisted that the defendants were on trial, not the country. But Vanderveer was able to get around Landis's ruling that evidence relating to exploitative working conditions was not relevant and thus could not be introduced. He did this by having defendants testify about their own personal experiences in which capitalist exploitation was an overriding theme. Indeed, it is doubtful if any radical group had ever before made such use of the courtroom to set forth its philosophy and experience as did the IWW in 1918. Here is John Reed's description of a typical testimony by the defendants. I heard Frank Rogers, a youth grown black and bitter, with eyes full of vengeance, tell briefly and dryly of the speculator mine fire, and how hundreds of men burned to death because the company would not put doors in the bulkheads. He spoke of the assassination of Frank Little, who was hung by vigilantes in Montana, and how the miners of Butte swore to remember, and of Oklahoma, the tar and feathering of the workers at Tulsa. Fletcher was the leader of the Marine Transport Workers Union, which was especially strong in Philadelphia. For his activity in MTWU, see Foner, Op. Cit. 4. pp. 125-27, 245. Philip S. Foner, Organized Labor and the Black Worker, 1619-1981, New York, 1982, pp. 112-14, 159-60. All this has come out day by day, shocking story on story. I sat for the better part of 2 days listening to A.S. Embry tell again the astounding narrative of the Arizona deportations. Many of the deportees had wives, families and property in Bisbee, some were not J.W.s at all, and others that had no connection with the labor movement in any way. Listen to the scriptural simplicity of this. Well, they grabbed us. And the deputy says, are you a member of the J.W.W.? I says, yes, so he asked for my card, and I gave it to him, and he tore it up. He tore the other cards up that the fellow members along with me had, so this fellow member says, there is no use tearing that card up, we can get duplicates. Well, the deputy says, we can tear the duplicates up, too. And this fellow worker says, he says, yes, but you can't tear it out of my heart. 50. The IWW defense consisted mainly of documentary evidence and testimony to demonstrate that the organization was engaged not in the alleged conspiracies against the Selective Service Act, the Espionage Act, and other war statutes, but rather in the amelioration of labor conditions. 51 The defendants took pains to explain, and some felt they exaggerated, the extent to which the IWW had avoided outright opposition to the war effort. Haywood, who was on the stand for 3 days and was the star witness, testified that the IWW had never taken any action on conscription, and that he himself had never aided anyone in impeding the war effort. In fact, He cited an example in which the IWW was instrumental in the prosecution of the war, namely, the Philadelphia Local of the Marine Transport Workers Union, led by Ben Fletcher, whose members had spent the duration of the war loading munitions, oil, and other supplies for shipment to the Allies. Haywood denied that men had been expelled from the organization for joining the armed forces. 2 soldiers, testifying for the defense, said they had been IWW members before the war, planned to rejoin, and had encountered no hostility from other Wobblies on account of their service in the Army. Another defense witness testified that the local IWW branch in Augusta, Kansas had chased one of its former leaders out of town because of his talk against the draft, even though originally it had endorsed his resolution against conscription. 52. Ben Fletcher did not testify, but Walter T. Neff, John J. Walsh, and Edward F. Doré, Philadelphia Wobblies, told about the war activities of the Marine Transport Workers. All 3 testified that the Wobblies controlled the Philadelphia docks, that relations between black and white longshoremen were friendly and harmonious, and that although when A. C. Christ, one of the original 113 defendants, appeared in court in military uniform on April I, the government quickly dismissed Christ's case. New LBRK Times, April 2, 3, 1918. 80% of their cargoes consisted of powder, munitions, steel rails, and other war materials. No explosion or accident had occurred. Walsh indicated that only 2 or 3 detectives watched the docks in Philadelphia and they were looking for German, not JWW, saboteurs. On New York docks, which were not under Wobbly control, there were as many detectives as there were longshoremen. If the IWW had wanted to undermine the war effort, Walsh stated, sabotage would have been easy. There is not a ship on the Atlantic coast that hasn't got JWW men in the fire room or on deck or in the galley as a cook even. As an organizer, Walsh commented, he would have been among the first to know if the JWW wanted its members to refrain from registering. He told the court, I know there were over 200 members, from Philadelphia, volunteered and were drafted before I surrendered myself on December 5, 1917, 53. Vanderveer hammered away at the prosecutor's inability to come up with any evidence specifically showing a conspiracy to obstruct the war. He protested vehemently that all of the government's evidence referred to letters, newspaper articles, union bulletins, and the like, which pertained to events prior to America's declaration of war on April 6, 1917, and was therefore inadmissible. He insisted that the government was trying to prove that anti-capitalism was the same as pro-Germanism and therefore constituted disloyalty to the United States. 54. In the case of each strike that Nebaker had alleged had deliberately interfered with the war effort, Vanderveer successfully demonstrated, through federal publications and reports, that the objectives were not political, but rather based on economic factors. 55. In the face of the prosecution's obvious lack of evidence to support its case, Vanderveer was naively optimistic. Our record on the strike issue presented in the first and second counts, and on the issue of violence and destruction of property, is absolutely clean, and I have not the slightest doubt about our ability to make the position which the government has outlined in the indictment look ridiculous. 56. He continued, every day now furnishes some new reason for believing that the Chicago case will shortly be disposed of, probably on our motion to quash the indictment. In large part, no doubt, this is because the government is afraid to take chances on the outcome of so public a trial. 57. At the end of the trial, Vanderveer did not even present a closing argument to the jury. It appears that he believed his effective examination and cross-examination of witnesses, added to the ineffectiveness of the prosecution's case, left nothing upon which the jury could convict any one of the defendants. 58. But it seems that the defendants did not share their counsel's optimism. Writing from his jail cell, A.S. Embry cautioned that regardless of the prosecution's lack of evidence and notwithstanding Vanderveer's effectiveness, our men can be killed or jailed. James Rowan, another defendant, stated, of course we can expect nothing else than to be jailed for taking part in a strike. For we know that a rebellious slave is the worst criminal in the eyes of the master. Yet John Reed believed that these men still have faith in the goodness of mankind, and the possibility of justice for the righteous. They had not given up on the working class, Reed wrote. After all, had not Rowan remarked, what they can do in Russia, we can do in this land of the free. 59. The verdict and the sentences. Vanderveer's optimism soon proved to be unjustified. After the 5-month trial, it took the jury just an hour to find all of the defendants guilty as charged, each and every defendant on each and every one of the 4 counts. The Wobblies were shocked by the speed and the substance of the verdict. Vincent Street, John wrote, I did not think that mob justice would prevail in a U.S. court. 60. But the Wobblies should not have been surprised. For all the brilliance of their defense, they and their attorney might just as well have been talking to themselves. The trial took place in an atmosphere of hysteria that increased when the Bolshevik Revolution triumphed in Russia on November 7, 1917. The universal acclaim that had greeted the March Revolution was gone. It was one thing for the Tsar to be overthrown, it was quite another to have the economic and political rule of the workers and peasants triumphant. A wholesale propaganda attack on the new Soviet government immediately began, with misinformation and misrepresentation as the main weapons of this propaganda. How thoroughgoing this misinformation was, became a matter of public and scandalous record when Walter Lippmann and Charles Merz made a study of the way in which the new LVRK Times had reported the news about the Bolshevik government in the first 100 days after November 7, 1917. Published as a special supplement of the New Republic on August 4, 1920, a test of the news concluded that Americans who relied upon the Times for their source of information had been totally misinformed about the facts of Soviet life for the 100 days. When the IWW defendants were asked by the prosecution about their views of marriage and family life, they were expected to confirm the jury's view, gained from newspaper reports about the Soviet Union, that the Bolsheviks had abolished marriage and family life, and that all Wobblies had similar attitudes toward marriage and the family. The trials of the Wobblies took place in an atmosphere of just such misinformation and misrepresentation. When the jury left the courtroom for lunch, they passed a movie theater whose marquee read, "The Menace of the IWW," and "The Red Viper." When they returned to the courtroom, they heard the prosecution inveigh against "The Menace of the IWW," and "The Red Viper." It was the menace, the Red Viper, that stood in the dock, not the defendants. In words that were reminiscent of the Haymarket trial, the prosecution openly stated, "It is the IWW which is on trial here." 61 During the trial, John J. Walsh predicted the final verdict when he said, "We know it is a very easy matter any time for a long-distance patriot like Frank K. Nebeker to get up here and wave the flag in front of a jury. That is the whole trouble." 62. Apart from the coverage of the trial by John Reed in The Liberator and David Karsner in the New York Evening Call, both socialist papers and both with meager circulations, coverage of the trial in most newspapers consisted of sensational charges against the IWW. Many of the charges were made in the form of out-of-court disclosures, by the prosecution, of material that they could not introduce as evidence even with Landis's lenient standards. No publicity was given to the IWW's repudiation of the charges in the indictment, nor to the defendants' efforts to explain that the IWW's radical unionism was necessary in an era of high profits, low wages, and poor working conditions. Most shocking of all was the fact that the press completely ignored or played down the fact that F. M. Bailey, a government accountant who examined the organization's finances for the Department of Justice, specifically refuted the charge that the IWW's organizing drives were financed by German gold. 63. What difference, after all, did that make? The Outlook told its readers before the jury announced its verdict. Regardless of their verdict, it has been made clear during the course of this trial that we have in the United States a full-fledged revolutionary organization under leadership as radical as any that existed in Russia prior to the overthrow of the autocracy. 64. On August 31, 1918, Judge Landis, dropping his amiability, handed down the sentences. 17 defendants, whose connection with the IWW was tenuous, one was a 19-year-old Harvard sophomore who was not even an IWW member, got off lightly. They were either released on their own recognizance or received sentences of 10 days in the county jail or 1 year and 1 day in federal prison. But 83 Wobblies were treated harshly. 35 were sentenced to 5 years each in prison, 33 to 10 years, and 15 to 20 years. Total fines in the cases exceeded $2 million. 6 feet. Haywood, Chaplin, James P. Thompson, Red, Doran, James Rowan, and other veterans of FWW struggles received sentences of $30,000 fines and 20 years in prison each. Although no witness testified to Ben Fletcher's disloyalty during the trial, he was convicted on 4 counts. Prior to being sentenced, Fletcher told the court, "I have not engaged in any disloyal propaganda against the United States government. My activities have always been within the law." Referring to his voluminous correspondence introduced during the trial, Fletcher remarked, "I do not think you will find us until a bit of evidence therein to substantiate any claims that my efforts were disloyal. No matter." The only black defendant was fined $30,000 and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Haywood later recalled that Fletcher sidled over to me and said, "The judge has been using very ungrammatical language." I looked at his smiling black face and asked, "How's that, Ben?" He said, "His sentences are much too long." 660. Not a single Wobbly fled the country or went underground between the time of conviction and sentencing. Richard Brazier, a defendant, maintained in 1966 that Landis's generosity in releasing them from a Cook County jail prior to sentencing was suspected. They believed that the judge expected them to run away so that he could label them cowards and fugitives. 67. After being sentenced, The prisoners were sent by train to the federal penitentiary in Leavenworth to await release on bail while the appeal of their conviction went to the higher courts. We will deal in our next volume with the defense movement and the appeals, but here we note that in October 1920 the United States Circuit Court of Appeals reversed the convictions on the first 2 counts, but upheld them on counts 3 and 4. Thus, the Wobblies were acquitted of conspiracy to prevent and hinder the government from executing numerous statutes for the prosecution of the war, and of conspiring to interfere with the production and transportation of food, clothing, and munitions essential to the carrying on of the war. They were found guilty of conspiracy to interfere with the enforcement of the selective draft law and to violate the federal espionage law, and to. Haywood added that at another time during the trial, Fletcher remarked, in a spirit of humor, "If it wasn't for me, there'd be no color in this trial at all. I might explain that he was the only Negro in the group." Bill Haywood's book, The Autobiography of William D. Haywood, New York, 1929, page 325. Obstruct Army and Navy recruiting. The Court of Appeals not only concurred in the guilty verdict but held that the admission of illegally seized evidence had not violated the defendants' constitutional rights because the defendants had been indicted as individuals, not as members of the JWW. The documents and records were considered tools of the crime and therefore were not protected by the Fourth Amendment against seizure. 68. On April 11, 1921, the Supreme Court declined to review the trial. After the Chicago co-defendants were found guilty, the government's battle to destroy the JWW shifted to Sacramento, California and Wichita, Kansas. But since both of these trials began in December 1918, 1 month after World War I ended, and took place under somewhat different circumstances, we shall study them in our next volume. What happened to the IWW archives? Wagon loads of paper had been confiscated from JWW headquarters by the federal authorities. Before the trials commenced, defense attorney Vanderveer submitted a petition for the return of a large volume of papers, letters, books, documents, records and other property unlawfully seized and taken from the possession of the defendants by officers of the United States government in violation of the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States and the rights of said defendants thereunder. 69. But the petition was rejected by Judge Landis. Some of the JWW correspondence found its way into the transcript of the trial and the brief of the appeals to the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. 70. But while 75 of Benjamin Harrison Fletcher's letters were read at the trial, only a few were printed as part of the official transcript. These and others were also deposited in the Justice Department files and were later housed in the National Archives in Washington, D.C. They have been examined by a number of scholars, including this writer, but after William Preston Jr. completed his research for Aliens and Dissenters, Federal Suppression of Radicals, 1903 to 1933, originally a doctoral dissertation at the University of Wisconsin, J. Edgar Hoover restricted and removed from the open archives those items that were deemed sensitive. Among the collections still open after that order, which included portions of JWW correspondence, the most important were the pardon petitions of IWW prisoners RG 240 Justice Department record groups in the National Archives. In 1976, the National Archives decertified the investigative files of the Bureau of Investigation, the precursor of the FBI. Although the Bureau of Investigation files are no substitute for the original JWW records, they do throw new light on JWW activities, especially for the period 1918 to 1920. But even this contains only a minute portion of the confiscated IWW correspondence. It would be pleasant to report that the tons of material confiscated from the IWW have been located in some warehouse or cellar and will shortly be made available to students of the U.S. labor movement. Unfortunately, this is not the case. The answer to the question of what happened to the vast collection of IWW material confiscated by the federal authorities is that the bulk of it was destroyed by court order. On May 8, 1922, Judge George T. Page of the District Court of the United States, Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division, issued an order to destroy all correspondence, literature, pamphlets, and other books now located in rooms 858 and 959 of the Federal Building in the City of Chicago, State of Illinois, and in the warehouse of the Federal Fireproof Storage Company, in the City of Chicago, County of Cook, and State of Illinois. This material consisted of the property seized from the defendants and from the headquarters of the Industrial Workers of the World, located at 1001 West Madison Street, Chicago, Illinois, and from various subordinate branches of said Industrial Workers of the World throughout the country on September 5, 1917, 71. On July 13, 1925, U.S. Marshal Palmer E. Anderson and Deputy U.S. Marshal Leon H. Taskelan certified that, on July 10 and 11, 1925, we went to the federal storage at 871 No. State Street, with 3 laborers and truck, took all of L.W.W. paraphernalia, to the city dump at 35th in Kiji, destroyed and burned, using gasoline etc., as said court orders for same. 12. There was another fire, at the IWW headquarters, which destroyed all of the records from 1919 to 1923. Chapter 15. Wartime Repression, the Socialists. On September 5, 1917, the day on which every IWW hall in the country was raided, the Socialist Party's national office in Chicago suffered a similar fate, and was occupied for 3 days by government agencies. At the same time, a party convention in Mitchell, South Dakota was dispersed by force. 1. Socialists turned toward support of the war. Just as there is irony in the repression of the JWW on the ground that it opposed and interfered with the war, whereas its activities in that direction were hardly extensive, so there is similar irony in the Wilson administration's determined pursuit of the socialists. Although they had voted for the St. Louis anti-war majority resolution, groups within the socialist leadership soon began to abandon it and to drift slowly into the pro-war camp. It is true that Eugene V. Debs, Charles E. Ruthenberg, Edward Wagenicht, Kate Richards O'Hare, and other socialist leaders did conduct active anti-war campaigns, but, as Michael Bassett points out, this was not typical of the party as a whole, and at the very time that the administration's persecution of the socialists had reached its height, much of the danger of socialist opposition to the war had passed, too. While giving lip service to the anti-war resolution, for example, Morris Hillquit worked actively to undermine it. During his mayoralty campaign in New York City in the fall of 1917, he insisted that the socialists did not stand for an immediate withdrawal from the war. The socialists would be the last class of people to advise our government to withdraw from the war, now that it is in it, and to leave all the nations of Europe to their own destinies. 3. By way of emphasizing how far he had drifted from the St. Louis platform, Hillquit added that socialists did not advocate violation of laws. Although many believed that was the meaning of the majority report. 4. The consequences of U.S. entry into the war seemed to many previously anti-war socialists to hold out the prospect that socialism would emerge from the conflict, so the war might be worthy of support. As we have seen, wartime agencies of control and planning proliferated. The war had given to the government vast and unheard of powers, one socialist observer recalled, and one seemed to see under his eyes, the collectivist state in the making a state without the democratic safeguards which socialists demanded, but far removed from the ideal of the worshipper of laissez-faire. The Bolshevik Revolution provided another justification to socialists who were drifting away from the St. Louis Majority Report. With but few exceptions, almost all Socialist Party members, officials, and journals praised the Russians for what they had achieved, and expressed support for the Bolsheviks. Both moderate and left members of the Socialist Party hailed the October Revolution with enthusiasm. 6 feet. In addition, the assumption of many socialists who had opposed the war that there was no difference between the Allies and the Central Powers was shaken by the harsh terms Germany imposed upon Bolshevik Russia in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. These socialists naively believed that the Allies would come to the aid of the Bolsheviks and prevent Germany from crushing the first socialist republic in the world. Many, moreover, were enthusiastic about the Bolshevik I-EACE proposals. No indemnities, no annexations, free development of all nationalities, and believed, again naively, that the Allies would help make them a reality. Lloyd George's speech of January 4, and especially Wilson's 14-point speech 4 days later, gave rise to a much friendlier sentiment in socialist circles toward the Allies. Led by Hillquit, these socialists now proclaimed that it was no longer necessary to oppose the war, and they called for a new convention to scrap the St. Louis Proclamation. 7. This trend to climb onto the pro-war bandwagon became even more pronounced around the time of the Third Liberty Loan Drive of April 1, 1918. The 7 socialist aldermen in New York City, elected less than a half year earlier because the voters had thought they were strongly opposed to the war, suddenly announced support for the loan. Local, however, left-wing socialists were angered by the fact that the reformist dominated. National Executive Committee, at its meeting in December 1917, issued no endorsement of the Bolshevik regime. Class Struggle 2. Jan. Feb. 1918. 126-28. As we shall see in our next volume, this issue was to cause a sharpening conflict between the left and right wings of the party and hasten the split in 1919. Leaders of the Bronx and Brooklyn sections of the party immediately condemned this unauthorized reversal of socialist policy, but then Congressman Meyer London published his endorsement of the loan on April 17, and 2 days later the Executive Committee of the Jewish Socialist Federation appealed to the National Executive Committee to reverse the St. Louis Resolution. 8. In a speech in Congress on May 1, 1918, London not only affirmed his support of the war, but rationalized his position by asserting that Wilson had adopted the substance of the international socialist movement for his presentation of the aims and objects of the United States in the war. So dazzled were socialists like Hillquit and London by the glitter of Wilson's 14 points that they forgot the basic point that the Bolsheviks had made and were still making, that the war was an imperialist war which no worker should support. 9. The attack on socialists begins. It is ironic that at the very time that a large number of socialists were openly asserting that the Socialist Party should publicly renounce the St. Louis Majority Report and support the president's war measures, the administration's campaign against the Socialist Party was reaching its peak, and federal authorities were busy arresting and proceeding against socialist leaders. As Arturo Giovannitti put it in Socialists and Suppression, published in the August 1918 issue of Liberator. The Socialist Party stands now convicted without trial of un-Americanism, whatever that may be, and is condemned to remain under a cloud of opprobrium until such time as it shall please the powers that be, to take the muzzle off its mouth. As there is hardly any sign that this will be done before the Kaiser is beaten. The Socialist Party will have to stand the jibes, the innuendos and the insults of everybody that wants to take a fling at it. It can and will have to bleed on the battlefield for the cause of democracy. 10. And, bleed, it certainly did. In its report to the 1919 Socialist Party Convention, the National Executive Committee told a terrifying story. Within a year after adopting the St. Louis program, hundreds of comrades were arrested and an era of persecution set in. Patriotic societies organized a white terror in many parts of the country. Locals and branches were destroyed, party members were boycotted, and in some states, they were the victims of mobs. Our press was largely destroyed and the few publications that survived were deprived of their mailing privileges. Government spies dogged the heels of party members and in some of the larger cities our headquarters were raided by government officials. Some were sacked by mobs. In many parts of the country the only sources of information the party members had was the capitalist press. All the resources of the party had to be mobilized for the defense of our victimized members. 11. Every time the government moves against the socialists, the press applauds, the nation remarked sadly, and went on. In the almost unparalleled intolerance of other people's opinions if they differ from the prevailing one, socialists are treated as if they are enemies of society, a direful brood hatching something so new and so dreadful no one can quite define it. Society shudders, our politicians rage, and our leaders of industry declare that, like the IWW, the socialists ought to be hanged. The one man whom the nation singled out for most of the blame was Postmaster General Albert Burleson. It charged that he was largely responsible for handling the vendetta against the socialists. Burleson, said the nation, had the breadth of view of a small Texan town. 12. Suppression of the socialist press. Unable to restrain himself, notes James Weinstein, Burleson began seizing socialist newspapers even before Wilson signed the Espionage Act. 13. His first move was against the Hallettsville rebel in Texas, champion of black and white sharecroppers. He removed it from the mails with the issue of June 9, 1917. This was 6 days before the Espionage Act was signed and became law. Mailing privileges were soon also withdrawn from the masses, the Jewish Daily Forward, and from several daily newspapers printed in German, Russian, and Hungarian. The New York Call, the only socialist daily newspaper printed in English in the city, had its second-class mailing privileges revoked in the midst of Morris Hillquit's campaign for mayor on the socialist ticket. 14. The Socialist News of Cleveland was banned from the mails on June 25, 1917. The Michigan Socialist of Detroit received the same treatment the next day, and on June 30, the International Socialist Review and the American Socialist were declared unmailable. 13. The Milwaukee Leader not only was denied its second-class mailing privileges but lost 15,000 subscribers outside of Milwaukee, as well as a large amount of advertising all told, an estimated $500,000 during the first year. 16. When the American Socialist suppression became known, the following telegram was sent to a number of congressmen. The American Socialist, official publication of the Socialist Party, refused admission to mails. We vigorously protest against this violation of federal constitution. Impossible for this government to convince the world we are engaged in war for democracy when constitutional guarantees at home are swept aside in such autocratic manner. In the interests of free press, we appeal to you to immediately take this matter up with Solicitor Lamar of Postal Departments, who seems to be Executive Censor of Press of United States. 17. A telegram was also sent to President Wilson. Liberty edition of the American Socialist, containing an appeal to you, has been held up by the Post Office censor. Such action gives the lie to your proclamation that this is a war for democracy. Even Germany allows Vorwärts and Zukunft to appeal to the Kaiser. We appeal to you to strike the muzzle from the American press and to reprimand those who would reduce this country below the level of the Tsar's old reign. 18. Both the Congress and the White House ignored the appeals. Wilson also ignored an appeal from Herbert Croly, the influential editor of the New Republic, urging him to use persuasion rather than suppression in dealing with the problem. Upton Sinclair, who had left the Socialist Party to support the war, wrote to Wilson from California urging him to stop the suppression of the socialist press. None of these pleas were of any avail, nor were Victor Berger's appeals on behalf of his paper, the Milwaukee Leader. Berger warned Burleson and others in the Wilson administration that suppression would hurt the moderate evolutionary socialists and aid those who believed in bloody revolution, and that it would produce the same results as it did in Russia. 19 But Wilson and those around him were deaf to all appeals. Faced with stem suppression, the appeal to reason deserted the cause and supported the war. Abraham Cahan, editor of the Jewish Daily Forward, also began to vacillate. When the Trading with the Enemy Act of October 1917 required foreign-language newspapers to file translations of all material dealing with the war or foreign affairs, Cahan gave that as an excuse for abandoning the St. Louis Resolution as a guide and began to agitate for a convention to revise the Majority Resolution, 20. But the American Socialist appeared, reduced to 2 pages. It had to be changed twice to suit the censorship so that it could be transmitted through the mails. It was compelled to remove, among other things, a statement saying that it felt itself within the law and doing everything legally within its power to maintain its constitutional rights. 21. On November 5, 1917, Victor Berger appealed to the Supreme Court of the District of Columbia, the only court with the right to call a cabinet officer before it for a writ of mandamus to compel Burleson to restore the Milwaukee leader's mailing rights. He contended that the Milwaukee Social Democratic Publishing Company, which owned the leader, had been deprived of its property without due process of law and that the Espionage Act was unconstitutional. 22 In his answer, Burleson cited 52 items from 25 issues of the Leader, from June 18 to September 13, 1917, arguing that these and the remainder of the paper exhibited a willful intent to harm the war effort. In this test case, for all the suppressed papers, the court agreed with the Postmaster General, and on January 15, 1918, it rejected the appeal. 23. Another test case was that of the masses. After Burleson had ordered the postmaster in New York City not to accept the August 1917 issue of the magazine for mailing, the publishers went into court and asked for a restraining order. The plea was argued before Judge Learned Hand. The government justified its action by citing 4 articles and 4 cartoons in the issue as violating the Espionage Act. Liberty Bell, one of the cartoons, was considered offensive because it showed the bell completely broken. Solicitor Cannon, speaking for Burleson, admitted that Congress could not constitutionally restrict the freedom of speech, but he held that it could prevent the use of the mails for propagating opinions contrary to the interests of the country. This evoked the comment from Judge Hand. You cannot expound the meaning of the statute to apply to mailability and contrast it as applied to indictability. You cannot play fast and loose with it. That violates all ideas of law and its intent. 24. Although he did not agree with the views expressed in the masses, Hand issued a temporary restraining order. But Burleson still kept the masses out of the mails. The magazine fought back, announcing in its October issue, "We have no intention of letting up in this fight," but in November, the temporary restraining order was reversed by the Circuit Court of Appeals. That court held that liberty of circulating may be essential to freedom of press, but liberty of circulating through the mails is not, so long as its transportation in any other way as merchandise is not. Appealed finally to the Supreme Court of the United States. The case was decided on March 7, 1921 against the leader, with Justices Holmes and Brandeis dissenting. In his book, Free Speech in the United States, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1941, Zachariah Chaffee Jr. states that no decision of the United States Supreme Court has gone so far in sustaining government powers. pp. 298-99. Brandeis, in his dissent, attacked, among other things, Burleson's contention that the banning of one issue brought a periodical under the ban of complete restriction because it was not regularly issued. Forbidden. The decision in Massa's Pub Company v. Patton is generally regarded as a major victory for repression. 25. Arrests of socialists were postponed until the Espionage Act was passed on June 15, 1917. But, as in the case of the IWW, pro-war mobs did not wait for government prosecution to silence socialist anti-war spokespersons. Margaret Prevey, who had already made many enemies through her work for the Akron rubber workers during their 1913 strike, added to that number by distributing the anti-war resolution of the Socialist Party, of which she was a leading member in Ohio. When news reached Akron of the lynching of Frank Little, a pro-war mob attacked Prevey's home, shouting for her to get the Little treatment. A local paper reported what happened next. With a heavy loaded revolver in each hand, Margaret Prevey stood in her open front door facing the mob without fear, assuring them that she would kill the first half dozen who dared to place their feet upon her veranda. The mob dissolved. 26. Imprisonment of Kate Richards O'Hare. The first important figure indicted under the Espionage Act was Kate Richards O'Hare, the outstanding woman in the Socialist Party. O'Hare's anti-war position had become clear at the party's emergency convention in St. Louis, and after St. Louis she crisscrossed the country, condemning the conscription of the nation's youth. In a leaflet, "Good morning, Mr. American citizen, she informed him that Uncle Sam demanded his son, as well as indirect taxes on food and other necessities. In July 1917, she was invited to speak to a small socialist group in Bowman, North Dakota. The speech she gave was, in the main, the same one that she had already given 75 times, always in the presence of a representative of the U.S. Department of Justice. 27 in Bowman, however, no Justice Department representative was in the audience as Kate O'Hare insisted that wars benefited capitalists, that neither the workers in unions nor the farmers had much to gain from the war that made millionaires of munitions manufacturers and other capitalists, and that regardless of who won the war, the problems facing the poor people, workers and farmers, would remain unsolved. Referring specifically to the justification for American entrance given by pro-war labor and government leaders, that the American people were now engaged in a war for humanity and democracy, she replied that the war was fundamentally one for markets and trade, and that ego-mad kings and profit-hungry traders had joined in an unholy league and the world war was the result. The whole war itself is the supreme struggle of the capitalist class to decide which group of capitalists shall rule the world markets, she insisted, and she asked the women of America, especially the women of the working class, to weigh and consider, discuss and understand the essential truth, and then decide if it was worth making the supreme sacrifice of seeing their husbands and sons killed in such a cause. If they decided it was not, they should follow the example of those socialists in Europe, like Jean Jaurès of France and Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg of Germany, who had had the courage to denounce the war and their government's participation in the wholesale slaughter. Although O'Hare said nothing to urge resistance to conscription or even to voluntary enlistment in the army, an unidentified person wrote to Senator Porter Hames McCumber of North Dakota, claiming that he had heard O'Hare say that American women who did not oppose the war and resist the government in the taking of the young men for the purposes of war were no better than brood sows, as they willingly raised sons for the purpose of being murdered in the defense of the 4 million that J.P. Morgan owned. On July 23, 1917, Senator McCumber read the letter into the Congressional Record, and on the basis of this anonymous missive, Kate O'Hare was arrested, indicted, and tried under the Espionage Act, 28. Kate O'Hare's trial was highly publicized because of her stature and also because a mother of 4 young children might be sentenced to prison. The judge, however, was not in the least concerned. After he disallowed 1/3 of her witnesses, despite the efforts of her able attorneys, the verdict of guilty was a foregone conclusion. She was convicted on December 14, 1917 and sentenced to 5 years in the state penitentiary at Jefferson City, Missouri. In sentencing her, Judge Martin J. Wade declared, "Every day she is at liberty she is a menace to the government." 29. During the nearly 1½ years of legal proceedings following her conviction, O'Hare was free on bail supplied by millionaire socialist William Bross Lloyd. While her conviction was on appeal, Kate O'Hare continued to write articles against the war. When her paper, The National Rip Saw, was suppressed, she changed its name to Social Revolution in order to present her radical stand against the war effort more effectively. 30. Jean L. Jaurès, 1859–1914, French socialist leader and founder of the famous newspaper Le Humanite, was active in the Dreyfus case and was the most prominent leader of the French socialists, active as a speaker, writer, organizer, and legislator. His opposition to war led to his assassination on the eve of World War I. Rosa Luxemburg, 1870–1919, Polish-born German socialist and theoretician, was imprisoned during World War I from 1915 to 1918 for her antimilitaristic stand. She joined with Karl Liebknecht in forming the Spartacus Party to emulate the Bolsheviks in Russia. She and Liebknecht were assassinated. Lloyd also provided bail for Haywood, Berger, and other Wobblies and socialists. She also supported the Green Calm Rebellion, which was organized in eastern Oklahoma. The tenant farmers in this cotton-producing area had long been ripe for radicalism, and socialist and IWW organizers had crisscrossed the region for several years, resulting in the formation of a working-class union, which admitted members regardless of race or sex. The black and white sharecroppers had voted for Wilson in 1916 in the belief that he would keep the country out of war, and they now felt betrayed by his declaration of hostilities and imposition of the draft. They turned to violence, and in early August 1917 as many as 2,000 men assembled, cut telegraph lines, attempted to burn railroad bridges, and hoped to march to Washington to seize the government and stop the war, planning to subsist along the way on green calm and barbecued beef. Whites, blacks, and a sprinkling of Indians made up the rebel force. The movement was suppressed by the militia, 450 rebels and hundreds of socialists were arrested, along with scores of Wobblies. 88 were convicted in the federal courts of draft resistance and seditious conspiracy. 31 who had been sentenced to Leavenworth were released after. Kate O'Hare marched their wives and children to Washington to picket the White House, 32. In October 1918, the Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed O'Hare's conviction, and the Supreme Court denied a petition the next March. In early April 1919, she traveled to Bowman to surrender to the federal marshal there, delivering a farewell address to sympathizers along the way. On April 15, 1919, during Easter week, the doors of the Missouri State Penitentiary, the largest state prison in the country, closed behind her, 33. In her speech to the court before sentence was pronounced, O'Hare declared that she was a victim of a manufactured attempt to silence anti-war activists. "This case is one of those weary, grotesque things that have been growing out of war hysteria," she declared. 34 other such things soon followed. In the year after O'Hare's trial, hundreds of anti-war socialists and a number of anarchists were indicted on the charge of violating the Espionage Act. Leaders of the Socialist Party, as well as isolated individuals, were rounded up, brought to trial, found guilty, and sentenced to long prison terms. Imprisonment of anarchists. Louise Olivero, a philosophical anarchist, was working in the IWW office in Seattle when the United States entered the war. She used almost her entire meager salary to put out appeals to young men not to register for the draft. She mimeographed leaflets and, with the aid of young socialists, distributed them to draftees. In one of her circulars, she reminded the soon-to-be soldiers that their government was organized for the protection of property, and that to the worker, it was only a method of oppression by which he is made to work for the benefit of another class, from which he receives nothing, not even an adequate living. It is this thing which you are asked to protect with your life, for which you are ordered to go into the worst hell imaginable. If you want to die to perpetuate this monster, for continuation of the power that oppresses you, and makes you slave your life away so others may live in luxury, why go ahead. Make yourself into fertilizer for the sunny fields of France. But if you are opposed, then resist, refuse to go, stay away. They can't do more than kill you, and it is better to die for truth and your ideals than for ideals you hate. 35. Olivero also mimeographed statements against war by Tolstoy, Lincoln, and Thoreau and sent them to lists of drafted soldiers. On September 5, 1917, when federal authorities raided the Wobbly Hall in Seattle, they found copies of her mimeographed circulars and leaflets. 2 days later, she was indicted for violating the Espionage Act, and for lack of bail spent 2 months in jail awaiting trial. At her trial, she conducted her own defense, even questioning prospective jurors herself. After her limited peremptory challenges had been exhausted and the jury selection was completed, she opened her defense by saying in part, "My purpose in these circulars was to call attention of drafted men to the fact that they are ordered to resign the right to think for themselves what was the best good of the country, on a question upon which they were given no opportunity to vote, the right to dispose of their own lives." A large part of the material in my circulars was copied from books in the public library. If the material was so seditious, why did the government continue to permit it to circulate? The real issue in the case is, have citizens the right to think of their relation to war and government in any terms except compliant acceptance? Are we an autocracy like Tsarist Russia or like the Germany we hate so much we entered the war to destroy it? 36. In her address to the jury at the close of the trial, Olivero delivered a lecture on the history and theory of anarchism, but devoted most of her speech to a defense of freedom of speech. No country, she said, with the possible exception of Russia under the old regime, has so sternly silenced minorities and otherwise denied its people these fundamental rights, as the United States. Especially since the declaration of war, the suppression has been so complete, so tyrannical, that thousands of people who are most conservative, who would be horrified at being called radicals of any kind, are protesting against the undue severity visited upon those who exercise their supposed constitutional rights, she continued. Consider the labor situation in these United States during the past year. 40 corporations have made a net profit of $677,298, $729 out of the war during the year 1916. That is not their total net profit. That is merely the amount by which their profit during the year 1916 is greater than the average profit during the 3 preceding years. Place opposite this fact the other fact that there have been serious strikes and other labor troubles in practically every great industry in the United States during the last year. All attempts on the part of the workers themselves to obtain advances in wages have been met with most bitter opposition on the part of employers. All attempts to secure better working conditions or shorter hours have also been bitterly opposed. The workers have been told that it was unpatriotic for them to desire more money or more leisure during wartime. The life of citizens in these states today is at the mercy of war-mad fanatics. We, who have boasted of being the land of the free and the home of the brave, must, if we would preserve our lives and remain out of jail, seal our lips and lay our pens aside and submit to seeing our dearest and most cherished ideals of freedom and human dignity dragged through the blood and dust of war for the financial profit of those who keep us economically, mentally and spiritually enslaved. 37. The jury was out less than 30 minutes, and brought in a verdict of guilty on 6 counts. Luis Olivero was sentenced to 10 years in prison, 38. Olivero believed in the anarchist philosophy but was not a member of any anarchist organization. The two leading anarchists in the United States, Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, joined her in prison. They had organized the No Conscription League to fight the military draft, and they spoke out against the war and conscription at meetings sponsored by the League. Both were warned by Federal Marshal Thomas McCarthy, who made it clear that he was acting on orders from Washington, that he would arrest them if they organized another meeting against the draft. McCarthy was as good as his word. On June 15, 1917, 4 days after they had organized a protest rally in New York City, Goldman and Berkman were arrested and arraigned before the U.S. Commissioner on the charge of conspiracy to induce persons not to register under the conscription law. The jury deliberated for only 39 minutes before finding both defendants guilty. Judge Mayer sentenced each of the defendants to the maximum 2 years in prison, imposed on Th.M. the maximum $10,000 fines, and recommended that they be deported after their sentences had been served. 39. Imprisonment of Ruthenberg, Wagenknecht, and Baker. 27 socialists were prosecuted under the Espionage Act during the summer of 1917. These included a socialist candidate for governor of Minnesota, who was sentenced to 5 years in prison for anti-war campaign speeches. In Cleveland, socialist candidate for mayor Charles E. Ruthenberg, State Party Secretary Alfred Wagenknecht, and state organizer Charles Baker were each sentenced to serve 1 year in the workhouse for making anti-conscription speeches. Ruthenberg, who had emerged as the national leader of the left in the Socialist Party at the St. Louis Emergency Convention, addressed numerous meetings to rally support for the convention's anti-war resolution, along with Wagenknecht and Baker. At his trial in federal court in July 1917, Ruthenberg repeated the words he had delivered several times in Cleveland's public square, saying, "I am speaking to you as Karl Liebknecht spoke to the German nation, as he spoke in the parliament of that country, when he denounced the war as a war of the ruling class and stated his unalterable opposition to the war." At the same trial, Wagenknecht declared after sentencing, "We know that capitalism is fashioning the hempen rope, will act as its own hangman, its own embalmer, its own gravedigger." 40 Ruthenberg became the first general secretary of the Communist Party and served until his death on March 2, 1927. Wagenknecht became one of the charter members and early leaders of the party. The summer of 1918 witnessed the trial and conviction of Eugene V. Debs, and of Victor Berger and 4 staff members of the Socialist National Executive Committee. It also saw the arrest in Cleveland of the black socialists A. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owen, for speaking on street corners against the war. Randolph and Owen were not the only black socialists to oppose the war. In Brooklyn, New York, the Rev. George Fraser Miller spoke against the war from his pulpit and refused to fly the nation's colors outside his church. William M. Welty, Black Shepherds, a study of the leading Negro clergyman in New York City, 1900 to 1940, unpublished Ph.D. dissertation. New York University, 1969, pp. 151 to 53. Theodore Comweibel Jr., Apathy and Dissent. Black America's Negative Responses to World War I, South Atlantic Quarterly 80. Summer 1981, 332. Black Anti-War Socialists, Randolph and Owen. In 1916, through the Independent Political Council, which they had founded in Harlem, Randolph and Owen led a campaign against the enlistment of blacks in the National Guard, distributing leaflets outlining reasons why they should not join. One of the reasons given was that they would be called upon to fight for their country, not a foot of whose land is theirs. Once the United States formally entered the war, the two black socialists used their weekly, The Messenger, to urge blacks not to fight for a country that lynched, Jim Crowed, and disfranchised them. The Messenger was militantly anti-war, agreeing with the St. Louis resolution that it was basically an imperialist war being fought by the many for the benefit of a few war profiteers. It went even further by emphasizing that colonial rivalries and the exploitation of black people and people of color generally were the real issues of the war. The basic conflict and cause of the war, it insisted, was big power competition for control of the cheap labor and rich resources of the non-white world. The Messenger favored the peace proposals the Bolsheviks had advanced as early as April 1917, which called for no annexations, no indemnities, and the self-determination of all peoples. It hailed the Bolshevik Revolution, calling it the greatest achievement of the 20th century, and announced that such a revolutionary upheaval might be good for the United States. 41 feet. Many of these views were set forth not only in the Messenger but in the pamphlet Terms of Peace and the Darker Races, published in 1917 by Randolph and Owen, in which they called for a peace treaty that would be based on the principle that government by the consent of the governed must be accorded for all peoples, whether white or black or brown, a right that had to be given to Africa, China, and the islands held by Great Britain, by the United States, and by other nations. Such a treaty, in addition to embodying freedom and independence for Africa and other colonies, should also guarantee an end to lynching, Jim Crowism, segregation, discrimination, and disfranchisement in the southern states. The pamphlet concluded. Another black radical who saw the conflict as an imperialist colonialist war was Cyril Briggs, the West Indian-born editor of the New York Amsterdam News, who quit rather than agree to government censorship of his editorials, and founded the African Blood Brotherhood in late 1917 as a revolutionary secret order. By mid-1918, the AB was publishing its own organ, The Crusader, which argued that the struggle for black rights in the United States was linked to the need to liberate Africa from white imperialism. Philip S. Foner, American. Socialism and Black Americans. From the Age of Jackson to World Euler II, Westport, Con. 1977. pp. 309-11. In the words of the Petrograd Council of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. Workers of all countries black and white. In extending to you our fraternal hand over mountains of corpses of our brothers, across rivers of innocent blood and tears, over smoldering ruins of cities and villages, over destroyed treasures of civilization, we beseech you to re-establish and strengthen international unity without regard to race or color. 42. Early in the spring of 1918, federal agents raided the offices of the Messenger, ransacked the files and took all its back issues with them. Undaunted, Randolph and Owen not only continued to publish the Socialist Weekly, but decided to bring their anti-war and anti-imperialist views to a wider public audience. They left New York late in the spring of 1918 to tour the Midwest. In addition to rallying the anti-war movements, their intention was to help build the Socialist Party by trying to get colored people interested in socialism. Bundles of the Messenger were shipped ahead to be sold at various points on the tour. Randolph and Owen were under no illusions as to what might happen to them on their anti-war lecture tour. Nevertheless, the two young black socialists did not mince any words in their speeches. While one inveighed against the war, the other sold copies of the Messenger with its anti-war message. Justice Department agents were usually in the crowd, taking notes of the speeches and purchasing copies of the Messenger. In Cleveland, the Justice Department did more than take notes. During the first meeting, a Justice Department agent approached the podium while Randolph was speaking and placed him under arrest. Owen was similarly apprehended while selling the Messenger in the audience. The charge was violating the Espionage Act. The two spent 3 days in jail. Bail offered by a wealthy black woman was refused. Finally, Seymour Stedman, a leading Socialist Party lawyer, arrived to handle the defense, and two were released on bail. They were also freed because the judge refused to believe that two young black men could write the inflammatory articles in the July issue of the Messenger, and was convinced that they were being used by white socialists. He threw out the charges and told Randolph and Owen to leave town immediately. After their release, they proceeded to Chicago to fulfill a prearranged engagement. They found that news of their arrest had preceded them, and the minister of the church in which they were to have spoken had locked the doors and left town. He wanted no part of us, Randolph later recalled, so we just got ourselves a soapbox, set it up on the steps of the church, and went right on blasting the war. We couldn't sell any messengers because they had been confiscated in Cleveland. He also pointed out that the Negro community basically was friendly to our anti-war position, but the leadership was not. The masses of the Negro community were against the war, but they had no way of demonstrating it except attending meetings that were anti-war. We held meetings all over New York and Philadelphia and around the country, and the masses of people came out, but the leaders were afraid. 43. Invariably, federal agents were in the crowds as Randolph and Owen continued to hold street meetings everywhere, and delivered orders to them to tone down their rhetoric and stop their attacks on President Wilson. They were also forbidden to set foot in Washington, D.C., but they took this ban as an invitation, hastened to the Capitol, and proceeded to lambaste the president in his own backyard. Their tour was cut short when Owen received notice from his draft board. He reluctantly went into the army. Randolph, who was classified 4A, was able to keep the Messenger going, although rather irregularly, until Owen returned early in 1919.44. In his biography of A. Philip Randolph, Jervis Anderson tries to explain how, except for the brief incident in Cleveland, the two black socialists were able to stay out of jail, despite the vigorous anti-war tone of their speeches and editorials in the Messenger. Anderson's theory is that the Justice Department may have felt that it had a weak case against them, and that Wilson did not want to act against black anti-war dissenters. 45 Since the government had an even weaker case against Ben Fletcher, the black Wobbly, who was sentenced to 10 years in Leavenworth and fined $30,000, and Wilson showed no sensitivity to black opinion in his case, it is hardly likely that this was the reason. It is more likely that the president shared the reaction of the Cleveland judge, namely, that they could not themselves have thought up the ideas contained in their speeches and articles in the Messenger. In fact, the high literary quality of the Messenger, in general, caused considerable comment among a wide circle of critics. 46. The anti-war black socialists, however, did not get off without some punishment. They had barely returned to New York when they learned that Postmaster General Burleson had denied second-class mailing privileges to the messenger. 47. Persecution of Victor Berger. In the midst of his campaign for United States Senator from Wisconsin, Victor Berger, the first socialist congressman, was indicted for violating the Espionage Act. Berger was seeking the seat vacated as a result of the death of Senator Paul Zero Hastings, a pro-war and anti-socialist fanatic, and he made the issue of peace the central theme of his campaign. "I want you to vote for me," he told his audiences, "because, if elected, I shall work for an immediate, general and lasting peace. Those who do not agree with me, those who want to continue this war for another year, for 2 years or 5 years need not vote for me. I don't want their votes." 48. Berger advocated the confiscation of all war profits, denouncing, as abhorrent to every decent American, the coining of the blood of American boys into swollen profits for the American plutocrats who dragged us into the European war and who now demand its indefinite continuance for their further enrichment. Berger also called for the withdrawal of American troops from Europe for defensive use at home, a proposal that caused Senators William E. Borah and Henry Cabot Lodge to denounce him. Even Morris Hillquit voiced his disagreement. Lodge called it an absolutely disloyal proposition. 49. Berger also promised to work, if elected, for legislation to combat unemployment and prevent an economic depression after the war, and to provide for the nationalization of trusts and transportation and communications facilities. His posters proclaimed, "The issue is clear: heaven or hell, peace or war, socialists or profiteers and their following." 50. On March 9, 1918, while he was campaigning, Berger was indicted, charged with conspiracy to violate the Espionage Act. The attacks upon him immediately mounted in severity. His posters were smeared with paints of assorted hues, his picture was defaced, and he was burned in effigy. Businessmen refused to display his window cards, writes his biographer. Distributors of his literature were arrested in small towns, simply to intimidate others. Newspapers refused to print his advertisements, and his posters could not be erected in many areas. Even his life was threatened. 51. Berger told what it was like years later in a speech on the floor of Congress. "Imagine the capitalist papers every day asking for a mob to lynch you, in more or less veiled language, under the pretext that you are a disgrace to the city and state. Imagine, further, getting letters, anonymous letters, of course every day, while mail was delivered to you, threatening you with death. Also imagine patriotic students in the university town hanging you in effigy on lampposts and burning you at the stake after solemn processions. And what was worse than all of these things, imagine the Secret Serviceman going to advertisers, especially department stores, and also reaching by some mysterious influence all of your out-of-town advertisers, and getting them to cut out their advertisements at once." In the Milwaukee Leader, .52. When the votes were counted, however, Berger ran second, gaining the amazing vote of 110,487 of a total of 423,393 cast. He carried the city of Milwaukee by a plurality of 2,500. It is the opinion of a number of scholars that in keeping with the ugly temper of the campaign, many of his votes were simply thrown out and that he actually won the election. 53. It is significant that, while awaiting trial under his indictment, Berger was re-elected to Congress by a 5,500 plurality. The victory, in Berger's view, was a vote for an early and lasting peace. S4. But this did not stop the government from proceeding with his trial, nor did the fact that the war had already been over for a month when the trial got underway cause any change in the plans of the Wilson administration. We will deal with this trial, in which Berger faced a 20-year prison term, in our next volume. But here we should note that this right-wing socialist's bitter experience, he called himself the most indicted man in the history of the country, having been indicted 5 times, 55, caused Berger to change his attitudes toward the AFL and the IWW. He still disapproved of the IWW's tactics, but now, for the first time, he voiced the opinion that the organization represented a valid expression of industrial unionism. On May 6, 1918, Jury.1 grams the trial of the IWW leaders on the charge of violating the Espionage Act. Berger donated $10 to a defense fund, writing to IWW Secretary A. Worry that the industrial union had stood the test of being a class organization infinitely better than the trade unions. Gomper's cohorts have in the main proved to be the tail end of capitalism. He anticipated that the IWW, or some labor organization that will succeed it but that will inherit its matchless spirit, is destined to take the place of the American Federation of Labor. 56. Imprisonment of Eugene V. Debs. When Kate Richards O'Hare was convicted for violating the Espionage Act, Debs was so incredulous that he wrote to her that if she actually did serve time in prison, "I shall feel guilty to be at large." 57. He was soon to find himself in the dock and sharing prison life with O'Hare and other socialist comrades. Debs accepted an invitation to speak at the Ohio convention of the Socialist Party in Canton on June 16, 1918. Thus far, the federal government had chosen to ignore him, perhaps because he had been relatively passive in the months following U.S. entrance into the war. Moreover, Debs had lent his support to the movement for a special convention to revise the St. Louis Majority Report, 58. But this reluctance ended during the spring of 1918, and Debs became a major target of the federal government. When it was reported in the press that Debs was now a pro-war advocate, as witness his support for a special convention to revise the St. Louis Majority Report, he reacted vehemently. Ordinarily, he wrote in May 1918, it had been a rule of his to ignore false charges and misstatements concerning him in capitalist publications. But an exception appears in the report now being circulated, that I have changed my front and am now appealing for the support of the administration in the prosecution of the war to the bitter end. Claiming he had not changed in the slightest, Debs stressed that there was nothing in the St. Louis Proclamation to apologize for or retract. He explained that in calling for a special convention he was looking toward the adoption of a more complete and comprehensive restatement of the Socialist Party's opposition to the war. The party, he concluded, should make its stand so clear that there could be no doubt in regard to it either on the part of our enemies or our friends. I have condemned the German majority. Socialists and I am not going to imitate their perfidy, much as the capitalist press may abuse me for not doing so. 59. This was the Debs who spoke at Canton, Ohio on June 16, 1918. Introduced by Margaret Prevey of Akron as the best loved and most hated of all men in the United States, Debs spoke for 2 hours. He reaffirmed his support of the St. Louis Proclamation, defended the JWW and condemned the violence against them, denounced the persecution of his socialist comrades, denounced the evils of capitalism, and praised the Bolshevik Revolution, saying, "Our hearts are with the Bolsheviki of Russia. Those Russian comrades of ours have laid the foundation of the first real democracy that ever drew the breath of life in this world. And the very first act of the triumphant Russian Revolution was to proclaim a state of peace with all mankind, coupled with a fervent appeal not to kings, not to emperors, rulers or diplomats, but to the people of all nations." In his speech, Debs' references to the war were limited, and not nearly as vigorous as his previously stated opposition to U.S. entry into the conflict. But in speaking to American youth, he said, "You are fit for something better than slavery and cannon fodder." E.S. Whites, The United, David Shannon observes that, when read today, Debs' Canton speech does not seem to be a strong criticism of America's role in World War I. David A. Shannon, The Socialist, Paney of America, A History, Chicago, 1955, 114. State's Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio had appointed a stenographer to record Debs' speech. The government also had agents at the meeting circulating among the 1,200 people present to check on draft cards. That stenographic transcript was used as evidence against Debs when he stood trial in September in a federal court in Cleveland, charged with having violated the Espionage Act by obstructing the war effort and encouraging resistance to the draft, a charge Debs did not deny. 60. No man in the United States is too big to be prosecuted under the Espionage Act, Whites told a reporter for the Cleveland Plain Dealer, and he indicated that if, on examining the transcript, he found that the socialist leader had made statements that violated the Espionage Act, he would act at once to have him prosecuted. Editorially, the Cleveland Press hailed this statement, insisting that in his Canton speech, Debs had done Emdre de the Hun Kaiser than all the pro-German Germans in America. There were only 2 places where war obstructionists rightly belong. The paper went on Germany or the penitentiary. 61. Despite his boasting, Whites could not by himself decide to prosecute Debs. He sent a copy of the Debs speech to the Attorney General in Washington, pointing to passages he thought to be in violation of the law and asking for advice about possible prosecution. It is interesting, as an indication of how broadly the Espionage Act was interpreted, that Whites wrote. You will note the sentence on page 16, to the effect that the IWW in its career has never committed as much violence against the ruling class as the ruling class has committed against the people. This, of course, is the kind of criticism of the government of the United States which I believe Congress intended to forbid by its enactment of the amended Espionage Act. 62. Although the Justice Department did not think prosecution would be successful in this case, it did not forbid Whites to proceed with it. The latter immediately got a grand jury to indict Debs. 63. During the trial, Debs presented no defense, believing that it would be useless to make a defense. 64. He told the jury that he would not retract a word of all that he had uttered to save himself from the penitentiary. I have been accused of having obstructed the war. I admit it. Gentlemen, I abhor war. I would oppose the war if I stood alone. I wish to admit everything that has been said respecting me from this witness chair. I wish to admit everything that has been charged against me except what is embraced in the indictment. I cannot take back a word. I cannot repudiate a sentence. I stand before you guilty of having made this speech, prepared to take the consequences of what there is embraced. 65. Debs was quickly found guilty, and on September 14, 1918, Judge David C. Westenhaver sentenced him to 10 years in prison. Prior to the sentencing, the court clerk asked Debs if he would like to make a final statement. The resulting speech to the court has been called a masterpiece of American oratory. 66. Most well known is the concluding section, in which Debs employed the metaphor of a storm-tossed sailor to describe the people's struggle. I can see the dawn of the better day for humanity. The people are awakening, and in due time they will come to their own. When the mariner, sailing over tropic seas, looks for relief from his weary watch, he turns his eyes toward the Southern Cross, burning luridly above the tempest-vexed ocean. As the midnight approaches, the Southern Cross begins to bend, and the whirling worlds change their places, and with starry finger-points, the Almighty marks the passage of time on the dial of the universe, and though no bell may beat the glad tidings, the lookout knows that the midnight is passing, the relief and rest are close at hand. Let the people take heart and hope everywhere, for the cross is bending, the midnight is passing, and joy cometh with the morning. I am now prepared to receive your sentence. 67. A hung jury. One of the few hung juries during the war involved Anna Louise Strong. The Seattle socialist had been arrested under the Espionage Act for distributing an anti-conscription pamphlet that she had authorized while she was an officer of the American Union Against Militarism and which had been endorsed by the Seattle Central Labor Union. Brought to trial, she reminded the jury in her testimony, "What's unlawful about that dodger? Printed before the conscription law was passed, wasn't it, when 9/10 of this country thought conscription un-American? Even if it hadn't been, who prevents free-born Americans from attacking an oppressive law?" She quoted from the leaflet headed, "No Conscription. No Involuntary Servitude." The following words from Daniel Webster. "Where is it written in the Constitution, that you may take children from their parents, and compel them to fight the battles of any war in which the folly and wickedness of the government may engage?" Another expression for a pamphlet or handbill. Her testimony helped bring on the hung jury. 68 feet, but Strong was not tried again. Hulett Wells, former president of the Seattle Central Labor Council, Sam Sadler, an editor of the Seattle Daily Call and the Union Record, two outstanding Pacific Coast labor papers, and Joe and Morris Pass were not so fortunate. They were indicted for circulating a leaflet against conscription, and their first trial, in which they received wide labor support, resulted in a hung jury. A second trial, however, resulted in convictions, and the four were each sentenced to 2 years in prison. Before he left for prison, Hulett Wells told the Seattle Labor Council that, "Someone who thought he was a friend of mine recently stated that he would like to see me freed, but that he wanted to see the JWWs kept in jail. I don't want my liberty on any such terms as that." The delegates cheered the statement for 10 minutes, FL, with neither logic nor reason. Logic and reason both flew out of the window as the so-called violations of the Espionage Act were prosecuted. Some defendants received sentences of 1 or 2 years, while others were sentenced to 10 or 20 years for precisely the same kinds of speeches or writings. The Washington State Secretary of the Socialist Party was convicted for having displayed an anti-war circular on a bookcase in his office at a time when the office was being visited by men between the ages of 18 and 45 and thus subject to duty in the armed forces. 10A. Hitchcock, a Cleveland socialist, was arrested on the complaint of a person who was not present at the time for a remark he was alleged to have made while visiting a sick friend in his home. 71. Scott Nearing and the American Socialist Society were indicted for distributing the anti-war pamphlet, The Great Madness, authored by Nearing, which charged financial interests with fomenting the war in order to distract the American people from the country's social ills. The district court trial resulted in Nearing's acquittal, but in the conviction of his co-defendant, the American Socialist Society. Morris Hillquit, who served as defense counsel in the case, contended that the peculiar verdict left the American Socialist Society convicted of conspiracy with itself. It also helped bring about her remove. I.1 from the School Board of Seattle, a post to which she had been elected with trade union support in 1916. A petition was drafted calling for her removal on the ground that she had distributed literature opposing conscription. The fact that the anti-conscription circular was distributed a week before the passage of the Selective Service Act did not matter. Although Anna Louise Strong received the support of organized labor in Seattle, the power of the commercial press and of middle-class forces and wartime hysteria was too strong, and she was recalled from her position on the school board, but only by a margin of 2,000 votes out of approximately 85,000. Anna Louise Strong, I Change Worlds. The Remaking of an American, New York, 1935, 55-66. Seattle Union Record, October 27, 1917 and November 9, 1918. The Circuit Court of Appeals decided that the verdict was not inconsistent, since the jury might have believed that Nearing, did not write these harmful views with the idea of obstructing the recruiting and enlistment service of the United States, but may have been convinced that the society had printed and distributed them with a criminal intent. 12. Perhaps the low point of logic and reason in the suppression of anti-war dissidents was reached in the case of Rose Pastor Stokes, the Cinderella socialist, who had married millionaire socialist J. Graham Phelps Stokes. She was arrested and tried, not for anything she had said or written against the war, but for having sent a letter to the Kansas City Times containing the sentence, "No government which is for the profiteers can be for the people, and I am for the people, while the government is for the profiteers." At her trial under the Espionage Act, Judge Van Valkenburg instructed the jury that the right to criticize the government was restricted to those who supported the war, and he directed its attention to Stokes' declared sympathy for the Bolshevik Revolution, an offense which, while not punishable under the Espionage Act, demonstrated the danger of her attack on profiteers. The court found that her statement tended to interfere with the operation and success of the armed forces because of its possible influence on the parents, wives, sisters, brothers, sweethearts, and friends of the men in service and of those registered for the draft. Rose Pastor Stokes was sentenced to 10 years in prison. The Circuit Court of Appeals sustained the lower court in finding that the profiteers sentence in Stokes' letter violated the Espionage Act, but reversed the earlier judgment because of Van Valkenburg's improper instructions to the jury. 73. Scott Nearing did not go to prison because of his opposition to the war, but he did lose his position as a professor and dean of the Arts College at the University of Toledo. This was the second time he had been fired from a university. From about 1908 on, Nearing was deeply involved in the fight against child labor. This proved to be an intolerable irritant to the trustees of the University of Pennsylvania, where he was a young economics professor at the U of P's Wharton School. As secretary of the Pennsylvania Child Labor Committee, Nearing had lectured widely on the evils of child exploitation, and he was dismissed by the university. Even more inane, perhaps, was the action of the government in seizing the film of a movie entitled The Spirit of 76 because the portrayal of British soldiers bayoneting women and children and carrying away young women during the Wyoming massacre in the course of the American Revolution would have the effect of arousing antagonism between the American and British peoples, thereby weakening U.S. loyalty toward an ally. Judge Bledsoe conceded that everything depicted in the film was historically accurate, is written upon the page of history and will have to stand, whomsoever may be injured or hurt by the recital or recollection of it, but maintained that this was no time for it to be presented. By his order, the film was seized, the business was bankrupted after a loss of more than $100,000, and Robert Goldstein, its producer, was convicted of attempting to cause insubordination in the armed forces. New York Times, February 3, 1918. The St. Louis majority remains intact. The very severe repression suffered by the Socialist Party and its members undoubtedly weakened many sections and locals and even led more timid members to withdraw from the party, but it did not force it to either abandon or revise the St. Louis Manifesto. When the joint meeting of the National Executive Committee and the State Societies met in Chicago in the summer of 1918, it was in the very midst of the Will Tilde on administration's vendetta against the Socialist Party, and there were those present who urged a revision of the St. Louis Manifesto in the hope of appeasing the federal government. But during the later stages of the meeting, Eugene V. Debs, who was out on bail while his 10-year sentence was being appealed, arrived and pleaded with the delegates not to consider weakening the party's opposition to the war. He told the applauding delegates, "I earnestly hope that there be no thought on the part of any of the comrades here to change the party's attitude towards the war. The master class of our own country, pretending to be waging a war for democracy, have done everything in their power to destroy democracy. We propose in the face of all opposition, all of the hatred and all of the persecution, to bear aloft our banner and to wage increasingly the war for the emancipation of the workers of the world." 74. Following this, the joint meeting disbanded with the St. Louis majority. Report still intact. Chapter 16. Labor at the War's End. Despite the long-time striving of the labor movement to improve working conditions, on the eve of World War I the 12-hour day and 7-day week were still in effect in a substantial number of workplaces, and the average wage of an industrial worker stood at about $15 a week. For a brief period the war changed much of this, giving rise to a number of favorable labor conditions. Unemployment, in some cities as high as 30% in 1914, virtually disappeared. The wartime labor shortage opened up new job opportunities to black and women workers at higher wages than they had been earning before the war. Increase in union membership. The government's war labor policies greatly benefited both the American Federation of Labor and the Railroad Brotherhoods. Between January 1917 and January 1919, AFL membership rose by almost 1 million from 2,371,434 to 3,260,168. In 1918 alone, the Federation increased in size by 19.6%, and by November of that year, AFL membership had surpassed 3 million. 2. Membership in the Machinists' Union rose from 112,500 in 1917 to 330,600 in 1920. The Boilermakers' Union, from 31,200 in 1917 to 103,000 in 1920. The Carpenters, from 231,700 in 1917 to 331,500 in 1920. And the Meatcutters, from 7,300 in 1916 to 65,208 in 1920.3. In transportation, the total union membership rose from 623,300 in 1916 to 1,256,100 in 1920. The Brotherhood of Railroad Trainmen had 133,000 members in 1913. By 1919 its membership had increased 47% to 196,000. The Locomotive Engineers had 73,000 members in 1913. This great increase in unionized meatcutters was partly the result of the packing house strike struggle under the leadership of William Z. Foster. And by 1920 it had grown to 96,000, an increase of 31.5%. The Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen grew 38%, from 91,000 in 1913 to 125,900 in 1920.4. Between 1914 and 1920, total trade union membership increased from 2,687,100 to 5,047,800. Whereas in 1910, organized workers represented only 8.6% of all wage earners. By 1920 the percentage had more than doubled to 17.5%. The wartime expansion of unionism, however, was confined mainly to workers in the building, transportation, metal, machinery, shipbuilding and clothing industries. Workers in these industries accounted for about 3/4 of the total increase in union membership between 1915 and 1920.6 in most of these cases. Moreover, unionism was expanding where it had already made inroads before the war. In few industries did increases take place where there had been no prior organization before the war. 7. A major reason for this situation was that very little progress was made in industrial unionism during the war. The AFL's success in the meatpacking industry, under the leadership of William Z. Foster, had held out hopes for the future of industrial unionism, but the Federation's leaders refused to learn any lessons from the victory in Packing House. 8. While the AFL and railroad brotherhoods were flourishing, the radical forces in the labor movement were suffering setbacks. As we have seen, federal and state governments joined employers in attacking the industrial workers of the world. With their leaders arrested and jailed and their members harassed and intimidated, the Wobblies were effectively eliminated as a force for the industrial organization of workers. In the process, a long-standing threat to Gomper's leadership of the AFL was also eliminated. The legitimate demands of workers who had rallied to the IWW were no longer seen as expressions of the striving to end widespread exploitation and profiteering, but instead were stigmatized as products of German espionage and intrigue. The mass migration of black workers to the industrial centers of the North during the war provided rich opportunities for their unionization. Pressure for such organization came from local unions within and from Negro leaders outside the AFL, but the entrenched Federation Old Guard pursued its traditional policy of outright exclusion in most cases or segregation into separate unions. Women workers fared somewhat better. By 1920, 8% of all trade union members were women, and 6.6% of all working women were organized, a five-fold increase in a decade. 9. Wartime wages. Both organized and unorganized workers saw their wages increase during the war. As we noted earlier, in 1917 some 1,227,000 workers were involved in strikes, and in 1918 this rose to 1,240,000. Despite the increases in the costs of living, real wages advanced, increasing 19% for all industrial workers between 1915 and 1919. Both the skilled and unskilled workers won gains, although the unskilled workers' gains were mainly from more regular employment and overtime work. Eli Ginsberg and Hyman Berman estimate that during the years 1914 to 1919, the gains of the laboring man in real wages and leisure combined were approximately 25%. 10. The average annual wage paid on the nation's railroads increased from $828 in 1915 to $1,820 in 1920. 11. Nevertheless, millions of workers were unable to keep up with the rise of prices of commodities, both wholesale and retail, which, by 1918 had assumed almost incredible proportions. 12. On January 9, 1918, Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson conceded that reports that all workers had benefited economically from the war were far from the truth. With the exception of the sacrifices of the men in the AND service, the greatest sacrifices have come from those at the lower rung of the industrial ladder. Wage increases respond last to the needs of this class of labor, and their meager returns are hardly adequate, in view of the increased cost of living. It is upon them that the war pressure has borne most severely. Too often there is the glaring inconsistency between our democratic purposes on this war abroad, and the autocratic conduct of those controlling industry at home. 13. Record of the War Labor Board. The most important single agency of the war period in the field of industrial relations was the War Labor Board, established in April 1918. During its life of 16 months, 8 were months when the nation was at war. The board issued awards, findings, recommendations, and orders in 490 cases. Despite the great praise heaped upon it, its record was mixed. It is true that the board adhered to the principle that workers had the right to bargain collectively through representatives of their own choosing, and that they were not to be discharged for membership in trade unions, or in any way to be subjected to discrimination because of such membership. On the other hand, the board also followed the precept that labor must not exercise coercion in attempting to induce non-union workers to affiliate, or employers to accept agreements. In establishments where both union and non-union workers were employed, this situation was to be maintained for the duration of the war. 14. Where no unions existed, the War Labor Board sponsored employee representation schemes. The first was instituted at the Pittsfield, Massachusetts plant of the General Electric Company. There, elected department committees dealt with department management, and the chairman of such committees comprised the General Plant Committee, which dealt with general management. A representative of the War Labor Board supervised the elections. All told, 125 representation plans were introduced by the board. Although at first employers were reluctant to cooperate with the employee representation plans, they soon recognized their usefulness as a substitute for unionism, amenable to their control, and many of the larger corporations, such as Youngstown Sheet and Tube Company, International, Harvester Company, and Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, took the initiative in installing employee representation plans, which resulted in the establishment of company unionism in those plants. 15. The War Labor Board's policy on the hours of labor was that the basic 8-hour day is recognized as applying in all cases in which existing law requires it. In all other cases, the question shall be settled with due regard to governmental necessities and the welfare, health and proper comfort of the workers. 16. But the 8-hour day was almost never mandated. Longshoremen in South Atlantic ports continued to work 10-hour shifts, and night workers at American Locomotive in Richmond, Virginia toiled 571 H-hours per week. Even after the adoption by the War Labor Board in June 1918 of a clause providing pay at time and a half for overtime after 8 hours, no clear 8-hour precedent was set. A Bureau of Labor Statistics report in 1921 summarized the War Labor Board's decisions on hours in the phrase, "No general rule established." 18. The steel industry was the best example of the unevenness of wartime control of hours of labor. It was not until October 1918 that the steel industry adopted the basic 8-hour day as a war measure. But the war was to last just 6 more weeks. After it ended, much of the steel industry returned to extremely long hours. In fact, the 12-hour day was more widespread in the steel industry in 1919 than it was in 1911. Despite high, and what one historian calls, naive, hopes among reformers, no lasting precedents were established by the war policies. Nevertheless, although the long-sought 8-hour day was still not the national standard, working hours did decrease during the war. In 1914, only 11.8% of the wage earners in manufacturing worked 48 hours or less per week. By 1919, this percentage had more than quadrupled to 48.7%. 19. While in theory the War Labor Board advocated equal pay for equal work for both sexes, in practice this principle was accepted in only a limited number of cases. In most occupations where women had taken men's places, they generally worked at lower time rates, and not infrequently at lower piece rates. 20. A principal weakness of the War Labor Board was its inability to reach decisions promptly in a number of important cases. Its first award was not rendered until June 12, 1918, 2.5 months after the board had been established. Of the 490 cases involving the War Labor Board, 3 are especially significant. In the case of Employees versus STEM Union Telegraph Co., the question to be determined was whether an employer could insist upon his right to decide that his employees should or should not enjoy the privilege of membership in trade unions of their choice. 21. The workers charged that the company had denied them the right to organize and that their membership in the Commercial Telegraphers Union, an AFL affiliate, had led to the discharge of about 300 workers from Western Union's Seattle plant. These actions, they argued, constituted a violation of one of the cardinal principles of the War Labor Board, which guaranteed the equal right of workers and employers to form their own organizations and deal collectively through such organizations. 22. On June 1, 1918, the War Labor Board handed down a compromise proposal. The Western Union Telegraph Company was to reinstate those employees who had been discharged for having joined the Commercial Telegraphers Union and was to cease and desist from future discrimination against employees who chose to join the union. However, the company was not required to recognize the CTU nor to deal with it. Instead, it had to recognize and deal with committees of workers. The workers, for their part, had to agree not to initiate any work stoppages and to submit all grievances to the War Labor Board. 23. The employees of the Western Union Company and the representatives of the Commercial Telegraphers Union accepted the compromise proposal, but Western Union refused. It would neither reinstate those workers it had discharged for joining the CTU, nor recognize the union. 24. The dispute was finally turned over to President Wilson, who directed that letters be sent to the Western Union Telegraph Company and the Postal Telegraph Commercial Company, a firm that had been charged with similar violations. In these communications, Wilson publicly requested compliance with the War Labor Board's recommendations. 25. Clarence H. Mackay, president of Postal Telegraph, capitulated and agreed that for the duration of the war his company would waive its right to discharge those workers who chose to become union members. But President Newcomb Carleton of Western Union refused to accede to President Wilson's request. If I have to choose between allowing the unionization of the essential employees of the Western Union Telegraph Company and government control, Carleton insisted, I would choose the latter. 26. At President Wilson's request, Congress passed a resolution authorizing the president to take over possession and control of the nation's telegraph and telephone systems. On July 31, 1918, control of the nation's telegraph and telephone lines passed over to the national government. 27. This outcome was promptly hailed as evidence that the government would not hesitate to support the War Labor Board and would take all necessary actions to bring any employer into line who refused to go along with a board decision. 28. But in the end, the workers gained little. The telegraph and telephone lines were placed under the control of Postmaster General Albert S. Burleson, and, as we have seen, he was even more opposed to union recognition than some of the companies had been before the government takeover. Opposition to the unionization of telegraph and telephone workers actually increased under government control. 29. The War Labor Board also dealt with two strikes of the machinists' union. On July 12, 1918, about half of the workers employed by the Smith & Wesson Arms Company of Springfield, Massachusetts went on strike. The company maintained a non-union shop and required its employees to sign yellow dog contracts pledging not to join a union. It had not only refused to confer with an employees' committee appointed to meet with management for the purpose of negotiating a general wage increase, but it had discharged all of the committee members. Following this action, a large number of employees joined the machinists' union. They, too, were discharged. This was the spark that ignited the strike. 30. On August 21, 1918, the War Labor Board ordered the company to desist from using the yellow dog contracts and to re-employ all workers who had been dismissed as a result of union affiliation, with compensation for all time lost by them on account of their discharge. The company was also directed to provide a means for collective bargaining. 31. When the company indicated that it would disregard the board's orders concerning discrimination against union members, President Wilson directed Secretary of War Baker to commandeer the Smith & Wesson Arms plant in Springfield. 32. In September 1918, members of the Machinists' Union employed at the Remington Arms Company in Bridgeport, Connecticut went on strike in protest against an award handed down by the War Labor Board. Although the board had granted the workers wage increases and the basic 8-hour day, it had reversed an earlier decision of the Ordnance Department with respect to job classifications, a major source of grievance for the workers. 33. In spite of the opposition of the Machinists' Union leaders, who wanted no part of a strike that would halt war production, the Remington workers in Bridgeport remained solidly behind the strike. On September 13, 1918, President Wilson took steps to break it. In a message to the strikers, Wilson threatened that unless they returned to work and abided by the War Labor Board's decision, the government would withdraw draft exemptions from those men who were within the draft age and who had been granted such exemptions on occupational grounds. He also threatened to bar the strikers from future employment in any war industry in the community in which the strike occurs for a period of 1 year. Moreover, during this 1-year period, the United States Employment Service will decline to obtain employment for you in any war industry elsewhere in the United States, as well as under the War and Navy Departments, the Shipping Board, the Railroad Administration, and all other government agencies. 34. Faced with such an unprecedented threat and the determination of President Wilson to use full dictatorial powers to break the strike, the strikers voted on September 17 to end their walkout and return to work. However, they expressed their dissatisfaction with the president's strike-breaking rule by forming a labor party in Bridgeport. 3s. The Bridgeport munitions strike was only one of many indications that labor struggles did not cease after the United States entered the war and after the pledges of the union's leaders not to strike. In the first aid, Smith & Wesson argued that the terms of the award by the War Labor Board contradicted the precedent established by the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in the case of Hitchman, Coal and Coke Company v. Mitchell et al., December 1917, in which a union was enjoined from organizing workers who had signed yellow dog contracts. The board rejected this view, insisting that, when representatives of the leading employers of the country agreed to the principles of the board, they waived their legal rights under the Hitchman decision, just as in substance the trade union leaders had waived their right to conduct strikes. Monthly Labor Review, January 1918, pp. 146-72, Charles 0. Gregory, Labor and the Law, New York, 1958, 178-81. Months of the War Labor Board's existence, over 2,000 work stoppages were recorded by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Pressures generated by the rapid rise in living costs and by rampant profiteering on the part of employers moved workers into struggle from coast to coast. Labor's militancy was met by repressive measures, mostly directed against the IWW and the Socialists, but it also forced the government to afford workers a new degree of recognition in the War Labor Board's endorsement of collective bargaining. In its summary of the board's work, the American Labor-AR book noted, on the whole, the board firmly established the principle for the period of the war, that union affiliations were not to be subject to discriminatory action on the part of employers. It is unquestionable that this action by the board protected effectually the growth of the unions and was a direct means of increasing their membership in very large numbers. 36. As events were to prove, the qualification, for the period of the war, was prophetic. In a number of respects, the First World War marked a new era in U.S. labor history, but in none was that more evident than in the relationship between the government and the American Federation of Labor. No important measure vitally affecting labor is now taken, declared the new Republic, without consultation with the leaders of the American Federation of Labor, and in the most important government boards the wage earners are represented. When the nation criticized the government's choice of Samuel Gompers to travel throughout Europe to assess labor conditions there, Postmaster General Burleson banned the issue from the mails. Solicitor General Howard L. Amar informed Oswald Garrison Villard, the nation's editor, that Gompers has rendered inestimable service to this government during the war in holding labor in line, and that, while this war is on, we are not going to allow any newspapers in this country to attack him. 37. The AFL leadership had been fully absorbed into the war apparatus. The AFL and post-war Reconstruction. Before leaving the impact of the First World War on the U.S. labor movement, we should examine the role labor planned to play when the war ended. Having assumed the mantle of labor's spokesman, the AFL made it clear that its pronouncements on the subject represented labor's program for post-war Reconstruction. In November 1917, the first AFL convention held in wartime took place in Buffalo, New York. On the opening day, the Executive Council presented a report on Reconstruction proposals, but it focused attention only on the problem of potential unemployment of veterans following demobilization. The Council urged that the convention present a plan for remuneration to sustain veterans until they were able to get jobs, and advocated the creation of employment agencies to assist in finding the jobs. The convention adopted these proposals and thereby took the first step toward a Reconstruction policy, but it was so general and broad as to be almost meaningless. Of the 165 resolutions presented to the convention, only one concerned itself with post-war Reconstruction. It asked for the protection of skilled workers from unemployment due to the importation of foreign products and was adopted with only a slight amendment. 38. By the time the next AFL convention met, in June 1918 in St. Paul, Minnesota, much attention was being paid in labor circles to the British plans for Reconstruction. One was outlined by the Whitley Commission, a subcommittee of the British Reconstruction Commission. It recommended the introduction of mixed industrial councils, to secure for the workpeople a greater share in and responsibility for the determination and observance of the conditions under which their work is carried out. Although this did not go far enough to satisfy the militants in the British labor movement represented by the shop stewards movement, it was criticized by Gompers as not applicable to American labor and its traditional political policies. Gompers was also critical of labor and the New Social Order, the manifesto of the British Labour Party for the reconstruction of English society after the war, which he characterized as the claptrap and demagoguery of the political socialists. The manifesto envisioned the creation of a socialist commonwealth and urged specifically that the state recognize its responsibility to prevent unemployment and to provide maintenance for those out of work. It also called for common ownership of the means of production, the complete overhauling of the taxation system so that the main burden would fall on private business and those with substantial incomes, and appropriation by the state of all the surplus wealth of the nation. Although labor and the New Social Order was widely hailed in many labor circles in the United States, Gompers dismissed it as offering labor. The shop stewards movement was greatly influenced by events in Russia, and made the shop the unit of industrial representation. Under this plan, each workshop set up a committee whose function was to confer with the employer about production and the conditions of labor. Decisions were to be arrived at in a democratic manner. Leland Olds, The Temper of British Labor, Nation 108, April 19, 1919, 603. Little practical help for real achievements. In the future, as in the past, he insisted, we must trust to the economic organization of the workers. 39. At the 1918 AFL convention, 3 resolutions were introduced that dealt with post-war reconstruction. The first called for concerted action by the national AFL and its affiliates for the establishment of the 8-hour day. Gompers supported it as a practical proposal, devoid of the aforementioned claptrap and demagoguery, so it was unanimously adopted. 40. The second resolution asked for convention approval of the post-war program adopted by the Inter-Allied Labour Conference held in Nottingham, England, which consisted of representatives of organised labour from England, France, Belgium and Italy. This proposal was opposed by Gompers and went down to defeat. 41. The convention then placed the matter of post-war reconstruction in the hands of the Executive Council, which was to conduct an investigation of the problem and offer the fruits of its investigation to Congress. 42. Gompers thereupon set up a committee on reconstruction and a committee on social insurance. In December 1918 he convened an executive meeting of these committees and proceeded to caution them to go slow on reconstruction because it has been given to no one to be able to solve this great problem in its entirety. 43. The report of the Committee on Reconstruction, unveiled in late December 1918, reflected Gompers' go slow advice. It demanded the right to organize, an American standard of living with reasonable hours of labor, equal pay for women, the abolition of child labor, the right of public employees to organize, government ownership of public and semi-public utilities, a graduated tax on usable land in excess of the acreage cultivated by the owner, a guarantee of free speech, the development of state colleges and universities, the establishment of municipal, state, and federal employment agencies under the joint control of employers and trade unions, improved housing, and generous treatment of returning servicemen. 44. Nothing was said about black workers and the problems they would face after the war. The only concern expressed about post-war employment of any particular group related to the returning servicemen, who, it was said, should be aided by the government in finding work, provided with sustenance while unemployed, and given the opportunity for easy and ready access to land. 45. The committee report also failed to deal with other important concerns of workers. The AFL's vision of the new era that was to follow the war reaffirmed its traditional nonpartisan political policy. There was to be no Labour Party. The program was to be realized by winning over the major parties and by carrying on the trade union policies of the past. It is not good now to rock the industrial boat, Gompers insisted. 46. Labour's 14 points. But many AFL members, especially those who had come into the movement during the war, looked forward to considerably more in the future. Angered by the bloated profits of both the old and new millionaires, while their own wages were shrinking under the impact of the ever-rising cost of living, and stimulated by the events in Russia, they wanted more than the traditional AFL policies. On October 6, 1918, the Chicago Federation of Labor requested that the Illinois State Federation of Labor call a convention in the future for the purpose of considering the advisability of forming in Illinois an independent labor party along the lines of the British Labor Party but adapted to American conditions. 47. Sometime later, the Chicago Federation made public a platform entitled Labor's 14 Points, possibly intended to supplement Wilson's 14 Points, which was to be submitted to the Illinois State Federation Convention and the AFL Convention. It asked for support for the formation of an independent labor party nationally, by state and by city, with Labor's 14 Points as its program. The latter included demands for democratic control of industry, the nationalization of natural resources, railways, telegraph, ships, coal mines and grain elevators, worker representation in all departments of government and at international conferences, disarmament, open diplomacy, and struggle against economic imperialism. Labor's 14 Points also included a number of the demands in the AFL's Reconstruction Program, such as the unqualified right of workers to organize and to deal collectively with employers through such representatives of their unions as they choose, and an 8-hour day and a 44-hour week in all branches of industry, with minimum rates of pay sufficient to maintain a decent standard of health and comfort. It went beyond the AFL program, however, in calling not only for equal pay for equal work, but also for complete equality of men and women in government and industry, with the fullest enfranchisement of women. Unfortunately, nothing specific about black worker dollar was included. It called for free speech, as did the AFL, but it also demanded the complete restoration at the earliest possible moment of all fundamental political rights: free speech, free press, and free assemblage, the removal of all wartime restraints upon the interchange of ideas, and the liberation of all persons held in prison or indicted under charges due to their championship of the rights of labor, their patriotic insistence upon the right guaranteed to them by the Constitution. Finally, to carry out this work to expose the trust press and the vested interests they represent and to keep labor informed as to its welfare, etc. A daily newspaper to be published in the interests of all the workers. 48. On December 5, 1918, the Illinois State Federation of Labor endorsed Labor's 14 points and joined the Chicago Federation of Labor in calling for an independent Labor Party. 49. The program later became the basis for the platform of the Chicago-centered Labor Party that was established in the fall of 1919, which will be discussed in our next volume. Thus, as World War I came to an end, there was clear evidence of mounting opposition in the ranks of labor to the course followed by the Gompers leadership of the AFL. Even in those unions whose leaders emphasized their loyalty to everything that Gompers stood for, dissatisfaction with the Gompers outlook was mounting. The mood among rank-and-file unionists was summed up in the phrase, "Wait till the war is over." 50. The AFL confronts the peace. As early as March 1916, Gompers had sent to the labor movements of Europe his proposal for World Labor Congress to be held at the same time and place as the peace conference at the end of the war. He was disappointed when the British Trade Union Congress rejected his proposal because it refused to meet with German unionists while the war was on. He wrote to Thorne, a Labor member of Parliament, warning him against allowing feelings engendered by the war to destroy the ideals of fraternity and internationalism. Instead, advised Gompers, the bitterness and vengeance resulting from war should be directed against the causes of war in order to help building a better world. The old nationalistic ideals must be abandoned in favor of internationalism, since the well-being of the workers of one nation was closely interwoven with the well-being of the workers of all nations. Unless we are big enough and broad enough to subordinate less important matters to the broad general purposes of the promotion of labor's ideals in the affairs of the world, wrote Gompers, the ideal of internationalism must be declared impracticable. Fighting for the right is one thing and declaring that after the fight is over there, in our next volumes, we will discuss how the labor movement, especially the rank and file, reacted to the ending of the war. Shall not be a common ground upon which international fraternity should be resumed upon a better and firmer fundamental basis is quite another. 51. The AFL and European peace forces. Once the United States entered the war, Gompers forgot all about international ideals, and he and the other top leaders of the AFL began to oppose the movement for an international labor peace conference before the Central Powers were completely destroyed. Gompers argued that the war had wiped out the international bonds of the working class and had proved that nationalism was and should be a stronger force. Therefore, he asserted, allegiance to one's government took precedence over all other relationships. In his view, President Wilson's 14 points constituted the only possible basis for peace talks, and to discuss any other possible terms with representatives of the enemy labor movement would be to engage in treason. Only after the workers of Germany and Austria had settled the issue of peace with their own governments could they earn the right to participate in labor peace discussions. 52. When revolution broke out in Russia in March 1917, the Tsar was overthrown, a republic was established, and Soviets of workers and soldiers' deputies were created in all the large cities. On May 5, 1917, the Petrograd Soviet issued a call for an international conference of Socialist Party members from all the warring countries to be held in neutral Stockholm to discuss peace without annexations or indemnities on the basis of the self-determination of peoples. 53 is the cry, "On to Stockholm!" Spread throughout the belligerent countries. Governments on both sides of the war became alarmed at the tremendous scope of the anti-war movement. In the United States, President Wilson launched a massive propaganda campaign condemning the Stockholm Peace Conference. Although Gompers had nothing to do with the socialist movement, with the approval of the United States government he joined the campaign to discredit the Stockholm meeting. He sent cablegrams to the Petrograd Soviet, the French Federation of Labor, the French Socialist Party, and the British Labour Party. He informed the Russian workers that they could count on the wholehearted support of the American people in the war against Germany, but warned them against playing into the hands of the pro-Kaiser socialists. To the British and French labor movements, he argued that the Stockholm Conference was the product of insidious influences at work to create pro-Kaiser propaganda and to divide the Allies. Ignoring the fact that the call for the conference had come from the Petrograd Bolsheviks, Gompers insisted that it had originated with German and pro-German socialists, whose aims were to bring about a Kaiser-dictated peace or to deceive the Russian socialists into betraying the Allies by consenting to a separate peace. During the war, the headquarters of the International Federation of Trade Unions were shifted to Amsterdam and operated under a new acting president, the Dutch labor leader Jan Odegeest. Karl Legion, the original IFTU president, now decided that the federation should present labor's proposals for the peace treaty to the Stockholm Socialist Conference. At his request, Odegeest called a meeting of the IFTU to be held at the same time and place as the socialist gathering. Gompers and the AFL Executive Council rejected an invitation to send American representatives to the IFTU conference. With the help of the AFL, the Allied governments refused to give passports to delegates for either the Socialist or the Trade Union Conference. The former was therefore postponed and the latter was held with delegates from the Central Powers and the neutral countries. But in view of the limited nature of the meeting, the delegates decided to call another conference in Bern on September 17 to discuss labor's demands in connection with the peace terms. The Executive Council of the APL rejected an invitation to attend the Bern conference on the grounds that the proposed meeting was premature, would lead to no good end, and would be injurious to the Allied war effort. 55. The APL policy provoked a bitter conflict with the British and French labor movements. The strife was intensified when the APL refused to allow its delegation to go to England and France in the spring of 1918 to sit with representatives of German and Austrian labor. 56. This AFL delegation had been given the task of attempting to stiffen the morale of Allied labor and counter the pro-peace sentiment among European workers. 57. Gompers and the AFL Executive Council was very receptive when the Wilson administration agreed to subsidize the travel of an AFL delegation to Europe in the summer of 1918. The purpose of this mission, too, was to diminish the desire for peace of European labor, and to head off the efforts of Arthur Henderson, the British labor leader, to bring about a conference of labor delegates from all of the belligerent nations. Gompers cabled Henderson that if an inter-Allied labor conference were arranged at the degree the International Federation of Trade Unions was established before World War I, but its activities were disrupted by the outbreak of the war. The Allied labor movements discontinued their dues payments, as did the AFL, in 1914. The IFTU was reorganized after the war at a meeting in Amsterdam in 1919. Although Henderson was a member of the British cabinet, the State Department refused him a visa in April 1918, lest he infect American labor with the socialist peace virus. David M. Kennedy, Over Here. The First World War in American Society, New York, 1980, page 355. Time he would be in England, he would be glad to participate. Such a conference was promptly arranged, and the AFL Executive Council appointed Gompers Lieutenant John Frey of the Molders Union, Charles Bain of the Boot and Shoe Workers, William J. Bowen of the Bricklayers, and Edgar Wallace of the United Mine Workers to serve on the mission with Gompers, SS. The Inter-Allied Socialist Conference. The developing clash between European labor advocates of peace and the AFL advocates of military victory came to a head at the Inter-Allied Socialist Conference held in London in September 1918 to consider the question of peace negotiations. On the opening day, the AFL delegates refused to sign credentials as representatives to a socialist conference. After considerable debate, it was agreed that the meeting was a socialist and labor conference. The AFL credentials were accepted, and the Federation delegates were seated. Gompers was appointed to the drafting committee and Frey to the War Aims Committee, of which he was secretary. Gompers told Frey how to act. Fight for the AFL program, and start fighting from the minute you go in. Give them hell. 9. On the second day, Gompers read an AFL resolution on war aims, based primarily on declarations of the two previous Federation conventions. The resolution declared the war to be a contest between democracy and autocracy, called on Allied workers to support the military effort of their governments until the enemy had been defeated and the autocratic governments of the Central Powers destroyed, endorsed President Wilson's 14 points as the only basis for peace, recommended representation of workers on the official peace conference delegations of each country, and called for a World Labor Conference at the same time and place as the peace conference. On the third day, the Committee on International Relations discussed, among other questions, that of Russia. The majority report of the committee expressed sympathy with organizations in Russia that were for continuing the struggle against Germany. It warned the workers of the Allied countries against the dangers of Allied intervention in Russia, which would only strengthen reactionary efforts to restore Tsarism, and under the pretext of fighting Bolshevism, serve reaction against socialism and Frey later recalled that Gompers also told him, "Don't call a spade, call it a son of a bitch." Them. John Frey Memoir, Columbia University Oral History Collection, Butler Library, Columbia University. Democracy. To such a policy the working classes of the Western democracies would have the elementary duty of offering opposition without stint. The two AFL delegates on the committee presented a minority report. They favored intervention for the purpose of counteracting the sinister influence of the Central Powers upon the so-called Bolshevik government, which has suppressed the utterances and aspirations of the great majority of the Russian working classes. After a long discussion, a compromise formula was adopted on the question of intervention, which actually justified it under certain circumstances. The conference would not oppose intervention influenced only by a genuine desire to preserve liberty and democracy in an ordered and durable world peace in which the beneficent fruits of the revolution shall be made permanently secure. At the insistence of Gompers, Frey wrote the report of the important Committee on War Aims. In all important aspects, the report followed closely along the lines of the AFL resolution on war aims. The report was adopted by an overwhelming majority, and Gompers was thus successful in his mission of defeating the movement for peace by negotiation and for an immediate international labor conference. 60 feet 3 days after the conference, Ambassador to Britain Walter Hines Page told Gompers that the proceedings of the conference had been sent to Germany and Austria, that they proved that the AFL had broken down the peace movement, and that this would have a considerable effect in convincing the German government and people that there was no longer any hope for either a negotiated peace or a breakdown in the morale of Allied workers. 61. Gomper's steamrolling tactics at the conference, and his insistence that no concession be made to the agitation for a conference among labor and socialist groups for an end to the war, angered European labor. In France, he attended a meeting of representatives of the French labor movement where he listened to talk of the need to end the war, as long as I could endure them, and then I tersely told them they were traitors to the cause of the French people. 62. In Italy, the popular acclaim that greeted rumors of an armistice led Gompers to warn the Italian people against showing either weakness or an undue longing for peace. 63. Ray Stannard Baker, who was on a special reconnaissance mission to Europe for President Wilson in 1918, reported that to bring a message of interminable war, and for no clear or democratic or socially constructive, in response to pressure from the AFL delegation, the conference ultimately decided to postpone the convening of an international labor and socialist peace conference until the time of the General Peace Conference. Purpose, as Gompers was doing, was not very promising. Baker caustically described Gompers' actions. He strode full-fronted throughout Europe, so sure of himself and his entire equipment of ideas, so conscious of the immense power of American labor behind him, that he scattered to the right and left all peoples of all nations. He told British, French, and Italian labor leaders, quite positively, what they must do to be saved. 64. The fact that the government of the United States had subsidized the APL delegation to Europe in the summer of 1918, and that Gompers and his associates had demonstrated absolutely no sympathy for the war-weariness of European workers or for their desire to end the fighting, left these workers with the distinct feeling that the leading representatives of organized labor in the United States were far removed from the needs of the working class. 6. Gompers boycotts Bern meeting. Following his return from Europe, Gompers became determined to reconstruct the old IFTU along the lines of the pure and simple unionism of the APL rather than in the socialist pattern of most European labor movements. He felt it was necessary to purge the international organization of the influence of the socialists. This attitude brought him into even greater conflict with European labor leaders, who wished to continue the IFTU along traditional socialist lines. 66. Before Gompers could act to put his plan into effect, Jan Odegeest, the acting president of the IFTU, writing from its new headquarters in Amsterdam, requested the national trade union centers to appoint delegates to an international trade union conference to be held at the same time and place as the peace conference. This labor conference would consider both the future of the IFTU and the peace programs recommended by recent labor socialist conferences. 67. Gompers, however, was unwilling to cooperate, insisting that the APL must take the initiative in calling for an international conference that would be committed to Wilson's 14 points as the only basis for peace. 68. Accordingly, the Executive Council declined the invitation, and Gompers informed Odegeest that the APL would issue its own call for a conference. Odegeest eventually decided to postpone the proposed general meeting of the IFTU until after the peace conference and then to hold the meeting in Amsterdam. 69. It met in July 1919. See page. 364. The APL now proposed the holding of an international labor congress at the same time that the Paris Peace Conference met, bringing together labor representatives of the Central Powers and the Allies in Paris. 10. However, the Allies refused to permit German or Austrian labor delegates on French soil. Gompers appealed to Wilson. Persistence in this course by Allied governments may make impossible American labor coming to Paris and there rendering assistance. Indeed, the American Federation of Labor will be humiliated and made the laughing stock of the world. If objection is removed, American labor delegates, myself included, can leave the United States soon and remain in Paris until peace conference convenes and be of some service, and thereafter meet with labor conference and help guide the conference aright. 71. When Gompers' appeal failed to persuade the Allied governments to permit Labor's Peace Congress to meet in Paris, labor and socialist groups in the Allied, Central, and neutral nations decided to convene in Bern, Switzerland. Gompers, however, refused to go along. He was opposed to any conference in which political parties participated or that took place in a neutral country, such as Switzerland, at which representatives of the enemy nations would be present. In those circumstances, the delegates of the Central Powers would come as equals and not as representatives of defeated nations. Gompers was determined that they must admit their guilt for inaugurating the war, and thus destroy their dominant influence in the international movement. 72. While all the other labor groups were preparing to meet in Bern, the AFL decided to meet in Paris. The Executive Council designated Gompers and 4 vice presidents, James Duncan, William Green, John Alpine of the Plumbers, and Frank Duffy of the Carpenters, as delegates to the Paris Labor Conference. On January 20, 1919, the AFL delegates met in London with the Parliamentary Committee of the British Trade Union Congress. They failed, however, to dissuade the parliamentary committee from attending the Bern conference, but they did receive a promise that the group would cooperate later with the AFL in forming a new trade union international, 73. From London, the AFL delegates went to Paris, but once again they failed to dissuade the Labour representatives in this case, the Confédération Générale de Travail, CGT, from attending the Bern conference. Thus, when that assemblage met in the first week of February, the AFL delegates remained in Paris conferring with President Wilson and the American Commission to negotiate the peace, 74. To Gomper's consternation, the delegates at the Labour and Socialist Conference in Bern, representing 17 Allied, Central Power, and Neutral nations, refused to condemn the Bolsheviks and to fix the war guilt on Germany. Instead, the conference issued a proclamation to the workers of the world, calling for the abolition of wage labor and for workers' control of industry in order to avoid exploitation. Until these goals were achieved, the workers should secure protection against the influences of capitalist competition through labor legislation enacted by an international labor parliament that would be part of a League of Nations. Gompers called this last-named body an impossible super-parliament. He also expressed his resentment against European labor leaders who rejected his leadership, and he attacked French socialist sympathy for Bolsheviki as constituting treason to democracy and labor internationalism, 76. The Commission on International Labor Legislation. Despite temporary setbacks, Gompers was soon able to regain a dominant position in the international labor movement. For one thing, under strong pressure from the AFL, President Wilson appointed him as the labor representative of the American Commission to negotiate the peace. Then the Paris Peace Conference decided to incorporate special labor clauses into the peace treaty, in the hope of dampening the flames of communist revolution. For this purpose it established an advisory commission on international labor legislation. President Wilson appointed Gompers as the American labor representative to this body. The 4 other members of the AFL delegation still in Paris were named to act as advisors to the AFL president. While these appointments helped increase Gompers' prestige, they did the opposite for Wilson. As David M. Kennedy points out, by associating himself with Gompers and by adopting his approach to the European left, Wilson helped to ensure his political impotence when he finally sat down to the peace conference table in Paris on January 12, 1919, 77. At its first meeting on February 1, 1919, the Commission on International Labor Legislation elected Gompers chairman. That body met to formulate a program for post-war employment and to advise the Paris Peace Conference delegates on labor issues. Its work included the specific tasks of investigating and compiling statistics on international labor standards, presenting legislative proposals to the plenary session of the Peace Conference, and constructing the League of Nations machinery for adjusting international labor problems. Despite the pleas of the Women's Trade Union League, working women were not represented at the Commission meetings, and only Gompers represented the views of U.S. labor. The WTUL got Wilson's belated agreement that women should have a voice, and sent Rose Schneiderman and Mary Anderson to Paris, at WTUL expense, as spokespersons for 100,000 organized women, members of the Women's Trade Union League in the United States, 78. The Commission divided its work into 2 categories. 1. The drawing up of a draft convention for a league organization of international labor, and 2. The submission of recommendations for a declaration of labor principles to be incorporated into the final peace treaty. On the first item, the group accepted, as a basis for discussion, a British proposal to establish an international labor organization consisting of annual international labor conferences and an international labor office. The labor conferences were to enact labor laws that the member nations would be required to ratify and put into operation. The labor office was to be an administrative agency that would collect and distribute information on labor matters and enforce international labor legislation. Each national delegation to the labor conferences was to be composed of 1 representative of the government with 2 votes and 1 representative each for the employers and organized labor, each possessing 1 vote, 79. Gompers led the opposition to this British plan and proposed a number of amendments. He objected to the requirement that draft conventions of the International Labor Conference be enacted into legislation by the member nations. He pointed out that in the United States many matters of labor legislation were within the sole jurisdiction of the various states, and, unlike the situation in Europe, the central government did not have total jurisdiction over labor matters. The British plan was incompatible with the AFL philosophy, for the Federation had traditionally opposed such legislation as a socialistic enhancement of government power. Gompers argued further that the proposed authority might allow the International Labor Organization to force the United States to lower some of its already established labor standards in order to equalize international standards. Gompers also objected to the proposed method of representation and voting for the labor conferences. In the belief that government was always on the side of the employers, he was convinced that conference votes of national delegations would almost invariably be 3-1 against labor. The protest of the U.S. delegation, which threatened to submit a minority report, was effective. Despite the vigorous objections of the British representatives, the Commission decided that draft conventions of the International Labour Conferences should be in the form of recommendations rather than laws. The national delegations were to be required merely to submit these recommendations to their respective governments for consideration. The requirement would apply only if the recommendations did not call for lower standards than those already in existence in a country. The system of penalties for non-compliance with conference conventions was deleted, and its application left to the League of Nations. No change, however, was made in the representation and voting procedure for the international conferences. 80. The AFL submitted a list of 10 clauses to be adopted by the Commission as part of a labor charter and a declaration of labor principles to be incorporated into the peace treaty. 3 of the clauses were adopted without modification by the Commission. They declared that the labor of a human being should not be treated as a commodity or an article of commerce, that all workers had the right to a wage sufficient to maintain a reasonable standard of life, and that women should receive equal wages for equal work. The right of free association was recognized, but the AFL Declaration for Freedom of Speech, Press, and Assembly was dropped. It was agreed that no commodity should be shipped in international commerce if children under the age of 14 had been employed in its production. The AFL had proposed 16 as the minimum. The AFL further proposed that the workday in industry and commerce should not exceed 8 hours except in the case of extraordinary emergency. The Commission amended this to read 8 hours a day or 48 hours a week, and accepted countries in which the workers' industrial efficiency was relatively low. 4 of the AFL's recommendations for labor clauses were rejected and 3 were added to the labor charter by the Commission. These provided for a weekly rest, equality of treatment for foreign workmen, and a system of factory inspection for each country. 81. The WTUL women brought with them a list of proposals that would have assured recognition of the rights of working women for inclusion in the Declaration of Labor Principles of the Peace Treaty, demands for compulsory education of children up to the age of 16 and part-time education up to 18 years, abolition of child labor, an 8-hour day and a 44-hour week, no night work for women, 1 day's rest in 7, equal pay for equal work, equal opportunities for men and women in trade and technical training, social insurance against sickness, accidents, industrial disease, and unemployment, provisions for old age, pensions and maternity benefits, the full enfranchisement of women so that they might have political, legal and industrial equality, as well as the protection of motherhood and the guarantee to every child of the highest possible development. 82. Arriving too late to present their program, Schneiderman and Anderson met with Colonel E. M. House and Professor James T. Shotwell of the American Peace Delegation. However, the only specific concession made to women workers was the inclusion in the Declaration of Labor Principles of a provision calling for equal pay for men and women. Mary Anderson came home from Paris disappointed by the lack of sincerity of male political and labor leaders, but convinced that the time had come for labor women everywhere to get together and work together. 83. The Commission concluded its work on March 4 and submitted its final report containing the draft constitution for the International Labour Organization and the Declaration of Labor Principles to the Peace Conference. The report was adopted by the conference on April 11 and became Part 13 of the Treaty of Versailles, generally referred to as the Labour Convention or Labour Charter. The AFL and the Versailles Treaty. After the Paris Peace Conference adjourned, the AFL delegation returned home and immediately launched a campaign for support of the Versailles Treaty, and especially for the League of Nations as the new approach to world peace. The first task was to win approval by the 1919 AFL Convention. This had to be accomplished against the opposition of Irish nationalists within the AFL who resented the fact that the peace treaty did not guarantee independence for Ireland, as well as others who viewed the Versailles Treaty as an imperialist pact. The provisions for heavy reparations from the defeated enemy, for the French occupation of Germany's coal-rich Saar Basin, for Japan's continued occupation of German holdings and trading rights in China, and others of this type, revealed that the war had really been a struggle of the imperialists to carve up the world. 84. When the AFL convention met in Atlantic City in June 1919, it was presented with a repon by the Executive Council which, while conceding that the peace treaty was not perfect, still hailed it as the nearest approach to perfection that ever has been reached in the international affairs of mankind, and as an affirmation of the principles for which the Federation stood and fought. In fact, the 1916 AFL convention had endorsed the concept of a League of Nations to maintain peace. Therefore, the Council concluded, the treaty provided the best machinery yet devised for the prevention of war by upholding the principles of justice in place of strength as the guiding spirit in international relations. As for the labor clauses, they were praised for recognizing that the well-being of the wage earners was of supreme international importance. The main opposition to the treaty was voiced by Andrew Farrouseth, president of the Sailors' Union of the Pacific, who expressed the fear that the League would become a super parliament that would be able to fix labor laws and labor standards in every country of the world. Ferrucith argued that under the Covenant, the League of Nations takes jurisdiction over the daily life of the working people throughout the entire world. It says that it deems it its duty and will endeavor to make labor conditions humane and just in nations, members of the League, and in the nations with which the League has commercial and industrial relations. That embraces every working man and woman throughout the entire world. If the League has the authority to say the conditions of labor shall be humane and just, there is no possibility to deny that it has the sole right to prescribe what is humane and just. There can be no higher authority anywhere, so that whatever is adopted as humane and just by the League will necessarily have to stand as humane and just, regardless of any protest that the working men of any part of the world may feel inclined to lodge against such finding. Ferrucith also criticized the Labor Charter for failing to guarantee free speech and press, prohibit involuntary servitude, and assert the seamen's right to leave their ships. There isn't a solid thing here, he declared, that leaves any of the American ideals in the document, and then legislation under it is to be enacted by men from all these places who could not understand even the question of involuntary servitude. Gompers replied that, some people are so constituted that if you were to give them paradise they would find some fault with it, and he intimated that Ferrucith was disloyal to the AFL. But Ferrucith insisted that he opposed the grant of power to the League of Nations which, he charged, created in fact a super legislature. He objected to the handling of labor issues through the treaty power, and it was his view that it could be used to lower labor standards at home. Gompers asked what barrier there would be against future wars if the League of Nations were defeated. The treaty was not perfect, he admitted, but perfection was not to be expected when peoples with different histories, traditions, and interests were involved, especially in a first attempt. He denied that there was anything in the Covenant to prevent American labor from pressing for better conditions. It aimed only at bringing up the standards of the workers of the backward nations. A good deal of the opposition to endorsement of the treaty at the convention came from Irish nationalists. When it became clear that their objection would get nowhere, Frank McNulty of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers introduced an amendment that nothing in the League of Nations as endorsed by this convention can be construed as denying the right of self-determination and freedom in Ireland. The proposal was ignored, and Gompers appealed to the delegates to endorse the Versailles Treaty and the League of Nations without any qualifications. His proposal was approved by a vote of 29,909 to 420, with 1,830 not voting, 85. However, at just about the same time, the Versailles Treaty and the League of Nations were coming under sharp attack both in Congress and in the country as a whole. The New Republic spoke for many Americans when it urged the Senate to repudiate the Versailles Treaty, calling it an inhuman monster, hatched by the political servants of an inhumane and complacent capitalist society. The socialists condemned the treaty because it had been formulated behind closed doors by predatory elder statesmen of European and Asiatic imperialism. It had transferred territories against the will of their populations, and it had been used as a device to blockade and brutally suppress peoples seeking the freedom implied in the right of self-determination. In addition, it had given birth to the reactionary League of Nations, the capitalist Black International, 86. In the Senate, the attacks against the treaty and the League of Nations came from Republicans, led by Henry Cabot Lodge, and from progressives, led by Robert M. La Follette. Lodge, speaking for sections of American monopoly capitalism, wanted the United States to have a free hand in world affairs. La Follette objected to the injustices of the treaty and its tendency to continue imperialist domination and perpetuate existing wrongs. By September 1919 it was clear even to President Wilson that the treaty's ratification by the Senate was in real danger. The ailing president decided to take his case directly to the people. On September 3 he set out by train for a barnstorming trip of the western states, to rouse public opinion against the failure of the Senate to ratify the treaty. But on October 4, 1919, Wilson suffered a paralytic stroke and his activity for the treaty and the League of Nations ceased. Gompers tried to rally support for the stricken president. He lauded the peace treaty and the League of Nations, calling the latter the only safety we know of for the future and the only spiritual recompense we have found for the anguish of the past. He pointed to the labor measures incorporated into the treaty on the recommendation of the Commission on International Labor Legislation, and warned that if this approach was not approved it would open the way for Bolshevism. This world is now seething, and if we do not give labor and the masses of the people the full right and opportunity of expression, they will find another way of expressing themselves. 87. During this period, Gompers spent much of his time attempting to rally support for ratification. He wrote articles and editorials, prepared a pamphlet for general distribution, and, along with some 250 leaders in American life, signed an appeal designed to apply pressure on the Senate to ratify the Treaty of Versailles without delaying reservations. In the entire campaign, Gompers and the AFL Executive Council worked closely with the League to enforce peace. In the final weeks of the Senate debate over ratification, the labor provisions of the treaty came under increasing attack. On November 18, the Senate adopted an amendment withholding assent to the labor provisions. This amendment became number 13 of the 14 lodge reservations that circumscribed America's obligations under the League. Covenant. SS. Conference of the International Labor Organization. Meanwhile, beginning on October 29, 1919 and lasting until November 29, the first conference of the International Labor Organization, ILO, was taking place in Washington. On June 24, the AFL Executive Council voted to send a committee to wait upon President Wilson and urge him to convoke the International Labor Conference. In response, on August 11, 1919, the U.S. Secretary of State sent telegrams to all the nations of the world, except Russia, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic, inviting each national which is or prior to the said meeting shall become a member of the International Labor Organization, to send its delegates and other representatives to Washington for the purpose of attending said conference. It is significant that although no obstacles were put in the way of German and Austrian delegates, neither the Soviet Union nor the two Latin American countries with which the United States was having difficulties at the time were invited. Gompers had urged Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson to persuade. The most important of the reservations concerned Article 10, in which Lodge proposed to limit the U.S. pledge to defend other nations against aggression, and to make that pledge in any case contingent on congressional approval. New York Times, November 7, 1919. President Wilson, the State Department, and other authorities that unless labor representatives of Germany and Austria, as non-members of the League and the ILO, were allowed to attend the conference, many trade union centers, including the British Trade Union Congress, would refuse to send representatives. However, he had no objection to excluding labor representatives from the Soviet Union. 89. The United States government decided not to participate officially in the conference. Instead, the AFL and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce were designated to represent the United States. The AFL promptly named Gompers, but the Chamber of Commerce declined the invitation. 90. While the conference was in session, it was subjected to bitter attacks in the Senate from conservative Republicans. Pointing to the presence of British and French socialists as delegates, Republican Senator Lawrence Y. Shannon of Illinois called the conference a menace to the continued domestic peace and good order of our country. The radicals are here, he thundered. They're here for no good purpose. He urged that the alien conspirators sojourning in our midst be deported. 91. Some of the conference delegates were so angered by the attack that they privately favored adjourning then and there. 92. But the conference continued in session, and by the time it adjourned on November 29, 1919, it had adopted 6 labor conventions, including the 8-hour day convention, which was later ratified. Germany and Austria were admitted as equal members, the first such action after the war. The governing body of the International Labor Organization was constituted, and when the conference closed, the ILO was already a functioning organization. 93. Praising the action taken at the Washington Conference, R. J. Caldwell of the American Association for Labor Legislation, AALL, declared that its work had done much to counteract the spread of Bolshevism. 94. 10 days before the Washington Conference adjourned, on November 19, the Senate rejected the Versailles Treaty. An incensed Samuel Gompers vehemently attacked the Senate, suggesting that the ILO was the principal reason for the rejection. I believe that the Senate did not ratify the treaty for 2 reasons. First, hope for partisan political advantage. Second, because that treaty provides for an international minimum standard for the working people of all countries. Following the rejection by the Senate of the Treaty of Versailles in its original form, Gompers and the AFL, along with many other pro-League individuals and organizations, indicated a readiness to compromise and achieve a modified version of the League. Gompers made his position clear in the following message to the League to enforce peace. Importance of establishing League so great that reservations not depriving League of essential effectiveness rather than lose opportunity to create institutions which will mark beginning of a new era in international relations. But no reservations ought to be accepted under which our government would shirk responsibility of membership. Would be repugnant to American ideals and character. 96. Gompers and the Executive Council continued their support of Senate ratification on that basis, but in March 1920, the second attempt at ratification ended unsuccessfully. The AFL's 1920 convention in Montreal again endorsed the Versailles Peace Treaty. This time, the convention resolution opposed delaying reservations but admitted that needed corrections could be made in the future. However, the defeat of the Democrats in the 1920 election doomed American participation in the League of Nations. 97. The AFL and the IFTU. The Senate's refusal to ratify the Versailles Treaty limited the effectiveness of the International Labor Organization. It was not until 1934, when the United States accepted membership, that U.S. labor was represented in the ILO, although the AFL did attempt to maintain cooperative relations with the International Organization in Geneva. 98. On the other hand, the AFL did not re-affiliate with the International Federation of Trade Unions until 1935. In late July 1919, the IFTU met in Amsterdam to consider international labor's policy toward the peace treaty and to decide on the permanent form of the IFTU. Gompers headed an AFL delegation to the Amsterdam meeting consisting of himself, Daniel Tobin, and John J. Hines. 99. At this conference, the lines were clearly drawn between the European labor movement and the AFL. Hardly a session passed without stormy discussions and collisions. Gompers found himself in the minority and was forced to give way on almost all the important issues. 101 of the sharpest points of controversy between the American delegates and several European delegates arose over the labor clauses of the Versailles Treaty. The conference criticized the entire program as an inadequate expression of the demands of the international working classes. Only the British and American delegations supported a substitute resolution offered by Gompers. Tion of endorsement, but another resolution that withheld endorsement while criticizing the League's capitalist and anti-socialist bias was passed in its place, with the American delegates abstaining. The APL delegates also voted against resolutions supported by European delegates condemning the blockade of Russia, endorsing socialism and general strikes in support of political objectives, and on other ideologically oriented issues. 101. After the old IFTU had been dissolved, the conference adopted a constitution and bylaws for a new organization with the same name. W.A. Appleton of Great Britain was elected president of the new organization, and the headquarters of the IFTU were established in Amsterdam. The APL delegates refused to commit the federation to joining the new international organization, leaving the decision up to the next APL convention. With Gompers bitterly denouncing the outrageous high-handed manner in which the European delegates had acted in Amsterdam, the prospects for affiliation were slim. Therefore, it was not surprising that the AFL's 1920 Montreal Convention endorsed the hostile attitude displayed by Gompers toward the IFTU and referred the question of affiliation back to the Executive Council for further investigation. As a result, it was more than 15 years before the AFL affiliated with the new IFTU. 102. While U.S. labor was not represented in either the ILO or the IFTU, representatives of women workers were helping to fill the gap. When they were in Paris for the peace conference as representatives of the WTUL, Rose Schneiderman and Mary Anderson explored with other women the possibility of an international working women's conference, and the League issued a call to women labor leaders in European countries to meet in Washington for such a conference on October 28, 1919. International Congress of Working Women, with expenses underwritten by the National Women's Trade Union League, whose president was Margaret Dreyer Robbins. The first International Congress of Working Women attracted 50 delegates from 18 countries, and visitors from 7 others. The League not only sponsored and underwrote the Congress, it also prepared a Union Women's Labor program for consideration by the delegates. This was a comprehensive program of social and industrial reconstruction, and called for many of the special legislative measures for women workers that had been brought to Paris by Schneiderman and Anderson, including an 8-hour day. Delegates attended from the USA, Great Britain, Poland, France, Sweden, Belgium, Norway, Argentina, Canada, Czechoslovakia, India, Cuba, Denmark, Japan, the Netherlands, Serbia, Spain, and Switzerland. 40-hour workweek, equal pay for equal work, equal opportunities for trade and technical training, social insurance with maternity benefits, compulsory insurance against unemployment for men and women alike, and consideration of the payment of unemployment benefits to workers on strike. The program also called for freedom of speech, the press, and assembly, and for public ownership of natural resources. 103. Although it was called the Union Women's Labor Program, few provisions in the League's Reconstruction Program dealt with either unionization or the labor movement. Almost every measure was either political or legislative in nature. The same could be said of the First International Congress of Working Women that met in Washington, D.C., in late October and early November 1919. In opening the Congress, Margaret Dreyer Robbins made a telling point when she noted, "Women had no direct share in the terms of the peace treaty. It's a man-made peace. Women have had no direct share in the labor platform, with its emphasis on the protection of women in industry rather than its emphasis on the participation of women in plans to protect themselves, which is significant of the attitude of men, even in the labor movement, toward women." The labor platform, stressed at the Congress, was geared entirely to legislation. Several days were consumed in discussing laws establishing a universal 8-hour day for working women. This was followed by a discussion of the need for laws providing maternity benefits for working women before, during, and after the birth of a child. In none of these discussions was there any mention of either a role for the trade unions or the need for organizing working women into unions. In fact, The only reference to this aspect of the situation came in a message to the Congress from Representative Negro Women of the United States in behalf of Negro women laborers of the United States. Asterisk noting that 2 million black women engaged in such pursuits warranted representation in the council. The message pointed out that they had very limited. The memorial was signed by Elizabeth C. Carter, Executive Worker, War Work Council, YWCA, and Honorary President, National Association of Colored Women's Clubs, Mamie R. Ross, President, Conference Branch M, Missionary Society, Liberia, West Coast of Africa, Lelia Pendleton, Folder and Compositor, Washington, D. C. A. G. Green, Community Secretary, Public Schools OFD. C. Mary Church Terrell, Honorary President, National Association of Colored Women's Clubs, Washington, D. C. Eva A. Wright, Milliner, Ohio and Washington, D. C. Nanny H. Burroughs, President, National Training School for Women and Girls, Washington, D. C. Type Proceedings of the First International Congress of Working Women, October 28 to November 5, 1919, NWTUL Papers, Library of Congress. Means of making their wishes known, and of having their interests advanced through their own representatives. Therefore, we, a group of Negro women, representing those 2 million of Negro women wage earners, respectfully ask for your active cooperation in organizing the Negro women workers of the United States into unions, that they may have a share in bringing about industrial democracy and social order in the world. Apart from applauding the appeal, however, the Congress did nothing about it. 104. International Federation of Working Women. In Geneva, in October 1921, delegates from 12 nations met and changed the name of the Congress to the International Federation of Working Women. They then adopted a constitution and elected Margaret Dreyer Robbins of the National Women's Trade Union League as president. The declared objective of the federation was to unite organized women in order that they may resolve upon the means by which the standard of the life of the workers throughout the world may best be raised. This time, however, priority was given to trade unionism. The organization's declared goals were, first, to promote trade union organization among women, and to develop an international policy that gave special consideration to the needs of women and children. Second, to examine all projects for legislation proposed by the International Labor Conference of the League of Nations, and third, to advocate the appointment of working women to organizations affecting the welfare of workers. As far as membership was concerned, the federation was to consist of national trade union organizations containing women members and affiliated to the International Federation of Trade Unions, but it would also admit working women's organizations that accepted its aims and agreed to work in the spirit and follow the principles of the International Federation of Trade Unions. In emphasizing that the federation would promote trade union organization among women, its constitutional committee noted. That means that it shall in every way possible help get women into the trade unions, not to form new trade unions apart from those already in existence, but to help strengthen those unions that there are. 105. Upon assuming the presidency, Robbins declared that the first task of working women of the world was to make war against war. The first battle in that war, she continued, is to stop increasing armaments. Armaments breed war. She then cited winning the right to our daily bread as the first domestic task of women workers, and, after pointing out that unemployment cast its shadow over workers' homes everywhere, she declared vigorously that either unemployment or capitalism must go. If competitive private industry cannot employ the able and willing workers, then is competitive private industry doomed. Robbins then urged working women to try direct political action as a means of achieving their goals. When we are hungry and homeless and idle or slaughtering our brothers or killing our sons, let us vote against the government without regard to party. 106.